Hello, what's good? It is I guess you would call it Friday morning, late Thursday night. Just got done watching the protests for Thursday night and they were nothing to they were very boring. Nothing really to go on, just a bunch of screaming, yelling people and whistles. Uh it sounds like they're not going anywhere. I watched them wrap it up. I heard like whoever was leading the pack of the people. I heard him say, we're good for the night. We'll be back tomorrow morning. And then he was making plans for Saturday. So this is going to continue. I'm assuming until either ICE leaves or until whatever event they need to happens. Who's in the chat? What's up, Daniel? How you doing, brother? There's Ryan. What's up, buddy? I'm gonna send you a link right now, actually, while I remember. So tonight's gonna be a little different because I am what one of the people said earlier, which I truly love. It was I am fatigued. I'm protest fatigued. I am lightweight Iran fatigued, but I do understand people want the news or whatever. So I'm gonna start off with the news. Give y'all some news so y'all can debate and argue and do what you do in the chat. And then if you guys want, and if nobody sticks around, then nobody sticks around. But I'm planning on doing old school reaction to the debates when Trump debated Hillary the first and second time. Now, if there was a better one, remind me. But I chose the first and second because I remember like the third one, everybody being like, oh, they backed down on that one because like, I don't know. I think Trump went in too hard. Like it was either the first or second one. That's why I hope Ryan gets in here and reminds me because I don't really remember, to be honest. So I'm gonna do that one and like a Biden one maybe, or if somebody in the chat comes up with something good, something like that. I don't know, just some old school, something that we could laugh at because I don't know, old school Trump was hilarious, and watching all these other people were actually hilarious. I'm not gonna lie. Um, I know one of the debates was great, and my lighting is horrible. I should have set up the other lighting. Ryan, are you gonna come up? What up, Alfonso? How you doing, bro? How you doing, man? What's popping with you? Dude, what's going on with these stupid protests, bro? Like, dude, I'm telling you, all I heard was like the corniest one-line jokes and the corniest stuff you possibly could say. And they're just screaming at these people, and there was and whistles. Oh my gosh, it was whistles and whistles and whistles, and people were really entertained by it, and I was very not entertained by it at all. I was definitely fatigued on when it comes to the protest, that's for sure. Oh man. Right. uh, yeah, today's gonna be a chill one, dude. Today's gonna be a real chill tonight show, whatever. I don't really have too much with it. So pop in if you do, if you don't. What else do I gotta say before I go ahead and throw this on? Hit the like, share, sub. We hit 1,100 subs today. It would be dope to get more. Yeah. Besides that, I guess I could start this. There's Ryan. Yeah. Check it out. What's up, buddy?
Hey,
What
what's up?
debate was it, bro? What debate was the debate that that was the good one?
Well, are you talking about the one where when he's like, because you'd be in jail? That
Yeah,
one?
yeah, yeah. That one
Uh,
especially.
I don't know. I think that was the first one.
Was it the first one? I can't wait then to see that. I'm actually looking forward to it. I'm not even gonna lie. I'm actually looking forward to it. I might even honestly. What if I skipped the news and just went straight to it? I mean, like, really? I don't know. I'm debating. There's not many people in the chat. I'll go to the news and then we'll go to it, dude. And then we'll get back on and BS through the whole debates. Alienated, what up, bro? Do you want to come up with us?
Come on up, buddy.
Come up, dude? I can send you the link. I'll put it in the chat, man. Pop in with us, bro, before I kick this on. Here, pop on with us, bro. I don't know if I even, yeah. So maybe I'm trying to think. Maybe should we just jump right into the debate and then we'll get into some news and then go to a debate? Oh, you poop head. All right. Well, let's react to a debate first. I don't care. Yeah. I am literally, when I say I am, what's it called? I am fatigued from all the world stage news. I kind of just want a little laugh in life.
Yeah.
I don't know if this is going to be funny or intense, but dude, I just see Lester Holt right now and I'm going to cry laughing already. I mean, like, really, like, Lester Holt. Dude, I mean, like, this is going to be fun. All right, everybody. Who else do we got? Why aren't you coming up, Alien? What's up, bro? What, you don't like us no more? Is that how it goes these days? I'm just playing, bro. I'm just playing. All right. Here.
119 numbers.
What does 119 mean?
Probably the numbers in the room. I don't know.
I see 197.
Me too.
All right, well, here we go, guys. Read your stuff, Ryan. It's popping when you want.
You to the first presidential debate. The participants tonight are Donald Trump and Hillary Clinton. This debate is sponsored by the Commission on Presidential Debates, a nonpartisan, nonprofit organization. The commission drafted tonight's format, and the rules have been agreed to by the campaigns. The 90-minute debate is divided into 6 segments, each 50 minutes long. We'll explore 3 topic areas tonight: achieving prosperity, America's direction, and securing America. At the start of each segment, I will ask the same lead-off question to both candidates, and they will each have up to 2 minutes to respond. From that point until the end of the segment, we'll have an open discussion. The questions are mine and have not been shared with the commission or the campaigns. The audience here in the room has agreed to remain silent so that we can focus on what the candidates are saying. I will invite you to applaud, however, at this moment as we welcome the candidates. Democratic nominee for President of the United States, Hillary Clinton, and Republican nominee for President of the United States, Donald J. Trump. Good luck to you. Trump, good luck to you.
Free Tax USA, where federal filing is always free with no games or pricing gimmicks.
Well, I don't expect us to cover all the issues of this campaign tonight, but I remind everyone there are 2 more presidential debates scheduled. We are going to focus on many of the issues that voters tell us are most important, and we're going to press for specifics. I am honored to have this role, but this evening belongs to the candidates and just as important to the American people. Candidates, we look forward to hearing you articulate your policies and your positions, as well as your visions and your values. So, let's begin. We're calling this opening segment Achieving Prosperity, and central to that is jobs. There are two economic realities in America today. There's been a record 6 straight years of job growth, and new census numbers show incomes have increased at a record rate after years of stagnation. However, income inequality remains significant, and nearly half of Americans are living paycheck to paycheck. Beginning with you, Secretary Clinton, why are you a better choice than your opponent to create the kinds of jobs that will put more money into the pockets of American workers?
Well, thank you, Lester, and thanks to Hofstra for.
I chose this video, Alien, because I'm bored with today's news. did a show already today. I just watched the ICE protest. It was boring. And I think this is actually hilarious. So I kind of want to laugh and go back and forth with it. That's why I chose this one.
Good one. This is the good one.
This is a good one, bro. This is a good one.
Hosting us. The central question in this election is really what kind of country we want to be and what kind of future we'll build together. Today is my granddaughter's 2nd birthday, so I think about this a lot. First, we have to build an economy that works for everyone, not just those at the top. That means we need new jobs, good jobs, with rising incomes. I want us to invest in you. I want us to invest in your future. That means jobs in infrastructure, in advanced manufacturing, in innovation and technology, clean renewable energy, and small business, because most of the new jobs will come from small business. We also have to make the economy fairer. That starts with raising the national minimum wage and also guarantee, finally, equal pay for women's work. I also want to see more companies do profit sharing. If you help create the profits, you should be able to share in them, not just the executives at the top. And I want us to do more to support people who are struggling to balance family and work. I've heard from so many of you about the difficult choices you face and the stresses that you're under. So let's have paid family leave, earned sick days. Let's be sure we have affordable childcare and debt-free college. How are we going to do it? We're going to do it by having the wealthy pay their fair share and close the corporate loopholes. Finally, we tonight are on the stage.
This sounds like
Donald
Bill.
Donald, it's good to be with you. We're going to have a debate where we are talking about the important issues facing our country. You have to judge us. Who can shoulder the immense, awesome responsibilities of the presidency? Who can put into action the plans that will make your life better? I hope that I will be able to earn your vote on November 8th.
Secretary Clinton, thank you. Mr. Trump, the same question to you. It's about putting more money into the pockets of American workers. You have up to 2 minutes.
Thank you, Lester. Our jobs are fleeing the country. They're going to Mexico. They're going to many other countries. You look at what China is doing to our country in terms of making our product. They're devaluing their currency, and there's nobody in our government to fight them. And we have a very good fight, and we have a winning fight, because they're using our country as a piggy bank to rebuild China, and many other countries are doing the same thing. So we're losing our good jobs, so many of them. When you look at what's happening in Mexico, a friend of mine who builds plants said it's the 8th wonder of the world. They're building some of the biggest plants anywhere in the world, some of the most sophisticated, some of the best plants. With the United States, as he said, not so much. So Ford is leaving. You see that, their small car division leaving. Thousands of jobs, leaving Michigan, leaving Ohio. They're all leaving, and we can't allow it to happen anymore. As far as child care is concerned and so many other things, I think Hillary and I agree on that. We probably disagree a little bit as to numbers and amounts and what we're going to do, but perhaps we'll be talking about that later. But we have to stop our jobs from being stolen from us. We have to stop our companies from leaving the United States, and with it, firing all of their people. All you have to do is take a look at Carrier Air Conditioning in Indianapolis. They left, fired 1,400 people. They're going to Mexico. So many, hundreds and hundreds of companies are doing this. We cannot let it happen. Under my plan, I'll be reducing taxes tremendously, from 35% to 15% for companies, small and big businesses. That's going to be a job creator like we haven't seen since Ronald Reagan. It's going to be a beautiful thing to watch. Companies will come, they will build, they will expand, new companies will start, and I look very, very much forward to doing it. We have to renegotiate our trade deals, and we have to stop these countries from stealing our companies and our jobs.
Secretary Clinton, would you like to respond?
Well, I think that trade is an important issue. Of course, we are 5% of the world's population. We have to trade with the other 95%. And we need to have smart, fair trade deals. We also, though, need to have a tax system that rewards work and not just financial transactions. And the kind of plan that Donald has put forth would be trickle-down economics all over again. In fact, it would be the most extreme version, the biggest tax cuts for the top percent of the people in this country than we've ever had. I call it trumped up trickle down, because that's exactly what it would be. That is not how we grow the economy. We just have a different view about what's best for growing the economy, how we make investments that will actually produce jobs and rising incomes. I think we come at it from somewhat different perspectives. I understand that. You know, Donald was very fortunate in his life, and that's all to his benefit. He started his business with $14 million borrowed from his father, and he really believes that the more you help wealthy people, the better off we'll be, and that everything will work out from there. I don't buy that. I have a different experience. My father was a small businessman. He worked really hard. He printed drapery fabrics on long tables where he pulled out those fabrics and he went down with a silk screen and dumped the paint in and took the squeegee and kept going. And so what I believe is the more we can do for the middle class, the more we can invest in you, your education, your skills, your future, the better we will be off and the better we'll grow. That's the kind of economy I want us to see again.
Let me follow up with Mr. Trump if I can. You've talked about creating 25 million jobs, and you've promised to bring back millions of jobs for Americans. How are you going to bring back the industries that have left this country for cheaper labor overseas? How specifically are you going to tell American manufacturers that you have to come back?
Well, for one thing, and before we start on that, my father gave me a very small loan in 1975, and I built it into a company that's worth many, many billions of dollars with some of the greatest assets in the world. And I say that only because that's the kind of thinking that our country needs. Our country's in deep trouble. We don't know what we're doing when it comes to devaluations, and all of these countries all over the world, especially China, they're the best ever at it. What they're doing to us is a very, very sad thing. So we have to do that. We have to renegotiate our trade deals. And Lester, they're taking our jobs, they're giving incentives, they're doing things that, frankly, we don't do. Let me give you the example of Mexico. They have a VAT tax. We're in a different system. When we sell into Mexico, there's a tax. When they sell in automatic, 16% approximately. When they sell into us, there's no tax. It's a defective agreement. It's been defective for a long time, many years, but the politicians haven't done anything about it. Now, in all fairness to Secretary Clinton, yes, is that okay? Good. I want you to be very happy. It's very important. But in all fairness to Secretary Clinton, when she started talking about this, it was really very recently. She's been doing this for 30 years. And why hasn't she made the agreements better? The NAFTA agreement is defective just because of the tax and many other reasons, but just because of the fact.
Let me interrupt you a moment.
Secretary Clinton and others, politicians, should have been doing this for years, not right now because of the fact that we've created a movement. They should have been doing this for years. What's happened to our jobs and our country and our economy generally is, look, we owe $20 trillion. We cannot do it any longer, Lester.
Back to the question, though, how do you specifically bring back jobs, American manufacturers? How do you make them bring the jobs back?
Well, the first thing you do is don't let the jobs leave. The companies are leaving. I could name, there are thousands of them. They're leaving, and they're leaving in bigger numbers than ever. And what you do is you say, fine, you want to go to Mexico or some other country, good luck. We wish you a lot of luck. But if you think you're going to make your air conditioners or your cars or your cookies or whatever you make and bring them into our country without a tax, you're wrong. And once you say you're going to have to tax them coming in, and our politicians never do this because they have special interests, and the special interests want those companies to leave because in many cases they own the companies. So what I'm saying is we can stop them from leaving. We have to stop them from leaving. And that's a big, big factor.
Let me let Secretary Clinton get
Well,
there.
let's stop for a second and remember where we were 8 years ago. We had the worst financial crisis, the Great Recession, the worst since the 1930s. That was in large part because of tax policies that slashed taxes on the wealthy, failed to invest in the middle class, took their eyes off of Wall Street, and created a perfect storm. In fact, Donald was one of the people who rooted for the housing crisis. He said back in 2006, gee, I hope it does collapse because then I can go in and buy some and make some money. Well, it did collapse.
That's called business, by the way.
9 million people lost their jobs. 5 million people lost their homes, and $13 trillion in family wealth was wiped out. Now, we have come back from that abyss, and it has not been easy. So we're now on the precipice of having a potentially much better economy. But the last thing we need to do is to go back to the policies that failed us in the first place. Independent experts have looked at what I've proposed and looked at what Donald's proposed. And basically they've said this, that if his tax plan, which would blow up the debt by over $5 trillion and would in some instances disadvantage middle-class families compared to the wealthy, were to go into effect, we would lose 3.5 million jobs and maybe have another recession. They've looked at my plans and they've said, okay, if we can do this, and I intend to get it done, we will have 10 million more new jobs because we will be making investments where we can grow the economy. Take clean energy. Some country is going to be the clean energy superpower of the 21st century. Donald thinks that climate change is a hoax perpetrated by the Chinese. I think it's real.
I did not.
Science is real.
I do not say that.
And I think it's important that we grip this and deal with it both at home and abroad. And here's what we can do. We can deploy 500 million more solar panels. We can have enough clean energy to power every home. We can build a new modern electric grid. That's a lot of jobs. That's a lot of new economic activity. So I've tried to be very specific about what we can and should do. And I am determined that we're going to get the economy really moving again, building on the progress we've made over the last 8 years, but never going back to what got us in trouble in the first place.
Mr. Trump.
She talks about solar panels. We invested in a solar company, our country. That was a disaster. They lost plenty of money on that one. Now, look, I'm a great believer in all forms of energy, but we're putting a lot of people out of work. Our energy policies are a disaster. Our country is losing so much in terms of energy, in terms of paying off our debt. You can't do what you're looking to do with $20 trillion in debt. The Obama administration, from the time they've come in, is over 230 years worth of debt, and he's topped it. He's doubled it in a course of almost 8 years, 7.5 years to be semi-exact. So I will tell you this, we have to do a much better job at keeping our jobs. And we have to do a much better job at giving companies incentive to build new companies or to expand because they're not doing it. And all you have to do is look at Michigan and look at Ohio and look at all of these places where so many of their jobs and their companies are just leaving. They're gone. And Hillary, I just ask you this. You've been doing this for 30 years. Why are you just thinking about these solutions right now? For 30 years, you've been doing it, and now you're just starting to think of solutions.
Well, actually,
I will bring back jobs. You can't bring back jobs.
Well, actually, I have thought about this quite a bit.
Yeah, for 30 years.
I have, well, not quite that long. I think my husband did a pretty good job in the 1990s. I think a lot about what worked and how we can make it work again.
Well, he approved
3 million
NAFTA.
new jobs,
He approved
a balanced
NAFTA,
budget,
which is the single worst trade deal ever approved in this country.
Incomes went up for everybody. Manufacturing jobs went up also in the 1990s, if we're actually going to look at the facts. When I was in the Senate, I had a number of trade deals that came before me, And I held them all to the same test. Will they create jobs in America? Will they raise incomes in America? And are they good for our national security? Some of them I voted for. The biggest one, a multinational one known as CAFTA, I voted against. And because I hold the same standards as I look at all of these trade deals. But let's not assume that trade is the only challenge we have in the economy. I think it is a part of it, and I've said what I'm going to do. I'm going to have a special prosecutor. We're going to enforce the trade deals we have, and we're going to hold people accountable. When I was Secretary of State, we actually increased American exports globally 30%. We increased them to China 50%. So I know how to really work to get new jobs and to get exports that help to create more new jobs.
Well, you haven't done it in 30 years or 26 years.
Well, I've been a senator.
You haven't done it.
And
You haven't
I
done
have
it.
been a
And excuse
Secretary
me,
of State, and I have
Your
done
husband signed
a lot.
NAFTA, which was one of the worst things that ever happened
Well,
to the
that's your
manufacturing
opinion.
industry.
That is your
You go
opinion.
to New England, you go to Ohio, Pennsylvania, you go anywhere you want, Secretary Clinton, and you will see devastation where manufacturing is down 30, 40, sometimes 50%. NAFTA is the worst trade deal maybe ever signed anywhere, but certainly ever signed in this country. And now you want to approve Trans-Pacific Partnership. You were totally in favor of it. Then you heard what I was saying, how bad it is, and you said, I can't win that debate. But you know that if you did win, you would approve that, and that will be almost as bad as NAFTA. Nothing will ever top NAFTA.
That is just not accurate. I was against it once it was finally negotiated and the terms were laid out. I wrote about that in...
You called it the
I
gold
wrote about-
standard.
Well, I hope...
You called it the gold standard of trade
And
deals. You
you know
said it's
what?
the finest deal you've ever seen.
No.
And then you heard what I said about it, and all of a sudden you were against it.
Well, Donald, I know you live in your own reality, but
Oh, yeah.
that is not the facts. The facts are, I did say I hoped it would be a good deal, but when it was negotiated,
Not.
which I was not responsible for, I concluded it wasn't. I wrote about that.
So is it
in
President
my
Obama's
book
fault? Is it
before
President Obama's
you
fault?
even announced. Look, there
Secretary,
are
is it President Obama's fault?
There are
Because
different-
he's pushing it.
There are different views about what's good for our country, our economy, and our leadership in the world. And I think it's important to look at what we need to do to get the economy going again. That's why I said new jobs with rising incomes, investments, not in more tax cuts that would add $5 trillion to the debt.
But you have no plan.
Oh, I do.
Secretary,
In fact,
you
I
have no
written
plan.
a book about it. It's called Stronger Together. You can pick it up
That's
tomorrow
about all you-
Folks,
at
we're
the
gonna-
bookstore or at an airport near you.
We're going to move to...
But it's because I see this. We need to have strong growth, fair growth, sustained growth. We also have to look at how we help families balance the responsibilities at home and the responsibilities at business. So we have a very robust set of plans, and people who have looked at both of our plans have concluded that mine would create 10 million jobs and yours would lose us 3.5 million jobs and explode
You are
the
going
debt.
to approve one of
which
the
would
biggest tax
have
cuts
a
in
recession.
history. You are going to approve one of the biggest tax increases in history. You are going to drive business out. Your regulations are a disaster, and you're going to increase regulations all over the place. And by the way, my tax cut is the biggest since Ronald Reagan. I'm very proud of it. It will create tremendous numbers of new jobs. But regulations, you are going to regulate these businesses out of existence. When I go around, Lester, I tell you this, I've been all over. And when I go around, despite the tax cut, the things that business and people like the most is the fact that I'm cutting regulation. You have regulations on top of regulations, and new companies cannot form, and old companies are going out of business, and you want to increase the regulations and make them even worse. I'm going to cut regulations, but I'm going to cut taxes big league, and you're going to raise taxes big league. End of story.
Let me get you to pause right there, because we're going to move into the next segment. We're going to talk taxes.
That can't be left
Please
to
just
stand.
take 30 seconds. Then we're
I
going to go
kind
on.
of assumed that there would be a lot of these charges and claims. And so
Facts.
we have taken the homepage of my website, HillaryClinton.com, and we've turned it into a fact checker. So if you want to see in real time what the facts are, please go and take a look. Because
And
what
take a
I
look
have
at mine
proposed
also,
would
and you'll
not
see.
add a penny to the debt. and your plans would add $5 trillion to the debt. What I have proposed would cut regulations and streamline them for small businesses. What I have proposed would be paid for by raising taxes on the wealthy because they have made all the gains in the economy. And I think it's time that the wealthy and corporations paid their fair share to support this.
Well,
country.
you just opened the next segment.
Well, look, could I just finish? I think I should.
I'm going to
You
give
go to her
chance right here.
website
With the
and
new
you take a look at her
15-minute
website.
segment,
She's
it's
going to
on the-
raise taxes $1.3 trillion.
Mr. Trump,
and look at her website. You know what? It's no different than this. She's telling us how to fight ISIS. Just go to her website. She tells you how to fight ISIS on her website. I don't think General Douglas MacArthur would like that
All right,
too
the
much.
the next segment, we're continuing
Well,
the
at
subject
least
of
I have a plan to fight
achieving
ISIS.
prosperity.
No, you're telling the enemy everything you want to do.
No, we're not.
See, you're telling the enemy everything you
We're
want to do.
not.
No
We're
wonder
not
you've been fighting. No wonder you've been fighting ISIS your entire adult life.
Folks,
That's go to the fact checkers. Get
folks,
to work.
you are unpacking a lot here, and we're still on the issue of achieving prosperity. And I want to talk about taxes. The fundamental difference between the two of you concerns the wealthy. Secretary Clinton, you're calling for a tax increase in the wealthiest Americans. I'd like you to further defend that. And Mr. Trump, you're calling for tax cuts for the wealthy. I'd like you to defend that. And this next 2-minute answer goes to you, Mr. Trump.
Well, I'm really calling for major jobs because the wealthy are going to create tremendous jobs. They're going to expand their companies. They're going to do a tremendous job. I'm getting rid of the carried interest provision. And if you really look, it's not a tax. It's really not a great thing for the wealthy. It's a great thing for the middle class. It's a great thing for companies to expand. And when these people are going to put billions and billions of dollars into companies, and when they're going to bring $2.5 trillion back from overseas, where they can't bring the money back because politicians like Secretary Clinton won't allow them to bring the money back because the taxes are so onerous and the bureaucratic red tape. So what is so bad? So what they're doing is they're leaving our country, and they're, believe it or not, leaving because taxes are too high and because some of them have lots of money outside of our country, and instead of bringing it back and putting the money to work because they can't work out a deal to, and everybody agrees it should be brought back, instead of that, they're leaving our country to get their money because they can't bring their money back into our country because of bureaucratic red tape, because they can't get together, because we have a president that can't sit them around a table and get them to approve something. And here's the thing, Republicans and Democrats agree that this should be done. $2.5 trillion. I happen to think it's double that. It's probably $5 trillion that we can't bring into our country, Lester. And with a little leadership, you'd get it in here very quickly, and it could be put to use on the inner cities and lots of other things, and it would be beautiful. But we have no leadership. And honestly, that starts with Secretary Clinton.
All right, you have 2 minutes on the same question to defend tax increases on the wealthiest Americans, Secretary Clinton.
I have a feeling that by the end of this evening, I'm going to be blamed for everything that's ever happened.
Why not?
Why not? Yeah, why not? Just join the debate by saying more crazy things. Now, let me say,
there's nothing crazy about not letting our companies bring their money back into their country.
This is Secretary Clinton's 2 minutes, please.
Yeah, well, let's start the clock again, Lester. We've looked at your tax proposals. I don't see changes in the corporate tax rates or the kinds of proposals you're referring to that would cause the repatriation, bringing back of money that's stranded overseas. I happen to
then you didn't read it.
I happen to support that in a way that will actually work to our benefit. But when I look at what you have proposed, you have what is called now the Trump loophole, because it would so advantage you and the business you do. You've proposed an approach that has a $4 billion tax benefit for your family. And when you look at what you are proposing,
much for my family?
It is,
Lester,
as I said, trumped up trickle down. Trickle down did not work. It got us into the mess we were in 2008 and 9. Slashing taxes on the wealthy hasn't worked. And a lot of really smart, wealthy people know that. And they are saying, hey, we need to do more to make the contributions we should be making to rebuild the middle class. I don't think top down works in America. I think building the middle class, investing in the middle class, making college debt-free so more young people can get their education, helping people refinance their debt from college at a lower rate. Those are the kinds of things that will really boost the economy. Broad-based, inclusive growth is what we need in America, not more advantages for people at the very top.
Mr. Trump,
typical politician.
There's cause for celebration. Thanks.
All talk, no action. Sounds good, doesn't work, never going to happen. Our country is suffering because people like Secretary Clinton have made such bad decisions in terms of our jobs and in terms of what's going on. Now, look, we have the worst revival of an economy since the Great Depression. And believe me, we're in a bubble right now. And the only thing that looks good is the stock market. But if you raise interest rates even a little bit, that's going to come crashing down. We are in a big, fat, ugly bubble. And we better be awfully careful. And we have a Fed that's doing political things. This Janet Yellen of the Fed is doing political by keeping the interest rates at this level. And believe me, the day Obama goes off and he leaves and he goes out to the golf course for the rest of his life to play golf, when they raise interest rates, you're going to see some very bad things happen because the Fed is not doing their job. The Fed is being more political than Secretary Clinton.
Mr. Trump, we're talking about the burden that Americans have to pay, yet you have not released your tax returns. And the reason nominees have released their returns for decades is so that voters will know if their potential president owes money to, who owes it to, and any business conflicts. Don't Americans have a right to know if there are any conflicts of interest?
I don't mind releasing. I'm under a routine audit, and it'll be released. And as soon as the audit's finished, it'll be released. But you will learn more about Donald Trump by going down to the federal elections, where I filed a 104-page, essentially financial statement of sorts, the forms that they have. It shows income. In fact, the income, I just looked today, the income is filed at $694 million for this past year. $694 million. If you would have told me I was going to make that 15 or 20 years ago, I would have been very surprised. But that's the kind of thinking that our country needs. When we have a country that's doing so badly, that's being ripped off by every single country in the world, it's the kind of thinking that our country needs because everybody, Lester, we have a trade deficit with all of the countries that we do business with of almost $800 billion a year. You know what that is? That means who's negotiating these trade deals? We have people that are political hacks negotiating our trade deals.
The IRS says an audit of your taxes, you're perfectly free to release your taxes during an audit. And so the question, does the public's right to know outweigh your personal?
Well, I told you, I will release them as soon as the audit. Look, I've been under audit almost for 15 years. I know a lot of wealthy people that have never been audited. I said, do you get audited? I get audited almost every year. And in a way, I should be complaining. I'm not even complaining. I don't mind it. It's almost become a way of life. I get audited by the IRS, but other people don't. I will say this. We have a situation in this country that has to be taken care of. I will release my tax returns against my lawyer's wishes when she releases her 33,000 emails that have been deleted. As soon as she releases them, I will release my tax returns. And that's against my lawyers. They say, don't do it. I will tell you this. No, in fact, watching shows, reading the papers, almost every lawyer says, you don't release your returns until the audit's complete. When the audit's complete, I'll do it. But I would go against them if she releases her email.
So it's negotiable?
It's not negotiable. No, let her release the email. Why did she delete 33,000?
Well, I'll let her ask that, but let me just admonish the audience one more time. There was an agreement. We did ask you to be silent, so it would be helpful for us. Secretary Clinton.
Well, I think you've just seen another example of bait and switch here. For 40 years, everyone running for president has released their tax returns. You can go and see nearly, I think, 39, 40 years of our tax returns, but everyone has done it. We know the IRS has made clear there is no prohibition on releasing it when you're under audit. So you've got to ask yourself, why won't he release his tax returns? And I think there may be a couple of reasons. First, maybe he's not as rich as he says he is. Second, maybe he's not as charitable as he claims to be. Third, we don't know all of his business dealings, but we have been told through investigative reporting that he owes about $650 million to Wall Street and foreign banks. Or maybe he doesn't want the American people, all of you watching tonight, to know that he's paid nothing in federal taxes, because the only years that anybody's ever seen were a couple of years when he had to turn them over to state authorities when he was trying to get a casino license, and they showed he didn't pay any federal income tax. So if he's paid zero, that means zero for troops, zero for vets, zero for schools or health. And I think probably he's not all that enthusiastic about having the rest of our country see what the real reasons are, because it must be something really important, even terrible, that he's trying to hide. And the financial disclosure statement, they don't give you the tax rate. They don't give you all the details that tax returns would. And it just seems to me that this is something that the American people deserve to see. And I have no reason to believe that he's ever going to release his tax returns, because there's something he's hiding. And we'll guess. We'll keep guessing at what it might be that he's hiding. But I think the question is, were he ever to get near the White House, what would be those conflicts? Who does he owe money to? Well, he owes you the answers to that, and he should provide them.
He also raised the issue of your emails. Do you want to respond to that?
I do. You know, I made a mistake using a private email.
That's for sure.
And if I had to do it over again, I would obviously do it differently. But I'm not going to make any excuses. It was a mistake, and I take responsibility for that.
Mr. Trump?
That was more than a mistake. That was done purposely. Okay, that was not a mistake. That was done purposely. When you have your staff taking the Fifth Amendment, taking the Fifth, so they're not prosecuted. When you have the man that set up the illegal server taking the Fifth, I think it's disgraceful. And believe me, this country thinks it's disgraceful. It really thinks it's disgraceful also. As far as my tax returns, you don't learn that much from tax returns, that I can tell you. You learn a lot from financial disclosure, and you should go down and take a look at that. The other thing, I'm extremely underleveraged. The report that said 650, which, by the way, a lot of friends of mine that know my business said, boy, that's really not a lot of money. It's not a lot of money relative to what I had. The buildings that were in question, they said in the same report, which was actually wasn't even a bad story, to be honest with you, but the buildings are worth $3.9 billion. And the 650 isn't even on that, but it's not 650. It's much less than that. But I could give you a list of banks. I would, if that would help you, I would give you a list of banks. These are very fine institutions, very fine banks. I could do that very quickly. I am very underleveraged. I have a great company. I have a tremendous income. And the reason I say that is not in a braggadocious way. It's because it's about time that this country had somebody running it that has an idea about money. When we have $20 trillion in debt and our country's a mess, you know, it's one thing to have $20 trillion in debt and our roads are good and our bridges are good and everything's in great shape. Our airports are like from a third world country. You land at LaGuardia, you land at Kennedy, you land at LAX, you land at Newark, and you come in from Dubai and Qatar and you see these incredible, you come in from China, you see these incredible airports and you land, we become a third world country. So, the worst of all things has happened. We owe $20 trillion and we're a mess. We haven't even started. And we've spent $6 trillion in the Middle East, according to a report that I just saw, whether it's 6 or 5, but it looks like it's 6. $6 trillion in the Middle East. We could have rebuilt our country twice. And it's really a shame. And it's politicians like Secretary Clinton that have caused this problem. Our country has tremendous problems. We're a debtor nation, we're a serious debtor nation, and we have a country that needs new roads, new tunnels, new bridges, new airports, new schools, new hospitals. And we don't have the money because it's been squandered on so many of your ideas.
Let you
and
respond
maybe
and we'll
because you haven't paid any federal income tax for a lot of years. And the other thing I think is important.
It would be squandered too, believe me.
If your main claim to be president of the United States is your business, then I think we should talk about that. You know, your campaign manager said that you built a lot of businesses on the backs of little guys. And indeed, I have met a lot of the people who were stiffed by you and your businesses, Donald. I've met dishwashers, painters, architects, glass installers, marble installers, drapery installers, like my dad was, who you refused to pay when they finished the work that you asked them to do. We have an architect in the audience who designed one of your clubhouses at one of your golf courses. It's a beautiful facility. It immediately was put to use, and you wouldn't pay what the man needed to be paid, what he was charging you.
Maybe he didn't do a good job, and I was unsatisfied with his work, which our country should do too.
The thousands of people that you have stiffed over the course of your business not deserve some kind of apology from someone who has taken their labor, taken the goods that they produced, and then refused to pay them. I can only say that I'm certainly relieved that my late father never did business with you. He provided a good middle-class life for us, but the people he worked for, he expected the bargain to be kept on both sides. And when we talk about your business, you've taken business bankruptcy 6 times. There are a lot of great business people that have never taken bankruptcy once. You call yourself the king of debt. You talk about leverage. You even at one time suggested that you would try to negotiate down the national debt of the United States. Well, sometimes there's not a direct transfer of skills from business to government, but sometimes what happened in business would be really bad for government.
Let's let Mr.
And
Trump.
we need to be very clear about that.
Look, it's all words. It's all sound bites. I built an unbelievable company, some of the greatest assets anywhere in the world, real estate assets anywhere in the world, beyond the United States, in Europe, lots of different places. It's an unbelievable company. But on occasion, 4 times, we used certain laws that are there. And when Secretary Clinton talks about people that didn't get paid, first of all, they did get paid a lot, but taking advantage of the laws of the nation. Now, if you want to change the laws, you've been there a long time, change the laws. But I take advantage of the laws of the nation because I'm running a company. My obligation right now is to do well for myself, my family, my employees, for my companies. And that's what I do. But what she doesn't say is the tens of thousands of people that are unbelievably happy and that love me. I'll give you an example. We're just opening up on Pennsylvania Avenue, right next to the White House. So if I don't get there one way, I'm going to get to Pennsylvania Avenue another. But we're opening the old post office under budget, ahead of schedule, saved tremendous money. I'm a year ahead of schedule. And that's what this country should be doing. We build roads and they cost 2 and 3 and 4 times what they're supposed to cost. We buy products for our military and they come in at costs that are so far above what they were supposed to be because we don't have people that know what they're doing. When we look at the budget is bad to a large extent because we have people that have no idea as to what to do and how to buy. The Trump International is way under budget and way ahead of schedule. And we should be able to do that for our country.
We're well behind schedule, so I want to move to our next segment. We move into our next segment talking about America's direction, and let's start by talking about race. The share of Americans who say race relations are bad in this country is the highest it's been in decades, much of it amplified by shootings of African Americans by police, as we've seen recently in Charlotte and Tulsa. Race has been a big issue in this campaign, and one of you is going to have to bridge a very wide and bitter gap. So how do you heal the divide? Secretary Clinton, you get 2 minutes on this.
Well, you're right. Race remains a significant challenge in our country. Unfortunately, race still determines too much, often determines where people live, determines what kind of education in their public schools they can get, and yes, it determines how they're treated in the criminal justice system. We've just seen those 2 tragic examples in both Tulsa and Charlotte. And we've got to do several things at the same time. we have to restore trust between communities and the police. We have to work to make sure that our police are using the best training, the best techniques, that they're well prepared to use force only when necessary. Everyone should be respected by the law, and everyone should respect the law. Right now, that's not the case in a lot of our neighborhoods. So I have, ever since the first day of my campaign, called for criminal justice reform. I've laid out a platform that I think would begin to remedy some of the problems we have in the criminal justice system. But we also have to recognize, in addition to the challenges that we face with policing, there are so many good, brave police officers who equally want reform. So we have to bring communities together in order to begin working on that as a mutual goal. And we've got to get guns out of the hands of people who should not have them. The gun epidemic is the leading cause of death of young African American men, more than the next 9 causes put together. So we have to do 2 things, as I said. We have to restore trust. We have to work with the police. We have to make sure they respect the communities and the communities respect them. And we have to tackle the plague of gun violence, which is a big contributor to a lot of the problems that we're seeing today.
All right, Mr. Trump, you have 2 minutes. How do you heal the divide?
Well, first of all, Secretary Clinton doesn't want to use a couple of words, and that's law and order. And we need law and order. If we don't have it, we're not going to have a country. And when I look at what's going on in Charlotte, a city I love, a city where I have investments, when I look at what's going on throughout various parts of our country, whether it's, I mean, I can just keep naming them all day long. We need law and order in our country. And I just got today, as you know, the endorsement of the Fraternal Order of Police. We just came in. We have endorsements from, I think, almost every police group, a large percentage of them in the United States. We have a situation where we have our inner cities, African Americans, Hispanics, are living in hell because it's so dangerous. You walk down the street, you get shot. In Chicago, they've had thousands of shootings, thousands, since January 1st, thousands of shootings. And I'm saying, where is this? Is this a war-torn country? What are we doing? And we have to stop the violence. We have to bring back law and order in a place like Chicago, where thousands of people have been killed, thousands over the last number of years. In fact, almost 4,000 have been killed since Barack Obama became president. Almost 4,000 people in Chicago have been killed. We have to bring back law and order. Now, whether or not in a place like Chicago you do stop and frisk, which worked very well, Mayor Giuliani is here, it worked very well in New York. It brought the crime rate way down. But you take the gun away from criminals that shouldn't be having it. We have gangs roaming the street, and in many cases, they're illegally here, illegal immigrants, and they have guns, and they shoot people. And we have to be very strong, and we have to be very vigilant. We have to know what we're doing. Right now, our police, in many cases, are afraid to do anything. We have to protect our inner cities because African-American communities are being decimated by crime.
Your 2 minutes expired, but I do want to follow up. Stop and frisk was ruled unconstitutional in New York because it largely singled out Black and Hispanic young men.
No, you're wrong. It went before a judge who was a very against police judge. It was taken away from her, and our new mayor, refused to go forward with the case. They would have won an appeal. If you look at it throughout the country, there are many places.
The argument is that it's a form of racial profiling.
No, the argument is that we have to take the guns away from these people that have them and that are bad people that shouldn't have them. These are felons. These are people that are bad people that shouldn't be. When you have 3,000 shootings in Chicago from January 1st, when you have 4,000 people killed in Chicago by guns from the beginning of the presidency of Barack Obama, his hometown, you have to have stop and frisk. You need more police. You need a better community relation. You don't have good community relations in Chicago. It's terrible. I have property there. It's terrible what's going on in Chicago. But when you look, and Chicago's not the only, you go to Ferguson, you go to so many different places. You need better relationships. I agree with Secretary Clinton on this. You need better relationships between the communities and the police, because in some cases it's not good. But you look at Dallas, where the relationships were really studied. The relationships were really a beautiful thing. And then 5 police officers were killed one night very violently. So there's some bad things going on, some really bad things.
Secretary Clinton,
but we need, Lester, we need law and order. And we need law and order in the inner cities, because the people that are most affected by what's happening are African American and Hispanic people. And it's very unfair to them what our politicians are allowing to happen.
Secretary Clinton.
Well, I've heard Donald say this at his rallies, and it's really unfortunate that he paints such a dire, negative picture of Black communities in our country.
Ugh.
You know, the vibrancy of the Black church, the Black businesses that employ so many people, the opportunities that so many families are working to provide for their kids. There's a lot that we should be proud of and we should be supporting and lifting up. But we do always have to make sure we keep people safe. There are the right ways of doing it, and then there are ways that are ineffective. Stop and frisk was found to be unconstitutional, and in part because it was ineffective. It did not do what it needed to do. Now, I believe in community policing, and in fact, violent crime is 1/2 of what it was in 1991. Property crime is down 40%. We just don't want to see it creep back up. We've had 25 years of very good cooperation, but there were some problems, some unintended consequences. Too many young African American and Latino men ended up in jail for nonviolent offenses. And it's just a fact that if you're a young African American man and you do the same thing as a young white man, you are more likely to be arrested, charged, convicted, and incarcerated. So we've got to address the systemic racism in our criminal justice system. We cannot just say law and order. We have to say we have to come forward with a plan that is going to divert people from the criminal justice system, deal with mandatory minimum sentences, which have put too many people away for too long for doing too little. We need to have more second chance programs. I'm glad that we're ending private prisons in the federal system. I want to see them ended in the state system. You shouldn't have a profit motivation to fill prison cells with young Americans. So there are some positive ways we can work on this. And I believe strongly that common sense gun safety measures would assist us right now. And this is something Donald has supported along with the gun lobby. Right now, we've got too many military-style weapons on the streets. In a lot of places, our police are outgunned. We need comprehensive background checks, and we need to keep guns out of the hands of those who will do harm. And we finally need to pass a prohibition on anyone who's on the terrorist watch list from being able to buy a gun in our country. If you're too dangerous to fly, you are too dangerous to buy a gun. So there are things we can do, and we ought to do it in a bipartisan way.
Secretary Clinton, last week you said we've got to do everything possible to improve policing, to go right at implicit bias. Do you believe that police are implicitly biased against Black people?
Lester, I think implicit bias is a problem for everyone, not just police. I think, unfortunately, too many of us in our great country jump to conclusions about each other. And therefore, I think we need all of us to be asking hard questions about, why am I feeling this way? But when it comes to policing, since it can have literally fatal consequences, I have said in my first budget, we would put money into that budget to help us deal with implicit bias by retraining a lot of our police officers. I've met with a group of very distinguished, experienced police chiefs a few weeks ago. they admit it's an issue. They've got a lot of concerns. Mental health is one of the biggest concerns because now police are having to handle a lot of really difficult mental health problems on the street. They want support. They want more training. They want more assistance. And I think the federal government could be in a position where we would offer and provide that.
I'd like to respond.
Please.
First of all, I agree, and a lot of people, even within my own party, want to give certain rights to people on watch lists and no-fly lists. I agree with you. When a person is on a watch list or a no-fly list, and I have the endorsement of the NRA, which I'm very proud of. These are very, very good people, and they're protecting the Second Amendment. But I think we have to look very strongly at no-fly lists and watch lists. And when people are on there, even if they shouldn't be on there, we'll help them. We'll help them legally. We'll help them get off. But I tend to agree with that quite strongly. I do want to bring up the fact that you were the one that brought up the word super predator about young black youth. And that's a term that I think was it's been horribly met, as you know. I think you've apologized for it. But I think it was a terrible thing to say. And when it comes to stop and frisk, you're talking about taking guns away. Well, I'm talking about taking guns away from gangs and people that use them. And I really don't think you disagree with me on this, if you want to know the truth. I think maybe there's a political reason why you can't say it, but I really don't believe. In New York City, stop and frisk, we had 2,200 murders, and stop and frisk brought it down to 500 murders. 500 murders is a lot of murders. Hard to believe. 500 is like supposed to be good. But we went from 2,200 to 500. And it was continued on by Mayor Bloomberg, and it was terminated by current mayor. But stop and frisk had a tremendous impact on the safety of New York City, tremendous beyond belief. So when you say it has no impact, it really did. It had a very, very big impact.
Well, it's also fair to say, if we're going to talk about mayors, that under the current mayor, crime has continued to drop, including murders. So there is.
You're wrong.
No, I'm not.
Murders are up. All right, you check.
New York has done an excellent job, and I give credit. I give credit across the board, going back to mayors, to police chiefs, because it has worked, and other communities need to come together to do what will work as well. Look, one murder is too many, but it is important that we learn about what has been effective and not go to things that sound good that really did not have the kind of impact that we would want. Who disagrees with keeping neighborhoods safe? But let's also add, no one should disagree about respecting the rights of young men who live in those neighborhoods. And so we need to do a better job of working again with the communities, faith communities, business communities, as well as the police, to try to deal with this problem.
This conversation is about race. And so, Mr. Trump, I have to ask you.
But I'd like to just respond, if I might.
Please, 20 seconds.
I'd just like to respond.
Please respond, then I've got to follow up.
Look, the African-American community has been let down by our politicians. They talk good around election time, like right now. And after the election, they said, see you later. I'll see you in 4 years. The African-American community, look, the community within the inner cities has been so badly treated. They've been abused and used in order to get votes by Democrat politicians, because that's what it is. They've controlled these communities for up to 100 years.
Mr. Trump,
unbroken. And I will tell you, you look at the inner cities, and I just left Detroit, and I just left Philadelphia, and I just, you've seen me. I've been all over the place. You decided to stay home, and that's okay. But I will tell you, I've been all over, and I've met some of the greatest people I'll ever meet within these communities, and they are very, very upset with what their politicians have told them and what their politicians have done.
Mr. Trump,
I think Donald just criticized me for preparing for this debate. And yes, I did. And you know what else I prepared for? I prepared to be president. And I think that's a good thing.
Kroger always gives you more ways to save, like low prices in every aisle. Plus, you can clip and save more.
Mr. Trump, for 5 years, you perpetuated a false claim that the nation's first black president was not a natural-born citizen. You questioned his legitimacy. In the last couple of weeks, you acknowledged what most Americans have accepted for years: the president was born in the United States. Can you tell us what took you so long?
I'll tell you just very simple to say. Sidney Blumenthal works for the campaign and very close friend of Secretary Clinton. And her campaign manager, Patty Doyle, went to, during the campaign, her campaign against President Obama, fought very hard. And you can go look it up and you can check it out. And if you look at CNN this past week, Patty Solis Doyle was on Wolf Blitzer saying that this happened. Blumenthal sent McClatchy, highly respected reporter at McClatchy, to Kenya to find out about it. They were pressing it very hard. She failed to get the birth certificate. When I got involved, I didn't fail. I got him to give the birth certificate. So I'm satisfied with it. And I'll tell you why I'm satisfied with it.
That was
because I want to get on to defeating ISIS, because I want to get on to creating jobs, because I want to get on to having a strong border, because I want to get on to things that are very important to me and that are very important to the country.
I will let you respond. It's important, but I just want to get the answer here. The birth certificate was produced in 2011. You continued to tell the story and question the president's legitimacy in 2012, 13, 14, 15, as recently as January. So the question is, what changed your mind?
Well, nobody was pressing it. Nobody was caring much about it. I figured you'd ask the question tonight, of course, but nobody was caring much about it. But I was the one that got him to produce the birth certificate, and I think I did a good job. Secretary Clinton also fought it. I mean, you know, now everybody in mainstream is going to say, oh, that's not true. Look, it's true. Sidney Blumenthal sent a reporter. You just have to take a look at CNN last week, the interview with your former campaign manager, and she was involved
again.
But just like she can't bring back jobs, she can't produce.
I'm sorry, I'm just going to follow up, and I will let you respond to that because there's a lot there. But we're talking about racial healing in this segment. What do you say to Americans?
Well, it was I say nothing. I say nothing because I was able to get him to produce it. He should have produced it a long time before. I say nothing. But let me just tell you, when you talk about healing, I think that I've developed very, very good relationships over the last little while with the African-American community. I think you can see that. And I feel that they really wanted me to come to that conclusion. And I think I did a great job and a great service, not only for the country, but even for the president in getting him to produce his birth certificate.
Secretary Clinton.
Well, just listen to what you heard. And clearly, as Donald just admitted, he knew he was going to stand on this debate stage and Lester Holt was going to be asking us questions. So he tried to put the whole racist birther lie to bed. But it can't be dismissed that easily. He has really started his political activity based on this racist lie that our first black president was not an American citizen. There was absolutely no evidence for it, but he persisted. He persisted year after year because some of his supporters, people that he was trying to bring into his fold, apparently believed it or wanted to believe it. But remember, Donald started his career back in 1973 being sued by the Justice Department for racial discrimination because he would not rent apartments in one of his developments to African Americans, and he made sure that the people who worked for him understood that was the policy. He actually was sued twice by the Justice Department. So he has a long record of engaging in racist behavior. And the birther lie was a very hurtful one. You know, Barack Obama is a man of great dignity. And I could tell how much it bothered him and annoyed him that this was being touted and used against him. But I like to remember what Michelle Obama said in her amazing speech at our Democratic National Convention. When they go low, we go high. And Barack Obama went high, despite Donald Trump's best efforts to bring him down.
Mr. Trump, you can respond, then we're going to move on
I
to
would
the next
love to
segment.
respond. First of all, I got to watch in preparing for this some of your debates against Barack Obama. You treated him with terrible disrespect. And I watched the way you talk now about how lovely everything is and how wonderful you are. It doesn't work that way. You were after him. You were trying to. You even sent out, or your campaign sent out, pictures of him in a certain garb. Very famous pictures. I don't think you can deny that. But just last week, your campaign manager said it was true. So when you try to act holier than thou, it really doesn't work. It really doesn't. Now, as far as the lawsuit, yes, when I was very young, I went into my father's company, had a real estate company in Brooklyn and Queens, and we, along with many, many other companies throughout the country, it was a federal lawsuit, were sued. We settled the suit with no admission of guilt. It was very easy to do, but they sued many people. I notice you bring that up a lot. And, I also noticed the very nasty commercials that you do on me in so many different ways, which I don't do on you. Maybe I'm trying to save the money. But frankly, I look at that and I say, isn't that amazing? Because I settled that lawsuit with no admission of guilt. But that was a lawsuit brought against many real estate firms. And it's just one of those things. I'll go on one step further. In Palm Beach, Florida, tough community, a brilliant community, a wealthy community, probably the wealthiest community there is in the world. I opened a club and really got great credit for it. No discrimination against African Americans, against Muslims, against anybody. And it's a tremendously successful club, and I'm so glad I did it. And I have been given great credit for what I did, and I'm very, very proud of it. And that's the way I feel. That is the true way I feel.
Our next segment is called Securing America. We want to start with a 21st century war happening every day in this country. Our institutions are under cyber attack, and our secrets are being stolen. So my question is, who's behind it, and how do we fight it? Secretary Clinton, this answer goes to you.
Well, I think cybersecurity, cyber warfare will be one of the biggest challenges facing the next president, because clearly we're facing at this point two different kinds of adversaries. There are the independent hacking groups that do it mostly for commercial reasons, to try to steal information that they then can use to make money. But increasingly, we are seeing cyber attacks coming from states, organs of states. The most recent and troubling of these has been Russia. There's no doubt now that Russia has used cyber attacks against all kinds of organizations in our country, and I am deeply concerned about this. I know Donald's very praiseworthy of Vladimir Putin, but Putin is playing a really tough, long game here. And one of the things he's done is to let loose cyber attackers to hack into government files, to hack into personal files, hack into the Democratic National Committee. And we recently have learned that, that this is one of their preferred methods of trying to wreak havoc and collect information. We need to make it very clear, whether it's Russia, China, Iran, or anybody else, the United States has much greater capacity. And we are not going to sit idly by and permit state actors to go after our information, our private sector information or our public sector information. And we're going to have to make it clear that we don't want to use the kinds of tools that we have. We don't want to engage in a different kind of warfare, but we will defend the citizens of this country. And the Russians need to understand that. I think they've been treating it as almost a probing. How far would we go? How much would we do? And that's why I was so shocked when Donald publicly invited Putin to hack into Americans. That is just unacceptable. It's one of the reasons why 50 national security officials who served in Republican in administration have said that Donald is unfit to be the commander in chief. It's comments like that that really worry people who understand the threats that we face.
Mr. Trump, you have 2 minutes in the same question. Who's behind it? How do we fight
I do want to say that I was just endorsed, and more are coming next week. It'll be over 200 admirals, many of them are here, admirals and generals endorsed me to lead this country. That just happened, and many more are coming. And I'm very proud of it. In addition, I was just endorsed by ICE. They've never endorsed anybody before on immigration. I was just endorsed by ICE. I was just recently endorsed 16,500 Border Patrol agents. So when Secretary Clinton talks about this, I mean, I'll take the admirals and I'll take the generals any day over the political hacks that I see that have led our country so brilliantly over the last 10 years with their knowledge, okay? Because look at the mess that we're in. Look at the mess that we're in. As far as the cyber, I agree to parts of what Secretary Clinton said. We should be better than anybody else, and perhaps we're not. I don't think anybody knows it was Russia that broke into the DNC. She's saying Russia, 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 but maybe it was. I mean, it could be Russia, but it could also be China. It could also be lots of other people. It also could be somebody sitting on their bed that weighs 400 pounds, okay? You don't know who broke in to DNC, but what did we learn with DNC? We learned that Bernie Sanders was taken advantage of by your people, by Debbie Wasserman Schultz. Look what happened to her. But Bernie Sanders was taken advantage of. That's what we learned. Now, whether that was Russia, whether that was China, whether it was another country, we don't know. Because the truth is, under President Obama, we've lost control of things that we used to have control over. We came in with the internet. We came up with the internet. And I think Secretary Clinton and myself would agree very much. When you look at what ISIS is doing with the internet, they're beating us at our own game, ISIS. So we have to get very, very tough on cyber and cyber warfare. It is a huge problem. I have a son. He's 10 years old. He has computers. He is so good with these computers. It's unbelievable. The security aspect of cyber is very, very tough, and maybe it's hardly doable. But I will say we are not doing the job we should be doing. But that's true throughout our whole governmental society. We have so many things that we have to do better, Lester, and certainly cyber is one of them.
Secretary Clinton.
Well, I think there are a number of issues that we should be addressing. I have put forth a plan to defeat ISIS. It does involve going after them online. I think we need to do much more with our tech companies to prevent ISIS and their operatives from being able to use the internet to radicalize, even direct people in our country and Europe and elsewhere. But we also have to intensify our air strikes against ISIS and eventually support our Arab and Kurdish partners to be able to actually take out ISIS in Raqqa and their claim of being a caliphate. We're making progress. Our military is assisting in Iraq, and we're hoping that within the year we'll be able to push ISIS out of Iraq and then, really squeeze them in Syria. But we have to be cognizant of the fact that they've had foreign fighters coming to volunteer for them, foreign money, foreign weapons. So we have to make this the top priority. And I would also do everything possible to take out their leadership. I was involved in a number of efforts to take out al-Qaeda leadership when I was Secretary of State, including, of course, taking out bin Laden. And I think we need to go after Baghdadi as well, make that one of our organizing principles, because we've got to defeat ISIS and we've got to do everything we can to disrupt their propaganda efforts online.
You mentioned ISIS, and we think of ISIS certainly as over there, but there are American citizens who have been inspired to commit acts of terror on American soil. The latest incident, of course, the bombings we just saw in New York and New Jersey, the knife attack at a mall in Minnesota, and the last year, deadly attacks in San Bernardino and Orlando. I'll ask this to both of you. Tell us specifically how you would prevent homegrown attacks by American citizens, Mr. Trump.
Well, first I have to say one thing, very important. Secretary Clinton is talking about taking out ISIS. We will take out ISIS. Well, President Obama and Secretary Clinton created a vacuum the way they got out of Iraq, because they got out, they shouldn't have been in, but once they got in, the way they got out was a disaster, and ISIS was formed. So she talks about taking them out. She's been doing it a long time. She's been trying to take them out for a long time. But they wouldn't have even been formed if they left some troops behind. like 10,000 or maybe something more than that. And then you wouldn't have had them. Or, as I've been saying for a long time, and I think you'll agree because I said it to you once, had we taken the oil, and we should have taken the oil, ISIS would not have been able to form either because the oil was their primary source of income. And now they have the oil all over the place, including the oil, a lot of the oil in Libya, which was another one of her disasters.
Secretary Clinton.
Well, I hope the fact checkers are turning up the volume and really working hard. Donald supported the invasion of Iraq.
Wrong.
That is absolutely
wrong.
Proved over and over again.
Wrong.
He actually advocated for the actions we took in Libya and urged that Gaddafi be taken out after actually doing some business with him one time. But the larger point, he says this constantly, is George W. Bush made the agreement about when American troops would leave Iraq, not Barack Obama. And the only way that American troops could have stayed in Iraq is to get an agreement from the then Iraqi government that would have protected our troops. And the Iraqi government would not give that. But let's talk about the question you asked, Lester. The question you asked is, what do we do here in the United States? That's the most important part of this. How do we prevent attacks? How do we protect our people? And I think we've got to have an intelligence surge where we are looking for every scrap of information. I was so proud of law enforcement in New York, in Minnesota, in New Jersey. You know, they responded so quickly, so professionally to the attacks that occurred by Rahami. And they brought him down. And we may find out more information because he is still alive, which may prove to be an intelligence benefit. So we've got to do everything we can to vacuum up intelligence from Europe, from the Middle East. That means we've got to work more closely with our allies. And that's something that Donald has been very dismissive of. We're working with NATO, the longest military alliance in the history of the world, to really turn our attention to terrorism. We're working with our friends in the Middle East, many of which, as you know, are Muslim majority nations. Donald has consistently insulted Muslims abroad, Muslims at home, when we need to be cooperating with Muslim nations and with the American Muslim community. They're on the front lines. They can provide information to us that we might not get anywhere else. They need to have close working cooperation with law enforcement in these communities, not be alienated and pushed away, as some of Donald's rhetoric, unfortunately, has led to.
Mr.
Well, I'd have to respond.
Please respond.
The secretary said very strongly about working with. We've been working with them for many years. And we have the greatest mess anyone's ever seen. You look at the Middle East, it's a total mess, under your direction to a large extent. But you look at the Middle East, you started the Iran deal. That's another beauty, where you have a country that was ready to fall. I mean, they were doing so badly. They were choking on the sanctions, and now they're going to be actually probably a major power at some point pretty soon, the way they're going. But when you look at NATO, I was asked on a major show, what do you think of NATO? Now, you have to understand, I'm a business person. I did really well, but I have common sense. And I said, well, I'll tell you, I haven't given lots of thought to NATO, but two things. Number one, the 28 countries of NATO, many of them aren't paying their fair share. Number two, and that bothers me because we should be, yes, we're defending them and they should at least be paying us what they're supposed to be paying by treaty and contract. And number two, I said, and very strongly, NATO could be obsolete because, and I was very strong on this, and it was actually covered very accurately in the New York Times, which is unusual for the New York Times, to be honest. But I said, they do not focus on terror. And I was very strong, and I said it numerous times. And about 4 months ago, I read on the front page of the Wall Street Journal that NATO is opening up a major terror division. And I think that's great. And I think we should get, because we pay approximately 73% of the cost of NATO. It's a lot of money to protect other people. But I'm all for NATO. But I said they have to focus on terror also. And they're going to do that. And that was, believe me, I'm sure I'm not going to get credit for it, but that was largely because of what I was saying and my criticism of NATO. I think we have to get NATO to go into the Middle East with us in addition to surrounding nations, and we have to knock the hell out of ISIS, and we have to do it fast. When ISIS formed in this vacuum created by Barack Obama and Secretary Clinton, and believe me, you were the ones that took out the troops. Not only that, you named the day. They couldn't believe it. They sat back probably and said, I can't believe it. They said, no, wait a minute.
We've covered
when they formed, this is something that never should have happened. It should have never happened. Now, you're talking about taking out ISIS, but you were there and you were Secretary of State when it was a little infant. Now it's in over 30 countries. And you're going to stop them? I don't think so.
Mr. Trump, a lot of these are judgment questions. You had supported the war in Iraq before the invasion. What makes your judgment?
I did not support the war in Iraq.
2002.
That is a mainstream media nonsense put out by her because she, frankly, I think the best person in her campaign is mainstream media.
My question is, since you
would you like to
supported
hear?
it, why is your
war. Wait a minute. I was against the war in Iraq, just so you put it out.
The record shows otherwise.
The record does not show that.
Why is your judgment?
The record shows that I'm right. When I did an interview with Howard Stern, very lightly, first time anyone's asked me that, I said, very lightly, I don't know, maybe, who knows, essentially. I then did an interview with Neil Cavuto. We talked about the economy is more important. I then spoke to Sean Hannity, which everybody refuses to call Sean Hannity. I had numerous conversations with Sean Hannity at Fox, and Sean Hannity said, and he called me the other day, and I spoke to him about it. He said, you were totally against the war because he was for the war.
Why is your judgment better than...
And that was before the war started. Sean Hannity said very strongly to me and other people, he's willing to say, but nobody wants to call him, I was against the war. He said, you used to have fights with me because Sean was in favor of the war. And I understand that side also, not very much, because we should have never been there. But nobody called Sean Hannity. And then they did an article in a major magazine shortly after the war started, I think in 2004, but they did an article which had me totally against the war in Iraq. And one of your compatriots said, you know, whether it was before or right after, Trump was definitely, because if you read this article, there's no doubt. But if somebody, and I'll ask the press, if somebody would call up Sean Hannity, this was before the war started, he and I used to have arguments about the war. I said it's a terrible and a stupid thing. It's going to destabilize the Middle East, and that's exactly what it's done. It's been a disaster.
My reference was to what you had said in 2002, and my question was, why is your judgment any different than Mrs. Clinton?
Well, I have much better judgment than she does. There's no question about that. I also have a much better temperament than she has. You know, I have a much better. She spent, let me tell you, she spent hundreds of millions of dollars on an advertising. You know, they get Madison Avenue into a room, they put names. Oh, temperament, let's go after. I think my strongest asset, maybe by far, is my temperament. I have a winning temperament. I know how to win. She does not know how to win.
Clinton.
Wait, the AFL-CIO the other day, behind the blue screen, I don't know who you were talking to, Secretary Clinton, but you were totally out of control. I said, there's a person with a temperament that's got a problem.
Secretary Clinton.
Woo, okay.
Oh, wow.
Let's talk about two important issues that were briefly mentioned by Donald. First, NATO. You know, NATO as a military alliance has something called Article 5, and basically it says this: an attack on one is an attack on all. And do you know the only time it's ever been invoked? After 9/11, when the 28 nations of NATO said that they would go to Afghanistan with us to fight terrorism, something that they still are doing by our side. With respect to Iran, when I became Secretary of State, Iran was weeks away from having enough nuclear material to form a bomb. They had mastered the nuclear fuel cycle under the Bush administration. They had built covert facilities. They had stocked them with centrifuges that were whirling away. And we had sanctioned them. I voted for every sanction against Iran when I was in the Senate, but it wasn't enough. So I spent a year and a half putting together a coalition that included Russia and China to impose the toughest sanctions on Iran. And we did drive them to the negotiating table. And my successor, John Kerry, and President Obama got a deal that put a lid on Iran's nuclear program without firing a single shot. That's diplomacy. That's coalition building. That's working with other nations. The other day, I saw Donald saying that there were some Iranian sailors on a ship in the waters off of Iran, and they were taunting American sailors who were on a nearby ship. He said, you know, if they taunted our sailors, I'd blow them out of the water and start another war. That would not good judgment. That is not the right temperament to be commander in chief, to be taunted. And the worst part of what we've heard Donald say has been about nuclear weapons. He has said repeatedly that he didn't care if other nations got nuclear weapons, Japan, South Korea, even Saudi Arabia. It has been the policy of the United States, Democrats and Republicans, to do everything we could to reduce the proliferation of nuclear weapons. He even said, well, you know, if there were nuclear war in the East Asia, well, you know, that's fine. You know, have a good time, folks. And in fact, his cavalier attitude about nuclear weapons is so deeply troubling. That is the #1 threat we face in the world, and it becomes particularly threatening if terrorists ever get their hands on any nuclear material. So a man who can be provoked by a tweet should not have his fingers anywhere near the nuclear codes, as far as I think anyone with any sense about this should be concerned.
That line's getting a little bit old, I must say. Listen,
it's a good one, though.
I would like to,
well describes the problem.
It's not an accurate one at all. It's not an accurate one. So I just want to give a lot of things and just to respond. I agree with her on one thing. The single greatest problem the world has is nuclear armament, nuclear weapons, not global warming like you think and your president thinks. Nuclear is the single greatest threat. Just to go down the list, we defend Japan, we defend Germany, we defend South Korea, we defend Saudi Arabia, we defend countries. They do not pay us what they should be paying us because we are providing tremendous service and we're losing a fortune. That's why we're losing. We lose on everything. I say, who makes these? We lose on everything. Well, I said that it's very possible that if they don't pay a fair share, because this isn't 40 years ago where we could do what we're doing. We can't defend Japan, a behemoth selling us cars by the million.
We need to move on.
Wait, but it's very important. All I said was they may have to defend themselves or they have to help us out. We're a country that owes $20 trillion. They have to help us out. As far as the nuclear is concerned, I agree. It is the single greatest threat that this country has.
Which leads my next question as we enter our last segment here still on the subject of securing America. On nuclear weapons, President Obama reportedly considered changing the nation's longstanding policy on first use. Do you support the current policy? Mr. Trump, you have 2 minutes on that.
Well, I have to say that, for what Secretary Clinton was saying about nuclear with Russia, she's very cavalier in the way she talks about various countries. But Russia has been expanding. They have a much newer capability than we do. We have not been updating from the new standpoint. I looked the other night, I was seeing B-52s. They're old enough that your father, your grandfather could be flying them. We are not keeping up with other countries. I would like everybody to end it, just get rid of it. But I would certainly not do first strike. I think that once the nuclear alternative happens, it's over. At the same time, we have to be prepared. I can't take anything off the table because you look at some of these countries, you look at North Korea, we're doing nothing there. China should solve that problem for us. China should go into North Korea. China is totally powerful as it relates to North Korea. And by the way, another one powerful is the worst deal I think I've ever seen negotiated that you started is the Iran deal. Iran is one of their biggest trading partners. Iran has power over North Korea. And when they made that horrible deal with Iran, they should have included the fact that they do something with respect to North Korea. And they should have done something with respect to Yemen and all these other places. And when asked to Secretary Kerry, why didn't you do that? Why didn't you add other things into the deal? One of the great giveaways of all time, including $400 million in cash. Nobody's ever seen that before. That turned out to be wrong. It was actually $1.7 billion in cash. Obviously, I guess for the hostages, it certainly looks that way. So you say to yourself, why didn't they make the right deal? This is one of the worst deals ever made by any country in history. The deal with Iran will lead to nuclear problems. All they have to do is sit back 10 years, and they don't have to do much, and they're going to end up getting nuclear. I met with Bibi Netanyahu the other day. Believe me, he is not a happy camper.
All right, Mrs. Clinton, Secretary Clinton. Clinton, you have 2 minutes.
Let me start by saying words matter. Words matter when you run for president, and they really matter when you are president. And I want to reassure our allies in Japan and South Korea and elsewhere that we have mutual defense treaties and we will honor them. It is essential that America's word be good. And so I know that this campaign has caused some questioning and some worries on the part of many leaders across the globe. I've talked with a number of them, but I want to, on behalf of myself, and I think on behalf of a majority of the American people, say that, our word is good. It's also important that we look at the entire global situation. There's no doubt that we have other problems with Iran, but personally, I'd rather deal with the other problems having put that lid on their nuclear program than still to be facing that. And Donald never tells you what he would do. Would he have started a war? Would he have bombed Iran? If he's going to criticize a deal that has been very successful in giving us access to Iranian facilities that we never had before, then he should tell us what his alternative would be. But it's like his plan to defeat ISIS. He says it's a secret plan, but the only secret is that he has no plan. So we need to be more precise in how we talk about these issues. People around the world follow our presidential campaigns so closely, trying to get hints about what we will do. Can they rely on us? Are we going to lead the world with strength and in accordance with our values? That's what I intend to do. I intend to be a leader of our country that people can count on, both here at home and around the world, to make decisions that will further peace and prosperity, but also stand up to bullies, whether they're abroad or at home. We cannot let those who would try to destabilize the world, to interfere with American interests and security, to be given any opportunities at all.
Is expired.
Let's do one thing I'd like to say.
Very quickly.
I will go very quickly, but I will tell you that Hillary will tell you to go to her website and read all about how to defeat ISIS, which she could have defeated by never having it, get going in the first place. Right now, it's getting tougher and tougher to defeat them because they're in more and more places, more and more states, more and more nations.
Mr. Trump.
And it's a big problem. And as far as Japan is concerned, I want to help all of our allies. But we are losing billions and billions of dollars. We cannot be the policeman of the world. We cannot protect countries all over the world where they're not paying us what we need.
We have just a few final
questions. She doesn't say that because she's got no business ability. We need heart. We need a lot of things, but you have to have some basic ability. And sadly, she doesn't have that. All of the things that she's talking about could have been taken care of during the last 10 years, let's say, while she had great power, but they weren't taken care of. And if she ever wins this race, they won't be taken care of.
Mr. Trump, this year, Secretary Clinton became the first woman nominated for president by a major party. Earlier this month, you said she doesn't have, quote, a presidential look. She's standing here right now. What did you mean by that?
She doesn't have the look. She doesn't have the stamina. I said she doesn't have the stamina. And I don't believe she does have the stamina.
She looks psycho right
of this country.
Right now,
you need tremendous stamina.
The quote was, I just don't think she has a
wait a minute, Leslie, you asked me a question. Did you ask me a question? You have to be able to negotiate our trade deals. You have to be able to negotiate, that's right, with Japan, with Saudi Arabia. I mean, can you imagine we're defending Saudi Arabia And with all of the money they have, we're defending them and they're not paying. All you have to do is speak to them. Wait, you have so many different things you have to be able to do. And I don't believe that Hillary has the stamina.
Let's let her respond.
Well, as soon as he travels to countries and negotiates a peace deal, a ceasefire, a release of dissidents, an opening of new opportunities in nations around the world, or even spends 11 hours testifying in front of a congressional committee, he can talk to me about stamina.
The world, let me tell you, Hillary has experience, but it's bad experience. We have made so many bad deals during the last, so she's got experience, that I agree, but it's bad experience. Whether it's the Iran deal that you're so in love with, where we gave them $150 billion back, whether it's the Iran deal, whether it's anything you could name, you almost can't name a good deal. I agree. She's got experience, but it's bad experience. And this country can't afford to have another 4 years of that kind of experience.
We are at the final question.
One thing,
Very
Lester,
quickly,
is, you know, he tried to switch from looks to stamina. But this is a man who has called women pigs, slobs, and dogs, and someone who has said pregnancy is an inconvenience to employers, who has said women don't deserve equal pay unless they do as good a job as men. And one of the worst things he said was about a woman in a beauty contest. He loves beauty contests, supporting them and hanging around them. And he called this woman Miss Piggy. Then he called her Miss Housekeeping because she was Latina. Donald, she has a name.
Where did you find
her
this?
name
Where
is
did you find
Alicia
this?
Machado.
Where did you find
and
it?
she has become a U.S. citizen, and you can bet she's going to vote this November.
Okay, good. Let me just tell you.
Cry about it, dude. This is why we voted for him. The next one's even better than this one.
Mr. Trump, if you could take 10 seconds and then we have the final question.
Hillary is hitting me with tremendous commercials. Some of it said in entertainment. Some of it said somebody who's been very vicious to me, Rosie O'Donnell. I said very tough things to her, and I think everybody would agree that she deserves it, and nobody feels sorry for her. But you want to know the truth? I was going to say something extremely rough to Hillary, to her family, and I said to myself, I can't do it. I just can't do it. It's inappropriate. It's not nice. But she spent hundreds of millions of dollars on negative ads on me, many of which are absolutely untrue. They're untrue and they're misrepresentations. And I will tell you this, Lester, it's not nice, and I don't deserve that. But it's certainly not a nice thing that she's done. It's hundreds of millions of ads. And the only gratifying thing is I saw the polls come in today. And with all of that money, over $200 million is spent, and I'm either winning or tied, and I've spent practically nothing.
One of you will not win this election. So my final question to you tonight, are you willing to accept the outcome as the will of the voters? Secretary Clinton?
Well, I support our democracy. And sometimes you win, sometimes you lose. But I certainly will support the outcome of this election. And I know Donald's trying very hard to plant doubts about it, but I hope the people out there understand this election's really up to you. It's not about us so much as it is about you and your families and the kind of country and future you want. So I sure hope you will get out and vote as though your future depended on it, because I think it does.
Mr. Trump, very quickly, the same question. Will you accept the outcome as the will of the voters?
I want to make America great again. We are a nation that is seriously troubled. We're losing our jobs. People are pouring in to our country. The other day, we were deporting 800 people, and perhaps they passed the wrong button, they pressed the wrong button, or perhaps, worse than that, it was corruption. But these people that we were going to deport for good reason ended up becoming citizens. And it was 800, and now it turns out it might be 1,800, and they don't even know.
Will you accept the outcome
here's the story. I want to make America great again. I'm going to be able to do it. I don't believe Hillary will. The answer is, if she wins, I will absolutely support her.
All right. Well, that is going to do it for us. That concludes Our debate for this evening, a spirited one. We covered a lot of ground, not everything, as I suspected we would. The next presidential debates are scheduled for October 9th at Washington University in St. Louis.
That was such a good debate. I'm glad that we watched that one. Now it's time. I want to like just say he hit pretty much every single talking point that we are talking about today. Everything. Now, this was the Donald Trump that was the businessman, not the politician. You could tell as we watch, we'll watch the next one and then we'll watch the Biden one or whatever, because they're only an hour and a half. They're quick. You'll see this is the best one of them all. And if you watch, you'll see the progression of it all. It's obvious. You can pick apart the lies, the truth, and what's going on today. And a lot of it makes sense, especially the old ones. Especially the old ones. Sorry, I picked the wrong one. Hold on, guys. All right, let's go. There it is, second one. Boom. This is the one where he roasts her. This one he does better than even the last one, in my opinion. Let's go.
Thank you very much for being here. We're going to begin with a question from one of the members in our town hall. Each of you will have 2 minutes to respond to this question. Secretary Clinton, you won the coin toss, so you'll go first. Our first question comes from Patrice Brock. Patrice?
Thank you and good evening. The last presidential debate could have been rated as MA, mature audiences, per TV parental guidelines. Knowing that educators assign viewing the presidential debates as students' homework, do you feel you are modeling appropriate and positive behavior for today's youth?
Well, thank you. Are you a teacher? Yes, I think that that's a very good question, because I've heard from lots of teachers and parents about some of their concerns about some of the things that are being said and done in this campaign. And I think it is very important for us to make clear to our children that our country really is great because we're good. And we are going to respect one another, lift each other up. We are going to be looking for ways to celebrate our diversity. And we are going to try to reach out to every boy and girl, as well as every adult, to bring them in to working on behalf of our country. I have a very positive and optimistic view about what we can do together. That's why the slogan of my campaign is Stronger Together. Because I think if we work together, if we overcome the divisiveness that sometimes sets Americans against one another, and instead we make some big goals, and I've set forth some big goals, getting the economy to work for everyone, not just those at the top, making sure that we have the best education system from preschool through college and making it affordable, and so much else. If we set those goals and we go together to try to achieve them, there's nothing, in my opinion, that America can't do. So that's why I hope that we will come together in this campaign. Obviously, I'm hoping to earn your vote. I'm hoping to be elected in November. And I can promise you, I will work with every American. I want to be the president for all Americans, regardless of your political beliefs, where you come from, what you look like, your religion. I want us to heal our country and bring it together, because that's, I think, the best way for us to get the future that our children and our grandchildren deserve.
Secretary Clinton, thank you. Mr. Trump, you have 2 minutes.
Well, I actually agree with that. I agree with everything she said. I began this campaign because I was so tired of seeing such foolish things happen to our country. This is a great country. This is a great land. I've gotten to know the people of the country over the last year and a half that I've been doing this as a politician. I cannot believe I'm saying that about myself, but I guess I have been a politician. And my whole concept was to make America great again. When I watch the deals being made, when I watch what's happening with some horrible things like Obamacare, where your health insurance and healthcare is going up by numbers that are astronomical, 68%, 59%, 71%. When I look at the Iran deal and how bad a deal it is for us, it's a one-sided transaction where we're giving back $150 billion.
Maya, you're talking
state,
like
really
you know
the
what
number
you're
one.
talking about. You're 4 years off. You're literally 4 years off. You don't even know what you're talking about. What about the kids? Just so you know that when Joe Biden was president in 2024 alone, before Trump became president, 300,000 kids went missing trying to cross the border. That's a fact, not an opinion. Go look it up. US.gov, Congress.com. Go look it up for yourself.
Terrorist state. We've made them a strong country from really a very weak country just 3 years ago. When I look at all of the things that I see and all of the potential that our country has, we have such tremendous potential, whether it's in business and trade, where we're doing so badly. Last year, we had an almost $800 billion trade deficit. In other words, trading with other countries, we had an $800 billion deficit. It's hard to believe, inconceivable. You say, who's making these deals? We're going to make great trade deals. We're going to have a strong border. We're going to bring back law and order. Just today, policeman was shot, 2 killed, and this is happening on a weekly basis.
You should probably watch the channel more, because you would see how many kids are being recovered every single day. That's something you don't even know about, because all you do is whine and cry. You don't even know about what's actually happening.
We have to bring back respect to law enforcement. At the same time, we have to take care of people on all sides. We need justice. But I want to do things that haven't been done, including fixing and making our inner cities better for the African-American citizens that are so great, and for the Latinos, Hispanics. And I look forward to doing it. It's called Make America Great Again.
Thank you, Mr. Trump. The question from Patrice was about, are you both modeling positive and appropriate behaviors for today's youth? We received a lot of questions online, Mr. Trump, about the tape that was released on Friday. As you can imagine, you called what you said locker room banter. You described kissing women without consent, grabbing their genitals. That is sexual assault. You bragged that you have sexually assaulted women. Do you understand that?
No, I didn't say that at all. I don't think you understood what was said. This was locker room talk. I'm not proud of it. I apologize to my family. I apologize to the American people. Certainly, I'm not proud of it. But this is locker room talk. You know, when we have a world where you have ISIS chopping off heads, where you have, and frankly, drowning people in steel cages, where you have wars and horrible, horrible sights all over, where you have so many bad things happening. This is like medieval times. We haven't seen anything like this, the carnage all over the world. And they look and they see. Can you imagine the people that are frankly doing so well against us with ISIS? And they look at our country and they see what's going on. Yes, I'm very embarrassed by it. I hate it, but it's locker room talk, and it's one of those things. I will knock the hell out of ISIS. We're going to defeat ISIS. ISIS happened a number of years ago in a vacuum that was left because of bad judgment. And I will tell you, I will take care of ISIS.
So, Mr.
And
Trump,
we should get on to much more important things and much bigger things.
just for the record, though, are you saying that what you said on that bus 11 years ago, that you did not actually kiss women without consent or grope women without consent?
I have great respect for women. Nobody has more respect for women than I do.
So for the record, you're saying you never did that?
I said things that, frankly, you hear these things I said, and I was embarrassed by it, but I have tremendous respect for women.
Have you ever done those
women
things?
Have respect for me. And I will tell you, no, I have not. And I will tell you that I'm going to make our country safe. We're going to have borders in our country, which we don't have now. People are pouring into our country, and they're coming in from the Middle East and other places. We're going to make America safe again. We're going to make America great again, but we're going to make America safe again. And we're going to make America wealthy again, because if you don't do that, it sounds harsh to say, but we have to build up the wealth of our nation. Right now, other nations are taking our jobs and they're taking our wealth.
Thank you, Mr.
And
Trump.
that's what I want to talk about.
Secretary Clinton, do you want to respond?
Well, like everyone else, I've spent a lot of time thinking over the last 48 hours about what we heard and saw. You know, with prior Republican nominees for president, I disagreed with them on politics, policies, principles, but I never questioned their fitness to serve. Donald Trump is different. I said starting back in June that he was not fit to be president and commander-in-chief. And many Republicans and independents have said the same thing. What we all saw and heard on Friday was Donald talking about women, what he thinks about women, what he does to women. And he has said that the video doesn't represent who he is. But I think it's clear to anyone who heard it that it represents exactly who he is. Because we've seen this throughout the campaign. We have seen him insult women. We've seen him rate women on their appearance, ranking them from 1 to 10. We've seen him embarrass women on TV and on Twitter. We saw him after the first debate spend nearly a week denigrating a former Miss Universe in the harshest, most personal terms. So, yes, this is who Donald Trump is. But it's not only women, and it's not only this video that raises questions about his fitness to be our president, because he has also targeted immigrants, African Americans, Latinos, people with disabilities, POWs, Muslims, and so many others. So this is who Donald Trump is. And the question for us, the question our country must answer, is that this is not who we are. That's why, to go back to your question, I want to send a message, we all should, to every boy and girl, and indeed to the entire world, that America already is great, but we are great because we are good. And we will respect one another, and we will work with one another, and we will celebrate our diversity. These are very important values to me, because this is the America that I know and love. And I can pledge to you tonight that this is the America that I will serve if I'm so fortunate enough to become your president.
And we want to get to some questions
Well, am I
from
allowed to
online.
respond to that? I assume I am.
Yes, you can respond to that.
It's just words, folks. It's just words. Those words, I've been hearing them for many years. I heard them when they were running for the Senate in New York, where Hillary was going to bring back jobs to upstate New York, and she failed. I've heard them where Hillary is constantly talking about the inner cities of our country, which are a disaster, education-wise, job-wise, safety-wise, in every way possible. I'm going to help the African Americans. I'm going to help the Latinos, Hispanics. I am going to help the inner cities. She's done a terrible job for the African Americans. She wants their vote, and she does nothing, and then she comes back 4 years later. We saw that firsthand when she was a United States Senator. She campaigned where the primary part of her campaign.
I want to get to audience questions and online questions.
So she's allowed to do that, but I'm not allowed to respond.
You're going to get to
Sounds fair.
respond right now.
That sounds fair.
This tape is generating intense interest. In just 48 hours, it's become the single most talked about story of the entire 2016 election on Facebook, with millions and millions of people discussing it on the social network. As we said a moment ago, we do want to bring in questions from voters around the country via social media, and our first stays on this topic. Jeff from Ohio asks on Facebook, Trump says the campaign has changed him. When did that happen? So, Mr. Trump, let me add to that. When you walked off that bus at age 59, were you a different man, or did that behavior continue until just recently? And you have 2 minutes for this.
As I told you, that was locker room talk. I'm not proud of it. I am a person who has great respect for people, for my family, for the people of this country, and certainly I'm not proud of it. But that was something that happened. If you look at Bill Clinton, far worse, minor words, and his was action. His was what he's done to women. There's never been anybody in the history of politics in this nation that's been so abusive to women. So you can say any way you want to say it, but Bill Clinton was abusive to women. Hillary Clinton attacked those same women and attacked them viciously. 4 of them are here tonight. One of the women, who is a wonderful woman, at 12 years old, was raped at 12. Her client, she represented, got him off, and she's seen laughing on 2 separate occasions, laughing at the girl who was raped. Kathy Shelton, that young woman, is here with us tonight. So don't tell me about words. I apologize for those words, but it is things that people say. But what President Clinton did, he was impeached. He lost his license to practice law. He had to pay an $850,000 fine to one of the women, Paula Jones, who's also here tonight. And I will tell you that when Hillary brings up a point like that, and she talks about words that I said 11 years ago, I think it's disgraceful, and I think she should be ashamed of herself, if you want to know the truth.
Right now at Roush Honda, you can get great prices and payments on hundreds of new Hondas. Get amazing deals across our full lineup.
Can we please hold the applause? Secretary Clinton, you have 2 minutes.
Well, first, let me start by saying that so much of what he's just said is not right, but he gets to run his campaign any way he chooses. He gets to decide what he wants to talk about. Instead of answering people's questions, talking about our agenda, laying out the plans that we have that we think can make a better life and a better country, that's his choice. When I hear something like that, I am reminded of what my friend Michelle Obama advised us all. When they go low, you go high. And look, if this were just about one video, maybe what he's saying tonight would be understandable. But everyone can draw their own conclusions at this point about whether or not the man in the video or the man on the stage respects women. But he never apologizes for anything to anyone. He never apologized to Mr. and Mrs. Khan, the Gold Star family, whose son, Captain Khan, died in the line of duty in Iraq, and Donald insulted and attacked them for weeks over their religion. He never apologized to the distinguished federal judge who was born in Indiana, but Donald said he couldn't be trusted to be a judge because his parents were, quote, Mexican. He never apologized to the reporter that he mimicked and mocked on national television and our children were watching. And he never apologized for the racist lie that President Obama was not born in the United States of America. He owes the president an apology. He owes our country an apology. And he needs to take responsibility for his actions and his words.
Well, you owe the president an apology because, as you know very well, your campaign, Sidney Blumenthal, he's another real winner that you have. And he's the one that got this started along with your campaign manager. And they were on television just 2 weeks ago. She was saying exactly that. So you really owe him an apology. You're the one that sent the pictures around your campaign, sent the pictures around with President Obama in a certain garb. That was long before I was ever involved. So you actually owe an apology. Number 2, Michelle Obama. I've gotten to see the commercials that they did on you. And I've gotten to see some of the most vicious commercials I've ever seen of Michelle Obama talking about you, Hillary. So you talk about friend, go back and take a look at those commercials. A race where you lost, fair and square, unlike the Bernie Sanders race where you won, but not fair and square, in my opinion. And all you have to do is take a look at WikiLeaks and just see what they said about Bernie Sanders and see what Deborah Wasserman Schultz had in mind, because Bernie Sanders, between superdelegates and Deborah Wasserman Schultz, he never had a chance. And I was so surprised to see him sign on with the devil. But when you talk about apology, I think the one that you should really be apologizing for, and the thing that you should be apologizing for, are the 33,000 emails that you deleted and that you acid washed. And then the 2 boxes of emails and other things last week that were taken from an office and are now missing. And I'll tell you what, I didn't think I'd say this, but I'm going to say it. And I hate to say it, but if I win, I am going to instruct my Attorney General to get a special prosecutor to look into your situation, because there has never been so many lies, so much deception. There has never been anything like it. And we're going to have a special prosecutor. When I speak, I go out and speak. The people of this country are furious. In my opinion, the people that have been long-term workers at the FBI are furious. There has never been anything like this, where emails and you get a subpoena, and after getting the subpoena, you delete 33,000 emails, and then you acid wash them or bleach them, as you would say, a very expensive process. So we're going to get a special prosecutor, and we're going to look into it, because you know what? People have been, their lives have been destroyed for doing 1/5 of what you've done, and it's a disgrace. And honestly, you ought to be ashamed of yourself.
Secretary Clinton, I want to follow up on that. I'm going to let you talk about emails.
Because everything he just said is absolutely false, but I'm not surprised. In the first debate,
And the audience needs to calm down here.
I told people that it would be impossible to be fact.
I'm sorry, did you not hear the audience? Everybody knew she was full of crap. He just roasted her, and the whole entire audience went, oh, when she called him a liar. Everybody knew it back then. She was not fooling anybody, bro. You got to remember that the DNC and the RNC and all that was right around that time. That's when Seth Rich went missing. That's when Bernie Sanders dropped out. Nobody liked her, bro. Nobody liked her. She had already screwed Bernie. She had already fucking lied to the whole country. She had already had these scandals. She's already been going through it.
Checking Donald all the time. I'd never get to talk about anything I want to do and how we're going to really make lives better for people. So once again, go to HillaryClinton.com. We have literally Trump. You can fact check him in real time. Last time at the first debate, we had millions.
Whoever the dyke that says shut up, go make me a sandwich, woman. Go make me a sandwich. You shut up.
Fact checking. So I expect we'll have millions more fact checking because, you know, it is. It's just awfully good that someone with the temperament of Donald Trump is not in charge of the law in our country.
Because you'd be in jail.
Secretary Clinton.
We want to remind the audience.
And are now missing. And I'll tell you what, I didn't think I'd say this, but I'm going to say it. And I hate to say it. But if I win, I am going to instruct my Attorney General to get a special prosecutor to look into your situation, because there has never been so many lies, so much deception. There has never been anything like it. And we're going to have a special prosecutor. When I speak, I go out and speak. The people of this country are furious. In my opinion, the people that have been long-term workers at the FBI are furious. There has never been anything like this, where emails and you get a subpoena, and after getting the subpoena, you delete 33,000 emails, and then you acid wash them or bleach them, as you would say, a very expensive process. So we're going to get a special prosecutor, and we're going to look into it, because you know what? People have been, their lives have been destroyed for doing 1/5 of what you've done, and it's a disgrace. And honestly, you ought to be ashamed of yourself.
Secretary Clinton, I want to follow up on that. I'm going to let you talk about emails.
Because everything he just said is absolutely false, but I'm not surprised. Really? In the first debate,
the audience needs to calm down here.
I told people that it would be impossible to be fact-checking Donald all the time. I'd never get to talk about anything I want to do and how we're going to really make lives better for people. So once again, go to HillaryClinton.com. We have literally Trump. You can fact check him in real time. Last time at the first debate, we had millions of people fact checking. So I expect we'll have millions more fact checking because, you know, it's just awfully good that someone with the temperament of Donald Trump is not in charge of the law in our country.
Because you'd be in jail.
Secretary Clinton.
We want to remind the audience to please not talk out loud. Please do not applaud. You're just wasting time.
And Secretary Clinton, I do want to follow up on emails. You've said your handling of your emails was a mistake. You disagreed with FBI Director James Comey, calling your handling of classified information, quote, extremely careless. The FBI said that there were 110 classified emails that were exchanged, 8 of which were top secret, and that it was possible hostile actors did gain access to those emails. You don't call that extremely careless?
Well, Martha, first let me say, and I've said it before, but I'll repeat it because I want everyone to hear it. That was a mistake, and I take responsibility for using a personal email account. Obviously, if I were to do it over again, I would not. I'm not making any excuses. It was a mistake, and I am very sorry about that. But I think it's also important to point out where there are some misleading accusations from critics and others. After a year-long investigation, there is no evidence that anyone hacked the server I was using, and there is no evidence that anyone can point to at all, anyone who says otherwise has no basis, that any classified material ended up in the wrong hands. I take classified materials very seriously, and always have. When I was on the Senate Armed Services Committee, I was privy to a lot of classified material. Obviously, as Secretary of State, I had some of the most important secrets that we possess, such as going after bin Laden. So I am very committed to taking classified information seriously. And as I said, there is no evidence that any classified information ended up in the wrong hands.
Okay, we're going to move on.
And yet, she didn't know the letter C on a document, right? She didn't even know what that letter meant. You know, it's amazing. I'm watching Hillary go over facts, and she's going after fact after fact, and she's lying again because she said what she did with emails was fine. You think it was fine to delete 33,000 emails? I don't think so. She said the 33,000 emails had to do with her daughter's wedding, number one, and a yoga class. Well, maybe we'll give 3 or 4 or 5 or something. 33,000 emails deleted. And now she's saying there wasn't anything wrong. And more importantly, that was after getting a subpoena. That wasn't before. That was after. She got it from the United States Congress. And I'll be honest, I am so disappointed in congressmen, including Republicans, for allowing this to happen. Our Justice Department, where her husband goes onto the back of an airplane for 39 minutes, talks to the Attorney General days before a ruling is going to be made on her case. But for you to say that there was nothing wrong with you deleting 39,000 emails, again, you should be ashamed of yourself, what you did. And this is after getting a subpoena from the United States Congress.
We have to move on. Secretary Clinton, you can respond, and then we got to move on.
We want to give the audience a chance
put
here.
in jail, let alone after getting a subpoena from the United States
Secretary
Congress.
Clinton, you can respond, then we have to move on to an audience question.
Look, it's just not true. And so please
you didn't delete them?
Allow her to respond, please.
Personal emails, not official.
33,000?
Well, we turned over 35,000. So
it was. What about the other 15,000?
Please allow her to respond. She didn't talk while you talked.
Yes, that's true. I didn't. And
you
I
have
didn't
nothing
in
to
the
say.
first debate. And I'm going to try not to in this debate because I'd like to get to the questions that the people have brought here tonight to talk to us about.
And get off this question.
Okay, Donald, I know you're into big diversion tonight, anything to avoid talking about your campaign and the way it's exploding and the way Republicans are leaving you. But let's at least focus on some of the issues that people care about tonight. Let's get to their questions.
We have a question here from Ken Karpowitz. He has a question about health care. Ken?
I'd like to know, Anderson, why aren't you bringing up the emails? I'd like to know. Why aren't you
We brought up the
bottom?
emails.
No, it hasn't. It hasn't. And it hasn't been finished at all.
Ken Karpowitz has a question.
It's nice to 1 on 3.
Thank you. Affordable Care Act, known as Obamacare, it is not affordable. Premiums have gone up, deductibles have gone up, co-pays have gone up, prescriptions have gone up, and the coverage has gone down. What will you do to bring the costs down and make coverage better?
That first one goes to Secretary
Thank
Clinton
you.
because you started out the last one to the audience.
If he wants to start, he can start.
This-
No, go ahead, Donald.
No, I'm a gentleman, Hillary. Go ahead.
Secretary Clinton?
Well, I think Donald was about to say he's going to solve it by repealing it and getting rid of the Affordable Care Act. And I'm going to fix it because I agree with you. Premiums have gotten too high, co-pays, deductibles, prescription drug costs. And I've laid out a series of actions that we can take to try to get those costs down. But here's what I don't want people to forget when we're talking about reining in the costs, which has to be the highest priority of the next president. When the Affordable Care Act passed, it wasn't just that 20 million people got insurance who didn't have it before, but that in and of itself was a good thing. I meet these people all the time, and they tell me what a difference having that insurance meant to them and their families. But everybody else, the 170 million of us who get health insurance through our employers, got big benefits. Number one, insurance companies can't deny you coverage because of a pre-existing condition. Number two, no lifetime limits, which is a big deal if you have serious health problems. Number three, women can't be charged more than men for our health insurance, which is the way it used to be before the Affordable Care Act. Number four, if you're under 26 and your parents have a policy, you can be on that policy until the age of 26, something that didn't happen before. So I want very much to save what works and is good about the Affordable Care Act. But we've got to get costs down. We've got to provide some additional help to small businesses so that they can afford to provide health insurance. But if we repeal it, as Donald has proposed, and start over again, all of those benefits I just mentioned are lost to everybody, not just people who get their health insurance on the exchange. And then we would have to start all over again. Right now, we are at 90% health insurance coverage. That's the highest we've ever been in our country.
Secretary Clinton,
So I
your time's
want us
up.
to get to 100%, but get costs down and keep quality up.
Mr. Trump, you have 2 minutes.
It is such a great question, and it's maybe the question I get almost more than anything else outside of defense. Obamacare is a disaster. You know it. We all know it. It's going up at numbers that nobody's ever seen worldwide. Nobody's ever seen numbers like this for healthcare. It's only getting worse. In 17, it implodes by itself. Their method of fixing it is to go back and ask Congress for more money, more and more money. We have right now almost $20 trillion in debt. Obamacare will never work. It's very bad health insurance, far too expensive. And not only expensive for the person that has it, unbelievably expensive for our country. It's going to be one of the biggest line items very shortly. We have to repeal it and replace it with something absolutely much less expensive and something that works, where your plan can actually be tailored. We have to get rid of the lines around the state, artificial lines, where we stop insurance companies from coming in and competing because they wanted, President Obama and whoever was working on it, they want to leave those lines because that gives the insurance companies essentially monopolies. We want competition. You will have the finest health care plan there is. She wants to go to a single payer plan, which would be a disaster, somewhat similar to Canada. And if you ever notice, the Canadians, when they need a big operation, when something happens, they come into the United States in many cases because their system is so slow. It's catastrophic in certain ways. But she wants to go to single payer, which means the government basically rules everything. Hillary Clinton has been after this for years. Obamacare was the first step. Obamacare is a total disaster. And not only are your rates going up by numbers that nobody's ever believed, but your deductibles are going up so that unless you get hit by a truck, you're never going to be able to use it.
Mr. Trump,
It
your
is
time.
a disastrous plan, and it has to be repealed and replaced.
Secretary Clinton, let me follow up with you. Your husband called Obamacare, quote, the craziest thing in the world, saying that small business owners are getting killed as premiums double, coverage is cut in half. Was he mistaken, or was his mistake simply telling the truth?
No, I mean, he clarified what he meant, and it's very clear. Look, we are in a situation in our country where if we were to start all over again, we might come up with a different system. But we have an employer-based system. That's where the vast majority of people get their health care. And the Affordable Care Act was meant to try to fill the gap between people who were too poor and couldn't put together any resources to afford health care, namely people on Medicaid. Obviously, Medicare, which is a single-payer system, which takes care of our elderly and does a great job doing it, by the way. And then all the people who were employed, but people who were working but didn't have the money to afford insurance and didn't have anybody, an employer or anybody else to help them. That was the slot that the Obamacare approach was to take. And like I say, 20 million people now have health insurance. So if we just rip it up and throw it away, what Donald's not telling you is we just turn it back to the insurance companies the way it used to be. And that means the insurance companies get to do pretty much whatever they want, including saying, look, I'm sorry, you've got diabetes, you had cancer, your child has asthma.
Your time is up.
You may not be able to have insurance because you can't afford it. So let's fix what's broken about it, but let's not throw it away and give it all back to the insurance companies. And
let me follow up with you, Mr.
That's not going to work.
Mr. Trump, let me follow up on this.
Just one thing. First of all, Hillary, everything's broken about it, everything. Number two, Bernie Sanders said that Hillary Clinton has very bad judgment. This is a perfect example of it, trying to save Obamacare, which is...
You've said you want to end Obamacare. You've said you want to end Obamacare. You've also said you want to make coverage accessible for people with pre-existing conditions. How do you force insurance companies to do that if you're no longer mandating that every American get insurance?
You're going to have plans.
What does that mean?
Well, I'll tell you what it means. You're going to have plans that are so good because we're going to have so much competition in the insurance industry once we break out the lines and allow the competition to come.
Are you going to have a mandate that Americans have to have health insurance?
President Obama, by keeping those lines, the boundary lines around each state, and it was almost gone until just very toward the end of the passage of Obamacare, which, by the way, was a fraud. You know that because Jonathan Gruber, the architect of Obamacare, he said it was a great lie. It was a big lie. President Obama said you keep your doctor, you keep your plan. The whole thing was a fraud, and it doesn't work. But when we get rid of those lines, you will have competition, and we will be able to keep pre-existing. We'll also be able to help people that don't have money because we are going to have people protected. And Republicans feel this way, believe it or not, and strongly this way. We're going to block grant into the states. We're going to block grant into Medicaid into the states so that we will be able to take care of people without the necessary funds to take care of themselves.
Thank you, Mr. Trump.
We now go to Gorba Hamid with a question for both candidates.
Hi. There are 3.3 million Muslims in the United States, and I'm one of them. You've mentioned working with Muslim nations, but with Islamophobia on the rise, how will you help people like me deal with the consequences of being labeled as a threat to the country after the election is over?
Mr. Trump, you're first.
Well, you're right about Islamophobia, and that's a shame. But one thing we have to do is we have to make sure that, because there is a problem. I mean, whether we like it or not, and we can be very politically correct, but whether we like it or not, there is a problem. And we have to be sure that Muslims come in and report when they see something going on. When they see hatred going on, they have to report it. As an example, in San Bernardino, many people saw the bombs all over the apartment of the two people that killed 14 and wounded many, many people, horribly wounded. They'll never be the same. Muslims have to report the problems when they see them. And, you know, there's always a reason for everything. If they don't do that, it's a very difficult situation for our country. Because you look at Orlando, and you look at San Bernardino, and you look at the World Trade Center, go outside, you look at Paris, look at that horrible, these are radical Islamic terrorists. And she won't even mention the word.
Man, you guys are so young. Do you remember the Orlando Pulse and what he's talking about right now? San Bernardino with the terrorists that went into the school and then they ended up pulling them over and having that. Do you guys remember these things? Do you remember the Pulse night club and how the police had all the doors locked and everything was barricaded and it was just an open fire, and there was so many crisis actors. And you guys remember that stuff and the attack on the officers in Texas when Obama was president? This is what he's talking about.
And nor will President Obama. He won't use the term radical Islamic terrorism. Now, to solve a problem, you have to be able to state what the problem is, or at least say the name. She won't say the name, and President Obama won't say the name, but the name is there. It's radical Islamic terror. And before you solve it, you have to say the name.
Secretary Clinton.
Well, thank you for asking your question. And I've heard this question from a lot of Muslim Americans across our country.
It's just like saying, like, he's nailing it. Say it right. If you're gonna say, you know, no, they're illegals, not immigrants. Immigrants come here legally. Illegals come here illegally. I think it's pretty obvious.
Country, because unfortunately, there's been a lot of very divisive, dark things said about Muslims. And even someone like Captain Khan, the young man who sacrificed himself defending our country in the United States Army, has been subject to attack by Donald. I want to say just a couple of things. First, we've had Muslims in America since George Washington. And we've had many successful Muslims. We just lost a particularly well-known one with Muhammad Ali.
I am not afraid. I was born to do this.
My vision of America is an America where everyone has a place. If you're willing to work hard, you do your part, you contribute to the community. That's what America is. That's what we want America to be for our children and our grandchildren. It's also very short-sighted and even dangerous to be engaging in the kind of demagogic rhetoric that Donald has about Muslims. We need American Muslims to be part of our eyes and ears on our front lines. I've worked with a lot of different Muslim groups around America. I've met with a lot of them, and I've heard how important it is for them to feel that they are wanted and included and part of our country, part of our homeland security, and that's what I want to see. It's also important, I intend to defeat ISIS, to do so in a coalition with majority Muslim nations. Right now, a lot of those nations are hearing what Donald says and wondering, why should we cooperate with the Americans? And this is a gift to ISIS and the terrorists, violent jihadist terrorists. We are not at war with Islam. And it is a mistake, and it plays into the hands of the terrorists to act as though we are. So I want a country where citizens like you and your family are just as welcome as anyone else.
Thank you, Secretary Clinton. Mr. Trump, in December, you said this: Donald J. Trump is calling for a total and complete shutdown of Muslims entering the United States until our country's representatives can figure out what the hell is going on. We have no choice. We have no choice. Your running mate said this week that the Muslim ban is no longer your position. Is that correct? And if it is, was it a mistake to have a religious test?
First of all, Captain Khan is an American hero. And if I were president at that time, he would be alive today, because unlike her, who voted for the war without knowing what she was doing, I would not have had our people in Iraq. Iraq was a disaster. So he would have been alive today. The Muslim ban is something that in some form has morphed into a extreme vetting from certain areas of the world. Hillary Clinton wants to allow.
And why did it morph into that? No, did you? No, answer the question.
Why
Do
don't
you
you
still
interrupt
believe?
her? You
I
interrupt
do.
me all the time. Why don't you
Would you
interrupt her?
please explain whether or not the Muslim ban still stands?
It's called extreme vetting. We are going to areas like Syria where they're coming in by the tens of thousands because of Barack Obama, and Hillary Clinton wants to allow a 550% increase over Obama. People are coming into our country like we have no idea who they are, where they're from, what their feelings about our country is, and she wants 550% more. This is going to be the great Trojan horse of all time. We have enough problems in this country. I believe in building safe zones. I believe in having other people pay for them. As an example, the Gulf states who are not carrying their weight, but they have nothing but money, and take care of people. But I don't want to have, with all the problems this country has and all of the problems that you see going on, hundreds of thousands of people coming in from Syria when we know nothing about them. We know nothing about their values, and we know nothing about their love for our country.
And Secretary Clinton, let me ask you about that, because you have asked for an increase from 10 to 65,000 Syrian refugees. We know you want tougher vetting. That's not a perfect system. So why take the risk of having those refugees come into the country?
Well, first of all, I will not let anyone into our country that I think poses a risk to us. But there are a lot of refugees, women and children. Think of that picture we all saw of that 4-year-old boy with the blood on his forehead because he'd been bombed by the Russian and Syrian air forces. There are children suffering in this catastrophic war, largely, I believe, because of Russian aggression. And we need to do our part. We by no means are carrying anywhere near the load that Europe and others are. But we will have vetting that is as tough as it needs to be from our professionals, our intelligence experts, and others. But it is important for us as a policy, not to say, as Donald has said, we're going to ban people based on a religion. How do you do that? We are a country founded on religious freedom and liberty. How do we do what he has advocated without causing great distress within our own country? Are we going to have religious tests when people fly into our country? And how do we expect to be able to implement those? So I thought that what he said was extremely unwise and even dangerous. And indeed, you can look at the propaganda on a lot of the terrorist sites. And what Donald Trump says about Muslims is used to recruit fighters because they want to create a war between us. And the final thing I would say, this is the 10th or 12th time that he's denied being for the war in Iraq. We have it on tape. The entire press corps has looked at it. It's been debunked, but it never stops him from saying whatever he wants to say.
Has not been debunked.
So please
Has not been debunked. And
go to HillaryClinton.com and you can see it.
I was against the war in Iraq. Has not been debunked. And you voted for it, and you shouldn't have. Well, I just want
There's been lots of fact-checking on that. I'd like to move on to an online question.
She just went about 25 seconds over her time. Could I just respond to this, please?
Very quickly, please.
Hillary Clinton, in terms of having people come into our country, we have many criminal illegal aliens. When we want to send them back to their country says we don't want them. In some cases, they're murderers, drug lords, drug problems, and they don't want them. And Hillary Clinton, when she was Secretary of State, said, that's okay, we can't force it into their country. Let me tell you, I'm going to force them right back into their country. They're murderers and some very bad people. And I will tell you very strongly, when Bernie Sanders said she had bad judgment, she has really bad judgment, because we are letting people into this country that are going to cause problems and crime like you've never seen. We're also letting drugs pour through our southern border at a record clip, and it shouldn't be allowed to happen. ICE just endorsed me. They've never endorsed a presidential candidate. The Border Patrol agents, 16,500, just recently endorsed me. And they endorsed me because I understand the border. She doesn't. She wants amnesty for everybody. Come right in, come right over. It's a horrible thing she's doing. She's got bad judgment, and honestly, so bad that she should never be president of the United States. That I can tell you.
Thank you, Mr. Trump. I want to move on. This next question comes from the public through the Bipartisan Open Debate Coalition's online forum, where Americans submitted questions that generated millions of votes. This question involves WikiLeaks' release of purported excerpts of Secretary Clinton's paid speeches, which she has refused to release, and one line in particular in which you, Secretary Clinton, purportedly say you need both a public and private position on certain issues. So, 2, from Virginia asks, is it okay for politicians to be two-faced? Is it acceptable for a politician to have a private stance on issues? Secretary Clinton,
well,
your 2 minutes.
Right. As I recall, that was something I said about Abraham Lincoln after having seen the wonderful Steven Spielberg movie called Lincoln. It was a master class watching President Lincoln get the Congress to approve the 13th Amendment. It was principled and it was strategic. And I was making the point that it is hard sometimes to get the Congress to do what you want to do, and you have to keep working at it. And yes, President Lincoln was trying to convince some people. He used some arguments. Convincing other people, he used other arguments. That was a great, I thought, a great display of presidential leadership. But, you know, let's talk about what's really going on here, Martha, because our intelligence community just came out and said in the last few days that the Kremlin, meaning Putin and the Russian government, are directing the attacks, the hacking on American accounts to influence our election. And WikiLeaks is part of that, as are other sites where the Russians hack information. We don't even know if it's accurate information, and then they put it out. We have never in the history of our country been in a situation where an adversary, a foreign power, is working so hard to influence the outcome of the election. And believe me, they're not doing it to get me elected. They're doing it to try to influence the election for Donald Trump. Now, maybe because he has praised Putin, maybe because he says he agrees with a lot of what Putin wants to do, maybe because he wants to do business in Moscow. I don't know the reasons, but we deserve answers. And we should demand that Donald release all of his tax returns so that people can see what are the entanglements and the financial relationships.
We're going to get to that later.
That he has
Secretary
with
Clinton,
Russians and
you're out
other
of time.
foreign powers.
Well, I think I should
Mr.
respond
Trump.
because it's so ridiculous. Look, now she's blaming, she got caught in a total lie. Her papers went out to all her friends at the banks, Goldman Sachs and everybody else. And she said things, WikiLeaks, that just came out. And she lied. Now she's blaming the lie on the late, great Abraham Lincoln. That's one that I haven't. Okay, Honest Abe never lied. That's the good thing. That's the big difference between Abraham Lincoln and you. That's a big, big difference. We're talking about some difference. But as far as other elements of what she was saying, I don't know, Putin. I think it would be great if we got along with Russia because we could fight ISIS together as an example, but I don't know Putin. But I notice anytime anything wrong happens, they like to say the Russians, she doesn't know if it's the Russians doing the hacking. Maybe there is no hacking, but they always blame Russia. And the reason they blame Russia is because they think they're trying to tarnish me with Russia. I know nothing about Russia. I know about Russia, but I know nothing about the inner workings of Russia. I don't deal there. I have no businesses there. I have no loans from Russia. I have a very, very great balance sheet. So great that when I did the old post office on Pennsylvania Avenue, the United States government, because of my balance sheet, which they actually know very well, chose me to do the old post office between the White House and Congress, chose me to do the old post office. One of the primary things, in fact, perhaps the primary thing, was balance sheet. But I have no loans with Russia. You could go to the United States government and they would probably tell you that because they know my sheet very well in order to get that development I had to have. Now, the taxes are a very simple thing. As soon as I have, first of all, I pay hundreds of millions of dollars in taxes. Many of her friends took bigger deductions. Warren Buffett took a massive deduction. Soros, who's a friend of hers, took a massive deduction. Many of the people that are giving her all this money that she can do many more commercials than me, took massive deductions. I pay hundreds of millions of dollars in taxes. But as soon as my routine audit's finished, I'll release my returns. I'll be very proud to.
Thank you, Mr. Trump.
We've got we're on turn, actually, to the topic of taxes. We have a question from Spencer Moss. Spencer?
You guys aren't going to believe the price they just dropped these 58cc chainsaws down to. It's a 20-inch bar, 58.
Good evening. My question is, what specific tax provisions will you change to ensure the wealthiest Americans pay their fair share in taxes?
Mr. Trump, you have 2 minutes.
Well, one thing I do is get rid of carried interest. One of the greatest provisions for people like me, to be honest with you. I give up a lot when I run because I knock out the tax code. And she could have done this years ago, by the way. She was a United States Senator. She complains that Donald Trump took advantage of the tax code. Well, why didn't she change it? Why didn't you change it when you were a senator? The reason you didn't is that all your friends take the same advantage that I do. And I do. You have provisions in the tax code that, frankly, we could change. But you wouldn't change it because all of these people give you the money so you can take negative ads on Donald Trump. And I say that about a lot of things. You know, I've heard Hillary complaining about so many different things over the years. Oh, we should have done this. But she's been there for 30 years. She's been doing this stuff. She never changed, and she never will change. She never will change. We're getting rid of carried interest provisions. I'm lowering taxes, actually, because I think it's so important for corporations, because we have corporations leaving, massive corporations and little ones. Little ones can't form. We're getting rid of regulations, which goes hand in hand with the lowering of the taxes. But we're bringing the tax rate down from 35% to 15%. We're cutting taxes for the middle class. And I will tell you, we are cutting them big league for the middle class. And I will tell you, Hillary Clinton is raising your taxes, folks. You can look at me. She's raising your taxes really high. And what that's going to do is a disaster for the country. But she is raising your taxes, and I'm lowering your taxes. That in itself is a big difference. We are going to be thriving again. We have no growth in this country. There's no growth. If China has a GDP of 7%, it's like a national catastrophe. We're down at 1%. And that's like no growth. And we're going lower, in my opinion. And a lot of it has to do with the fact that our taxes are so high, just about the highest in the world. And I'm bringing them down to one of the lower in the world. And I think it's so important, one of the most important things we can do. But she is raising everybody's taxes massively.
Secretary Clinton, you have 2 minutes. The question was, what specific tax provisions will you change to ensure the wealthiest Americans pay their fair share of taxes?
Well, everything you've heard just now from Donald is not true. I'm sorry I have to keep saying this, but he lives in an alternative reality. And it is sort of amusing to hear somebody who hasn't paid federal income taxes in maybe 20 years talking about what he's going to do. But I'll tell you what he's going to do. His plan will give the wealthy and corporations the biggest tax cuts they've ever had, more than the Bush tax cuts by at least a factor of 2. Donald always takes care of Donald and people like Donald, and this would be a massive gift. And indeed, the way that he talks about his tax cuts would end up raising taxes on middle-class families, millions of middle-class families. Now, here's what I want to do. I have said nobody who makes less than $250,000 a year, and that's the vast majority of Americans, as you know, will have their taxes raised, because I think we've got to go where the money is. And the money is with people who've taken advantage of every single break in the tax code. And yes, when I was a senator, I did vote to close corporate loopholes. I voted to close, I think, one of the loopholes he took advantage of when he claimed $1 billion loss that enabled him to avoid paying taxes. I want to have a tax on people who are making $1 million. It's called the Buffett rule. Yes, Warren Buffett is the one who's gone out and said somebody like him should not be paying a lower tax rate than his secretary. I want to have a surcharge on incomes above $5 million. We have to make up for lost times, because I want to invest in you. I want to invest in hardworking families. And I think it's been unfortunate, but it's happened, that since the Great Recession, the gains have all gone to the top. And we need to reverse that. People like Donald, who paid 0 in taxes, 0 for our vets, 0 for our military, 0 for health and education. That is wrong. And we're going to make sure that nobody, no corporation and no individual can get away without paying his fair share to support our country.
Mr. Trump, I want to give you the chance to respond. I just want to tell our viewers what she's referring to. In the last month, taxes were the #1 issue on Facebook for the first time in the campaign. The New York Times published 3 pages of your 1995 tax return. They show you claimed a $916 million loss, which means you could have avoided paying personal federal income taxes for years. You've said you pay state taxes, employee taxes, real estate taxes, property taxes. You have not answered, though, a simple question. Did you use that $916 million loss to avoid paying personal federal income taxes?
Of course I do. Of course I do. And so do all of her donors, or most of her donors. I know many of her donors. Her donors took massive tax write-offs.
So have
A
you
lot
not
of
paid
my, excuse
personal
me,
federal
Anderson,
income tax?
a lot of my write-off was depreciation and other things that Hillary, as a senator, allowed. And she'll always allow it because the people that give her all this money, they want it. That's why. See, I understand the tax code better than anybody that's ever run for president. Hillary Clinton, and it's extremely complex, Hillary Clinton has friends that want all of these provisions, including they want the carried interest provision, which is very important to Wall Street people, but they really want the carried interest provision, which I believe Hillary's leaving. It's very interesting why she's leaving carried interest. But I will tell you that, number one, I pay tremendous numbers of taxes. I absolutely used it, and so did Warren Buffett, and so did George Soros, and so did many of the other people that Hillary is getting money from. Now, I won't mention their names because they're rich, but they're not famous, so we won't make them famous. Okay?
Can you say how many years you have avoided paying personal federal income taxes?
No, but I pay tax, and I pay federal tax too. But I have a write-off. A lot of it's depreciation, which is a wonderful charge. I love depreciation. You know, she's given it to us. Hey, if she had a problem, for 30 years she's been doing this, Anderson. I say it all the time. She talks about health care. Why didn't she do something about it? She talks about taxes. Why didn't she do something about it? She doesn't do anything about anything other than talk. With her, it's all talk and no action.
In the past,
and again, Bernie Sanders, it's really bad judgment. She has made bad judgment not only on taxes, she's made bad judgments on Libya, on Syria, on Iraq. I mean, her and Obama, whether you like it or not, the way they got out of Iraq, the vacuum they've left, that's why ISIS formed in the first place. They started from that little area, and now they're in 32 different nations, Hillary. Congratulations. Great job.
I want you to be able to respond, Secretary Clinton.
Well, here we go again. I've been in favor of getting rid of carried interest for years, starting when I was a senator from New York. But that's not the point here.
Why didn't you do it? Why didn't you do it?
Because I was a senator with a Republican president.
Oh, really?
I will be the
You could have
president
done
who
it.
will
If
get
you
it
were an
done.
effective, if
That's
you were an
exactly
effective
right.
senator, you could have done it. If you were an effective senator, you could have done it. But you were not an effective.
Please allow her to
senator.
respond. She didn't interrupt you.
You know, under our Constitution, presidents have something called veto power. Look, he has now said repeatedly, 30 years this and 30 years that. So let me talk about my 30 years in public service. I'm very glad to do so. 8 million kids every year have health insurance because when I was First Lady, I worked with Democrats and Republicans to create the Children's Health Insurance Program. Hundreds of thousands of kids now have a chance to be adopted because I worked to change our adoption and foster care system. After 9/11, I went to work with Republican mayor, governor, and president to rebuild New York and to get health care for our first responders who were suffering because they had run toward danger and gotten sickened by it. Hundreds of thousands of National Guard and Reserve members have health care because of work that I did. And children have safer medicines because I was able to pass a law that required the dosing to be more carefully done. When I was Secretary of State, I went around the world advocating for our country, but also advocating for women's rights to make sure that women had a decent chance to have a better life, and negotiated a treaty with Russia to lower nuclear weapons. 400 pieces of legislation have my name on it as a sponsor or co-sponsor when I was a senator for 8 years. I worked very hard and was very proud to be reelected in New York by an even bigger margin than I had been elected the first time. And as president, I will take that work, that bipartisan work, that finding common ground, because you have to be able to get along with people to get things done in Washington.
Thank you, Secretary.
And I've proven that I can. And for 30 years, I've produced results for
Thank
people.
you, Secretary.
We're going to move on to Syria. Both of you have mentioned that.
She said a lot of things.
You,
I mean, I think we should
we
be
can,
allowed
no,
to maybe
Mr. Trump, we're going to
dispute
go on. This
because
is
she has
about
been
the
a
audience.
disaster as a senator.
Mr. Trump,
A
we're
disaster.
going to move on. The heartbreaking video of a 5-year-old Syrian boy named Amran sitting in an ambulance after being pulled from the rubble after an airstrike in Aleppo focused the world's attention on the horrors of the war in Syria. with 136 million views on Facebook alone. But there are much worse images coming out of Aleppo every day now, where in the past few weeks alone, 400 people have been killed, at least 100 of them children. Just days ago, the State Department called for a war crimes investigation of the Syrian regime of Bashar al-Assad and its ally, Russia, for their bombardment of Aleppo. So this next question comes from social media through Facebook. Diane from Pennsylvania asks, if you were president, what would you do about Syria and the humanitarian crisis in Aleppo? Isn't it a lot like the Holocaust when the U.S. waited too long before we helped? Secretary Clinton, we will begin with your 2 minutes.
Well, the situation in Syria is catastrophic. And every day that goes by, we see the results of the regime by Assad in partnership with the Iranians on the ground, the Russians in the air, bombarding places, in particular Aleppo, where there are hundreds of thousands of people, probably about 250,000 still left. And there is a determined effort by the Russian Air Force to destroy Aleppo in order to eliminate the last of the Syrian rebels who were really holding out against the Assad regime. Russia hasn't paid any attention to ISIS. They're interested in keeping Assad in power. So when I was Secretary of State, advocated, and I advocate today, a no-fly zone and safe zones. We need some leverage with the Russians because they're not going to come to the negotiating table for a diplomatic resolution unless there is some leverage over them. And we have to work more closely with our partners and allies on the ground. But I want to emphasize that what is at stake here is the ambitions and the aggressiveness of Russia. Russia has decided that it's all in Syria. And they've also decided who they want to see become president of the United States, too, and it's not me. I've stood up to Russia. I've taken on Putin and others, and I would do that as president. I think wherever we can cooperate with Russia, that's fine. And I did as Secretary of State. That's how we got a treaty reducing nuclear weapons. It's how we got the sanctions on Iran that put a lid on the Iranian nuclear program without firing a single shot. So I would go to the negotiating table with more leverage than we have now. But I do support the effort to investigate for crimes, war crimes committed by the Syrians and the Russians and try to hold them accountable.
Thank you, Secretary Clinton.
First of all,
Mr.
she
Trump.
was there as Secretary of State with the so-called line in the sand, which...
No, I wasn't. I was gone. I hate to interrupt you, but
you were in
at some
contact,
point,
excuse me.
At some
you
point, we need to
you
do
were in
some
total
fact-checking
contact
here.
with the White House. And perhaps, sadly, Obama probably still listened to you. I don't think he'd be listening very much anymore. Obama draws the line in the sand. It was laughed at all over the world what happened. Now, with that being said, she talks tough against Russia. But our nuclear program has fallen way behind, and they've gone wild with their nuclear program. Not good. Our government shouldn't have allowed that to happen. Russia is new in terms of nuclear. We are old, we're tired, we're exhausted in terms of nuclear. A very bad thing. Now, she talks tough. She talks really tough against Putin and against Assad. She talks in favor of the rebels. She doesn't even know who the rebels are. You know, every time we take rebels, whether it's in Iraq or anywhere else, we're arming people. And you know what happens? They end up being worse than the people. Look at what she did in Libya with Gaddafi. Gaddafi's out. It's a mess. And by the way, ISIS has a good chunk of their oil. I'm sure you probably have heard that. It was a disaster. Because the fact is, almost everything she's done in foreign policy has been a mistake, and it's been a disaster. But if you look at Russia, just take a look at Russia, and look at what they did this week, where I agree she wasn't there, but possibly she's consulted. We sign a peace treaty. Everyone's all excited. Well, what Russia did with Assad, and by the way, with Iran, who you made very powerful with the dumbest deal perhaps I've ever seen in the history of deal making, the Iran deal with $150 billion, with the $1.7 billion in cash, which is enough cash to fill up this room. But look at that deal. Iran now and Russia are now against us. So she wants to fight. She wants to fight for rebels. There's only one problem. You don't even know who the rebels are.
Mr. Trump,
So
Mr.
what's the
Trump, your
purpose?
2 minutes
And one
is
thing I have
up.
to say,
Your 2
I
minutes
don't
is
like
up.
Assad at all, but Assad is killing ISIS. Russia is killing ISIS, and Iran is killing ISIS. And those three have now lined up because of our weak foreign policy.
Mr. Trump, let me repeat the question. If you were president, what would you do about Syria and the humanitarian crisis in Aleppo? And I want to remind you what your running mate said. He said provocations by Russia need to be met with American strength, and that if Russia continues to be involved in airstrikes along with the Syrian government forces of Assad, the United States of America should be prepared to use military force to strike the military targets of the Assad regime.
Okay. He and I haven't spoken, and I disagree. I disagree.
You disagree
I think
with your
we have
running
to
mate.
knock out ISIS. Right now, Syria is fighting ISIS. We have people that want to fight both at the same time. But Syria is no longer Syria. Syria is Russia, and it's Iran, who she made strong, and Kerry and Obama made into a very powerful nation and a very rich nation very, very quickly, very, very quickly. I believe we have to get ISIS. We have to worry about ISIS before we can get too much more involved. She had a chance to do something with Syria. They had a chance, and that was the line.
What do you think
And
will
she
happen if Aleppo falls?
I think Aleppo is a disaster humanitarian-wise.
What do you think will happen if it falls?
I think that it basically has fallen, okay? It basically has fallen. Let me tell you something. You take a look at Mosul. The biggest problem I have with the stupidity of our foreign policy. We have Mosul. They think a lot of the ISIS leaders are in Mosul. So we have announcements coming out of Washington and coming out of Iraq. We will be attacking Mosul in 3 weeks or 4 weeks. Well, all of these bad leaders from ISIS are leaving Mosul. Why can't they do it quietly? Why can't they do the attack, make it a sneak attack, and after the attack is made, inform the American public that we've knocked out the leaders, we've had a tremendous success. People leave. Why do they have to say we're going to be attacking Mosul within the next 4 to 6 weeks, which is what they're saying? How stupid is our country?
There are sometimes reasons the military does that. Psychological
I can't
warfare.
think of any. I can't think of any.
It
and I'm
might
pretty
be
good
to
at it.
help
We have
get
General
civilians
Flynn,
out.
and And we have, look, I have 200 generals and admirals who endorse me. I have 21 Congressional Medal of Honor recipients who endorse me. We talk about it all the time.
I'm sorry, but if you're paying attention to this, she's got that quacky looking on her face. He's talking about stuff that's super relevant to today. And he's debating the moderator, not Hillary at this point. It's the moderator that's debating him. If you're paying attention, he's not just debating the people or Hillary. He's debating the moderator.
They understand. Why can't they do something secretively where they go in and they knock out the leadership? Why would these people stay there? I've been reading now
Tell
for
me
weeks.
what your
Martha, I've been
strategy
reading now
is.
for weeks about Mosul, that it's the harbor of where, between Raqqa and Mosul. This is where they think the ISIS leaders are. Why would they be saying? They're not staying there anymore. They're gone. Because everybody's talking about how Iraq, which is us with our leadership, goes in to fight Mosul. Now, with these 200 admirals and generals, they can't believe it. All I say is this: General George Patton, General Douglas MacArthur are spinning in their grave at the stupidity of what we're doing in the Middle East.
I'm going to go to Secretary Clinton. Secretary Clinton, you want Assad to go. You advocated arming rebels, but it looks like that may be too late for Aleppo. You talk about diplomatic efforts. Those have failed. Ceasefires have failed. Would you introduce the threat of U.S. military force beyond a no-fly zone against the Assad regime to back up diplomacy?
I would not use American ground forces in Syria. I think that would be a very serious mistake. I don't think American troops should be holding territory, which is what they would have to do as an occupying force. I don't think that is a smart strategy. I do think the use of special forces, which we're using, the use of enablers and trainers in Iraq, which has had some positive effects, are very much in our interests. And so I do support what is happening. But
what would you do differently than President Obama is doing?
Martha, I hope that by the time
everything.
I hope by the time I am president that we will have pushed ISIS out of Iraq. I do think that there is a good chance that we can take Mosul. And, you know, Donald says he knows more about ISIS than the generals. No, he doesn't. There are a lot of very important planning going on, and some of it is to signal to the Sunnis in the area, as well as Kurdish Peshmerga fighters, that we all need to be in this, and that takes a lot of planning and preparation. I would go after Baghdadi. I would specifically target Baghdadi because I think our targeting of Al-Qaeda leaders, and I was involved in a lot of those operations, highly classified ones, made a difference. So I think that could help. I would also consider arming the Kurds. The Kurds have been our best partners in Syria as well as Iraq. And I know there's a lot of concern about that in some circles, but I think they should have the equipment they need so that Kurdish and Arab fighters on the ground are the principal way that we take Raqqa after pushing ISIS out of Iraq.
Thank you very much. We're going to move
It's
on.
funny, she went over a minute over, and you don't stop her. When I go 1 second over, it's like
You
a
had
big deal.
many answers.
It's really very
We've
interesting.
got a question over here from James Carter. Mr. Carter?
My question is, do you believe you can be a devoted president to all the people in the United States?
That question begins for Mr. Trump.
Absolutely. I mean, she calls our people deplorable, a large group, and irredeemable. I will be a president for all of our people, and I'll be a president.
It's
that will turn
Trump
our inner
versus
cities around,
everybody.
and will
This
give
is
strength
hilarious.
to people, and will give economics to people, and will bring jobs back, because NAFTA, signed by her husband, is perhaps the greatest disaster trade deal in the history of the world, not in this country. It stripped us of manufacturing jobs. We lost our jobs. We lost our money. We lost our plants. It is a disaster. And now she wants to sign TPP, even though she says now she's for it. She called it the gold standard. And by the way, at the last debate, she lied, because it turned out that she did say the gold standard, and she said she didn't say it. They actually said that she lied, okay? And she lied, but she's lied about a lot of things. I would be a president for all of the people, African Americans, the inner cities. Devastating what's happening to our inner cities. She's been talking about it for years. As usual, she talks about it, nothing happens. She doesn't get it done. Same with the Latino Americans, the Hispanic Americans, the same exact thing. They talk, they don't get it done. You go into the inner cities and you see it's 45% poverty. African Americans now 45% poverty in the inner cities. The education is a disaster. Jobs are essentially non-existent. I mean, it's, you know, I've been saying at big speeches where I have 20 and 30,000 people, what do you have to lose? It can't get any worse. And she's been talking about the inner cities for 25 years. Nothing's going to ever happen. Let me tell you, if she's president of the United States, nothing's going to happen. It's just going to be talk. And all of her friends, the taxes we were talking about, and I would just get it by osmosis. She's not doing any me favors, but by doing all the others favors, she's doing me favors.
Mr. Trump, thank you.
But I will tell you, she's all talk. It doesn't get done. All you have to do is take a look at her Senate run. Take a look at upstate New York.
Your 2 minutes is up. Secretary Clinton,
It turned out
2
to be a
minutes.
disaster.
You have 2 minutes, Secretary Clinton.
Well, 67% of the people voted to reelect me when I ran for my second term, and I was
What's going
very
on?
proud and very
You
humbled
got-
by that.
hold on a minute,
Mr.
yeah.
Carter,
What just happened?
I have.
That's kind of weird. It just came down on its own. Sorry about that, guys. Hold on. I didn't even touch anything. That's weird.
Started off as a young lawyer working against discrimination against African American children in schools and in the criminal justice system. I worked to make sure that kids with disabilities could get a public education, something that I care very much about. I have worked with Latinos. One of my first jobs in politics was down in South Texas, registering Latino citizens to be able to vote. So I have a deep devotion, to use your absolutely correct word, to making sure that every American feels like he or she has a place in our country. And I think when you look at the letters that I get, a lot of people are worried that maybe they wouldn't have a place in Donald Trump's America. They write me, and one woman wrote me about her son, Felix. She adopted him from Ethiopia when he was a toddler. He's 10 years old now. This is the only country he's ever known. And he listens to Donald on TV, and he said to his mother one day, will he send me back to Ethiopia if he gets elected? You know, children listen to what is being said, to go back to the very, very first question. And there's a lot of fear that, in fact, teachers and parents are calling it the Trump effect. Bullying is up. A lot of people are feeling, you know, uneasy. A lot of kids are expressing their concerns. So first and foremost, I will do everything I can to reach out to everybody,
Secretary
Democrats,
Clinton.
Republicans, independents, people across our country. If you don't vote for me, I still want to be your president.
Your
I
2
want to
minutes
be
is
the
up.
best president I can be for every American.
Secretary Clinton, your 2 minutes is up. I want to follow up on something that Donald Trump actually said to you, a comment you made last month. You said that half of Donald Trump's supporters are, quote, deplorables, racist, sexist, homophobic, xenophobic, Islamophobic. You later said you regretted saying half. You didn't express regret for using the term deplorables. To Mr. Carter's question, how can you unite a country if you've written off tens of millions of Americans?
Well, within hours, I said that I was sorry about the way I talked about that, because my argument is not with his supporters. It's with him and with the hateful and divisive campaign that he has run, and the inciting of violence at his rallies, and the very brutal kinds of comments about not just women, but all Americans, all kinds of Americans. And what he has said about African Americans and Latinos, about Muslims, about POWs, about immigrants, about people with disabilities, he's never apologized for. And so I do think that a lot of the tone and tenor that he has said, I'm proud of the campaign that Bernie Sanders and I ran. We ran a campaign based on issues, not insults, and he is supporting me 100%. Because we talked about what we wanted to do. We might have had some differences, and we had a lot of debates, but we believed that we could make the country better, and I was proud of that.
I'm going to give you a minute, 20
We
seconds.
have a divided nation. We have a very divided nation. You look at Charlotte, you look at Baltimore, you look at the violence that's taking place in the inner cities, Chicago. You take a look at Washington, D.C. We have an increase in murder within our cities, the biggest in 45 years. We have a divided nation because people like her, and believe me, she has tremendous hate in her heart. And when she said deplorables, she meant it. And when she said irredeemable, they're irredeemable. You didn't mention that. But when she said they're irredeemable, to me, that might have been even worse.
She said some of them are irredeemable.
She's got tremendous hatred. And this country cannot take another 4 years of Barack Obama. And that's what you're getting with her.
Mr. Trump, let me follow up with you. In 2008, you wrote in one of your books that the most important characteristic of a good leader is discipline. You said if a leader doesn't have it, quote, he or she won't be one for very long. In the days after the first debate, you sent out a series of tweets from 3 a.m. to 5 a.m., including one that told people to check out a sex tape. Is that the discipline of a good leader?
No, it wasn't check out a sex tape. It was just take a look at the person that she built up to be this wonderful Girl Scout who was no Girl Scout. By the way, just so you understand, when she said 3 o'clock in the morning, take a look at Benghazi. She said, who's going to answer the call at 3 o'clock in the morning? Guess what? She didn't answer because when Ambassador Stevens...
The question is that the discipline of a good leader?
600 times. Well, she said she was awake at 3 o'clock in the morning. And she also sent a tweet out at 3 o'clock in the morning, but I won't even mention that. But she said she'll be awake. Who's the famous thing? We're going to answer our call at 3 o'clock in the morning. Guess what happened? Ambassador Stevens sent 600 requests for help. And the only one she talked to was Sidney Blumenthal, who's her friend. And not a good guy, by the way. So, you know, she shouldn't be talking about that. Now, tweeting happens to be a modern day form of communication. I mean, you can like it or not like it. I have, between Facebook and Twitter, I have almost 25 million people. It's a very effective way of communication. So you can put it down, but it is a very effective form of communication. I'm not unproud of it, to be honest with you.
Secretary Clinton, does Mr. Trump have the discipline to be a good leader?
No.
I'm shocked to hear that.
Well, it's not only my opinion, it's the opinion of many others, national security experts, Republicans, former Republican members of Congress. But it's in part because those of us who have had the great privilege of seeing this job up close and know how difficult it is, and it's not just because I watched my husband take a $300 billion deficit and turn it into a $200 billion surplus, and 23 million new jobs were created, and incomes went up for everybody. Everybody. African-American incomes went up 33%. And it's not just because I worked with George W. Bush after 9/11. And I was very proud that when I told him what the city needed, what we needed to recover, he said, "You've got it." And he never wavered. He stuck with me. And I have worked, and I admire President Obama. He inherited the worst financial crisis since the Great Depression. That was a terrible time for our country.
We have to move along.
9 million people
Secretary
lost
Clinton,
their
we
jobs,
have to-
5 million homes were lost,
Secretary
and
Clinton, we're
$13
moving
trillion
on.
in family wealth was wiped out. We are back on the right track. He would send us back into recession with his tax plans. that
Secretary
would
Clinton, we are
benefit the
moving to an
wealthiest
audience
of
question.
Americans.
We're almost out of time. We have
the
another.
slowest growth
Mr. Trump, we're
since
moving to an audience question.
1929. It is, our country
Mr. Trump,
has the
Secretary
slowest growth,
Clinton, we
and
want to get
jobs
to
are a
the
disaster.
audience. Thank you very much, both of you. We have another audience question. Beth Miller has a question for both candidates.
Good evening. Perhaps the most important aspect of this election is the Supreme Court justice. What would you prioritize as the most important aspect of selecting a Supreme Court justice?
We begin with your 2 minutes, Secretary Clinton.
Thank you. Well, you're right. This is one of the most important issues in this election. I want to appoint Supreme Court justices who understand the way the world really works, who have real life experience, who have not just been in a big law firm and maybe clerked for a judge and then gotten on the bench, but maybe they tried some more cases. They actually understand what people are up against, because I think the current court has gone in the wrong direction. And so I would want to see the Supreme Court reverse Citizens United and get dark, unaccountable money out of our politics. Donald doesn't agree with that. I would like the Supreme Court to understand that voting rights are still a big problem in many parts of our country, that we don't always do everything we can to make it possible for people of color and older people and young people to be able to exercise their franchise. I want a Supreme Court that will stick with Roe v. Wade and a woman's right to choose, and I want a Supreme Court that will stick with marriage equality. Now, Donald has put forth the names of some people that he would consider. And among the ones that he has suggested are people who would reverse Roe v. Wade and reverse marriage equality. I think that would be a terrible mistake and would take us backwards. I want a Supreme Court that doesn't always side with corporate interests. I want a Supreme Court that understands because you're wealthy and you can give more money to something doesn't mean you have any more rights or should have any more rights than anybody else. So I have very clear views about what I want to see to kind of change the balance on the Supreme Court. And I regret deeply that the Senate has not done its job, and they have not permitted a vote on the person that President Obama, a highly qualified person, they've not given him a vote to be able to have the full complement of 9 Supreme Court justices. I think that was a dereliction of duty. I hope that they will see their way to doing it. But if I am so fortunate enough as to be president, I will immediately move to make sure that we fill that. We have 9
Thank
justices
you, Secretary
and they get to
Clinton.
work on behalf of our people.
Thank you. You're out of time, Mr. Trump.
Justice Scalia, great judge, died recently, and we have a vacancy. I am looking to appoint judges very much in the mold of Justice Scalia. I'm looking for judges, and I've actually picked 20 of them so that people would see highly respected, highly thought of, and actually very beautifully reviewed by just about everybody, but people that will respect the Constitution of the United States. And I think that this is so important. Also, the Second Amendment, which is totally under siege by people like Hillary Clinton. They'll respect the Second Amendment and what it stands for, what it represents. So important to me. Now, Hillary mentioned something about contributions, just so you understand. So I will have in my race more than $100 million put in of my money, meaning I'm not taking all of this big money from all of these different corporations like she's doing. What I ask is this. So I'm putting in more than, by the time it's finished, I'll have more than $100 million invested. Pretty much self-funding mine. We're raising money for the Republican Party, and we're doing tremendously on the small donation, $61 average or so. I asked Hillary, why doesn't she made $250 million by being in office? She used the power of her office to make a lot of money. Why isn't she funding, not for $100 million, but why don't you put 10 or 20 or 25 or $30 million into your own campaign? It's $30 million less for special interests that will tell you exactly what to do. And it would really, I think, be a nice sign to the American public. Why aren't you putting some money in? You have a lot of it. You've made a lot of it because of the fact that you've been in office. You made a lot of it while you were Secretary of State, actually. So why aren't you putting money into your own campaign? I'm just curious.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you. We're going to get on to one more question.
But the question was about the Supreme Court, and I just want to quickly say,
very quickly,
I respect the Second Amendment, but I believe there should be comprehensive background checks, and we should close the gun show loophole and close the online loophole.
We have one more question,
as many
Mrs.
lives
Clinton.
as we possibly can.
We have one more question from Ken Bone about energy policy. Ken?
What steps will your energy policy take to meet our energy needs while at the same time remaining environmentally friendly and minimizing job loss for fossil power plant workers?
Mr. Trump, 2 minutes.
Absolutely. I think it's such a great question because energy is under siege by the Obama administration, under absolute siege. The EPA, Environmental Protection Agency, is killing these energy companies. And foreign companies are now coming in, buying so many of our different plants, and then rejiggering the plant so that they can take care of their oil. We are killing, absolutely killing our energy business in this country. Now, I'm all for alternative forms of energy, including wind, including solar, etc. But we need much more than wind and solar. And you look at our miners. Hillary Clinton wants to put all the miners out of business. There is a thing called clean coal. Coal will last for 1,000 years in this country. Now we have natural gas and so many other things because of technology. We have unbelievable, we have found over the last 7 years, we have found tremendous wealth right under our feet. So good, especially when you have 20 trillion in debt. I will bring our energy companies back. They'll be able to compete. They'll make money. They'll pay off our national debt. They'll pay off our tremendous budget deficits, which are tremendous. But we are putting our energy companies out of business. We have to bring back our workers. You take a look at what's happening to steel and the cost of steel, and China dumping vast amounts of steel all over the United States, which essentially is killing our steel workers and our steel companies. We have to guard our energy companies. We have to make it possible. The EPA is so restrictive that they are putting our energy companies out of business. And all you have to do is go to a great place like West Virginia or places like Ohio, which is phenomenal, or places like Pennsylvania, and you see what they're doing to the people, miners and others in the energy business. It's a disgrace.
Your time is up. Thank you,
It's
sir.
an absolute disgrace.
Secretary Clinton, 2 minutes.
Well, that was very interesting. First of all, China is illegally dumping steel in the United States, and Donald Trump is buying it to build his buildings, putting steel workers and American steel plants out of business. That's something that I fought against as a senator, and that I would have a trade prosecutor to make sure that we don't get taken advantage of by China on steel or anything else. You know, because it sounds like you're in the business or you're aware of people in the business. You know that we are now, for the first time ever, energy independent. We are not dependent upon the Middle East, but the Middle East still controls a lot of the prices. So the price of oil has been way down, and that has had a damaging effect on a lot of the oil companies, right? We are, however, producing a lot of natural gas, which serves as a bridge to more renewable fuels. And I think that's an important transition. We've got to remain energy independent. It gives us much more power and freedom than to be worried about what goes on in the Middle East. We have enough worries over there without having to worry about that. So I have a comprehensive energy policy, but it really does include fighting climate change, because I think that is a serious problem. And I support moving toward more clean, renewable energy as quickly as we can, because I think we can be the 21st century clean energy superpower and create millions of new jobs and businesses. But I also want to be sure that we don't leave people behind. That's why I'm the only candidate from the very beginning of this campaign who had a plan to help us revitalize coal country, because those coal miners and their fathers and their grandfathers, they dug that coal out. A lot of them lost their lives. They were injured, but they turned the lights on and they powered our factories. I don't want to walk away from them. So we've got to do something for them. But the price of coal is down worldwide. So we have to look at this comprehensively. And that's exactly what I have proposed. I hope you will go to HillaryClinton.com and look at my entire policy.
One more audience question.
We've sneaked in one more question, and it comes from Carl Becker.
My question to both of you is, regardless of the current rhetoric, would either of you name one positive thing that you respect in one another?
Hi, my name is Tami, and I would like to give you a few reasons why you should consider that.
Mr. Trump, would you like to go first?
Well, I certainly will, because I think that's a very fair and important question. Look, I respect his children. His children are incredibly able and devoted, and I think that says a lot about Donald. I don't agree with nearly anything else he says or does, but I do respect that. And I think that is something that, as a mother and a grandmother, is very important to me. So I believe that this election has become, in part, so conflict-oriented, so intense, because there's a lot at stake. This is not an ordinary time, and this is not an ordinary election. We are going to be choosing a president who will set policy for not just 4 or 8 years, but because of some of the important decisions we have to make here at home and around the world, from the Supreme Court to energy and so much else. And so there is a lot at stake. It's one of the most consequential elections that we've had. And that's why I've tried to put forth specific policies and plans, trying to get it off of the personal and put it on to what it is I want to do as president. And that's why I hope people will check on that for themselves, so that they can see that, yes, I've spent 30 years, actually maybe a little more, working to help kids and families. And I want to take all that experience to the White House and do that every single day.
Mr. Trump.
Well, I consider her statement about my children to be a very nice compliment. I don't know if it was meant to be a compliment, but it is a great. I'm very proud of my children. And they've done a wonderful job, and they've been wonderful, wonderful kids. So I consider that a compliment. I will say this about Hillary. She doesn't quit. She doesn't give up. I respect that. I tell it like it is. She's a fighter. I disagree with much of what she's fighting for. I do disagree with her judgment in many cases. But she does fight hard, and she doesn't quit, and she doesn't give up. And I consider that to be a very good trait.
Thanks to both of you.
want to thank both the candidates. Want to thank the university here. This concludes the town hall meeting. Our thanks to the candidates.
Yeah, that really does tell exactly what the truth of it all, really, because I said it yesterday. I said your kids reflect who you are. And Biden, and this, it's kind of funny because we're about to go to Cleveland and watch Trump and Biden go at it in 2020. But it's like Trump's reflection of him is his children. And I think his children are lightweight. All right. Like, I like Donald Trump Jr. I thought somebody who ever said the red one is Eric. That's hilarious. But yeah, I mean, like, his kids do reflect him, and they're not bad. And she is a fighter, and that chick can debate. That was one of the reasons why I wanted to show it. Because those that said that Trump just lied or didn't say anything, that's all he did was just hit one thing after another for 2 debates straight. I'm not showing the third one, but for 2 debates straight, he just came with fact after fact after fact. Everything that we're talking about right now, we heard in the last 2 debates. Now, I don't know what this one's going to be like. Let's get into it. And then I'm going to get into, and then I got some, just get into the news before I go to bed. So here's the Biden one. Cleveland 2020 Biden-Trump presidential debate. Here we go.
Good evening from the Health Education campus of Case Western Reserve University and the campus of Case Western Reserve. I'm Chris Wallace of Fox News, and I welcome you to the first of the 2020 presidential debates between President Donald J. Trump and former Vice President Joe Biden. This debate is sponsored by the Commission on Presidential Debates. The commission has designed the format, 6 roughly 15-minute segments with 2-minute answers from each candidate to the first question, then open discussion for the rest of each segment. Both campaigns have agreed to these rules. For the record, I decided the topics and the questions in each topic. I can assure you, none of the questions has been shared with the commission or the 2 candidates. This debate is being conducted under health and safety protocols designed by the Cleveland Clinic, which is serving as the health security advisor to the commission for all 4 debates. As a precaution, both campaigns have agreed the candidates will not shake hands at the beginning of tonight's debate. The audience here in the hall has promised to remain silent. No cheers, no boos or other interruptions, so we, and more importantly you, can focus on what the candidates have to say.
Protect your dreams under our
Is that because it was the bid?
American Family Insurance.
Remember they got some fans? Come on, go. Yeah.
No noise except.
This had to be because of the bid. Listen to the ridiculous.
Right now, as we welcome the Republican nominee, President Trump, and the Democratic nominee, Vice President Biden.
How you doing, man? How are you? I'm well.
Gentlemen, a lot of people have been waiting for this night, so let's get going. Our first subject is the Supreme Court. President Trump, you nominated Amy Coney Barrett over the weekend to succeed the late Ruth Bader Ginsburg on the court. You say the Constitution is clear about your obligation and the Senate's to consider a nominee to the court. Vice President Biden, you say that this is an effort by the president and Republicans to jam through an appointment and what you call an abuse of power. My first question to both of you tonight, why are you right in the argument you make and your opponent wrong? And where do you think a Justice Barrett would take the court? President Trump, in this first segment, you go first, 2 minutes.
Thank you very much, Chris. I will tell you very simply, we won the election. Elections have consequences. We have the Senate, we have the White House, and We have a phenomenal nominee, respected by all, top academic, good in every way, good in every way. In fact, some of her biggest endorsers are very liberal people from Notre Dame and other places. So I think she's going to be fantastic. We have plenty of time, even if we did it after the election itself. I have a lot of time after the election, as you know. So I think that she will be outstanding. She's going to be as good as anybody that has served on that court. We really feel that. We have a professor at Notre Dame, highly respected by all, said she's the single greatest student he's ever had. He's been a professor for a long time at a great school. And we won the election, and therefore we have the right to choose her. And very few people knowingly would say otherwise. And by the way, the Democrats, they wouldn't even think about not doing it. If they had, the only difference is they'd try and do it faster. There's no way they would give it up. They had Merrick Garland, but the problem is they didn't have the election, so they were stopped. And probably that would happen in reverse also. Definitely would happen in reverse. So we won the election, and we have the right to do it, Chris.
President Trump, thank you. Same question to you, Vice President Biden. You have 2 minutes.
Well, first of all, thank you for doing this, and looking forward to this, Mr. President.
Thank you, Joe.
The American people have a right to have a say in who the Supreme Court nominee is. And that say occurs when they vote for a United States senators and when they vote for the President of the United States. They're not going to get that chance now because we're in the middle of an election already. The election has already started. Tens of thousands of people have already voted. And so the thing that should happen is we should wait. We should wait and see what the outcome of this election is, because that's the only way the American people get to express their view is by who they elect as president and who they elect as vice president. Now, what's at stake here is the president's made it clear he wants to get rid of the Affordable Care Act. He's been running on that, he ran on that, and he's been governing on that. He's in the Supreme Court right now trying to get rid of the Affordable Care Act, which will strip 20 million people from having insurance, health insurance now, if it goes into court. And the justice, and I'm not opposed to the justice. She seems like a very fine person. But she's written before she went on the bench, which is her right, that she thinks that the Affordable Care Act is not constitutional. The other thing that's on the court, and if it's struck down, what happens? Women's rights are fundamentally changed. Once again, a woman could be pay more money because she has a pre-existing condition of pregnancy. They were able to charge a woman more for the same exact procedure a man gets. And that ended when we, in fact, passed the Affordable Care Act. And there's 100 million people who have pre-existing conditions, and they'll be taken away as well. Those pre-existing conditions, the insurance companies are going to love this. And so it's just not appropriate to do this before this election. If he wins the election and the Senate is Democrat or Republican, then he goes forward. If not, we should wait until February. All right.
There aren't 100 million people with pre-existing conditions. As far as the say is concerned, the people already had their say. Justice Ginsburg said very powerfully, very strongly, at some point 10 years ago or so, she said a president and the Senate is elected for a period of time, but a president's elected for 4 years. We're not elected for 3 years. I'm not elected for 3 years. So we have the Senate, we have a president.
He's elected to the next
during
election.
that period of time, we have an opening. I'm not elected for 3 years. I'm elected for 4 years.
The
and the
election's
100
already
million
started.
people, Joe.
What were you doing when you got told that you were getting traded?
Before John Lynch or Kyle Shanahan could call me, George calls me.
The 100 million people is totally wrong. I don't know where you got that number. The bigger problem that you have is that you're going to extinguish 180 million people with their private health care that they're very
That's
happy
simply
with.
not true.
Well, you're certainly going to socialist. You're going to socialist medicine.
We're now into, gentlemen, we're now into open discussion.
Open discussion.
Open discussion. Yes, I agree. Go ahead, Vice President.
Number one, he knows that what I proposed. What I proposed is that we expand Obamacare and we increase it. We do not wipe any. And one of the big debates we had with 23 of my colleagues trying to win the nomination that I won, were saying that Biden wanted to allow people to have private insurance still. They can. They do. They will under my proposal.
It's not what you've said,
But
and it's not what
that
your
is-
party has said.
that is simply
your party
a lie.
doesn't say it. Your party
is
wants to
simple.
go socialist
My
medicine
party is
and
me.
socialist
Right
healthcare.
now, I am
and
the
they're going to
Democratic
dominate
Party.
you, Joe. You know that.
I am the Democratic Party right now. The platform of the
Not according
Democratic
to
Party
Harris.
is what I, in fact, approved of. What I approved of. Now, here's the deal. The deal is that it's going to wipe out pre-existing conditions. And by the way, the 200,000 people that have died on his watch, how many of those have survived? Well, there's 7 million people that contracted COVID. What does it mean for them going forward if you strike down the Affordable Care Act? And
Joe, you've had
pre-existing
308,000 military people dying because you couldn't provide them proper health care in the military. So don't tell me
I'm
about
happy
this.
to talk about
And
this.
if you were here,
Look,
it
here's
wouldn't be
the deal.
200, it would be 2 million people because you were very late on the draw. You
Late
didn't
on
want
the
me to
draw.
ban China, which was heavily infected. You didn't want me to ban
All right, gentlemen,
Europe, which
no,
was heavily
Mr. President,
You would have
Mr.
been much
President,
later, Joe.
Mr. President,
much later.
Mr.
You're
President,
talking about 2 million people.
You're not gonna be able to
President, as
shut
a
him up.
moderator, we are going to talk about COVID in the next segment, but go ahead.
Let me finish. The point is that the president also is opposed to Roe v. Wade. That's on the ballot as well in the court. And so that's also at stake right now. And so the election is all
You don't know it's on the ballot. Why is it on the ballot?
Because
Why is it
you
on the
said
ballot? It's not
you're-
on the ballot.
It's on the ballot in the
I
court.
don't think so.
In the court. Well,
There's nothing happening there.
Donald, would you
And you
just be
don't
quiet
know
for a minute?
her view on Roe v. Wade. You
I
don't
don't
know her
know.
view.
Well, all right. Let's talk. We got a lot to unpack here, gentlemen. We got a lot of time. So on health care, and then we'll come back to Roe v. Wade.
All right.
Mr. President, the Supreme Court will hear a case a week after the election in which the Trump administration, along with 18 state attorneys general, are seeking to overturn
That's right.
Obamacare, to end Obamacare. You have spent the last...
Because they want to give good health care.
If I may ask my question, sir.
Good health care.
Over the last 4 years, you have promised to repeal and replace Obamacare, but you have never in these 4 years come up with a plan, a comprehensive plan
Yes,
to
I have.
replace Obamacare.
Of course I have.
Well,
I got rid of the individual mandate.
I'm going to give you an
Excuse
opportunity.
me. I got rid of the individual mandate, which was a
That is
big
not a
chunk of
comprehensive
Obamacare. That
plan.
is absolutely a big thing. That was the worst
I
part of
didn't ask
Obamacare.
Sir,
Chris,
you're
that was the
debating him,
worst
not
part of
me.
Obamacare.
Let me ask my question.
Well, I'll ask Joe. The individual mandate was the most unpopular aspect of
Mr.
Obamacare. I
President,
got rid of it.
I'd like you
and we
to-
will protect
Mr.
people
President,
with
I'm the
pre-existing
moderator of this
conditions.
debate, and I would like you to let me ask my question, and then you can answer your
ahead.
question. You, in the course of these 4 years, have never come up with a comprehensive plan to replace Obamacare. And just this last Thursday, you signed a largely symbolic executive order to protect people with pre-existing conditions 5 days before this debate. So my question, sir, is what is the Trump healthcare plan?
All right. Well, first of all, I guess I'm debating you, not him, but that's okay. I'm not surprised. Let me just tell you something, that there's nothing symbolic. I'm cutting drug prices. I'm going with favored nations, which no president has the courage to do because you're going against big pharma. Drug prices will be coming down 80 or 90%. You could have done it during your 47-year period in government, but you didn't do it. Nobody's done it. So we're cutting health care.
What about
All of the
pre-existing
things that
conditions?
we've done,
He has not cut
insulin. I
healthcare.
give you an example, insulin. It was destroying families, destroying people. The cost, I'm getting it for so cheap. It's like water. You want to know the truth. So cheap. Take a look at all of the drugs what we're doing, prescription drug prices. We're going to allow our governors now to go to other countries to buy drugs because they pay just a tiny fraction.
As I say,
of
this
what
is
we do.
open discussion.
No,
Let me
but
ask
this
you
is
about,
big.
you'll
This
be
is
happy,
big stuff.
sir. You'll be happy. I'm about to pick up on one of your points to ask the vice president, which is he points out that you would like to add a public option to Obamacare. And
Yes.
the argument that he makes and other Republicans make is that that is going to end private insurance.
It is
and
not.
will, if I can ask you the question, it will
Not what your
end
party says, by the way.
it will end private insurance and create a government takeover of health care.
It does not. It's only for those people who are so poor they qualify for Medicaid, They can get that free in most states, except governors who want to deny people who are poor Medicaid. Anyone who qualifies for Medicare would Medicaid would automatically be enrolled in the public option. The vast majority of the American people would still not be in that option. Number one.
Joe, you agreed with Bernie Sanders, who's far left, on the manifesto, we call it. And that gives you socialized medicine.
Look, hey,
Are you saying
I'm not going to listen to him. The fact of the matter is, I beat Bernie Sanders.
Not by much.
I beat him a whole hell of a lot. I'm here standing facing you, old buddy.
Pocahontas would have left 2 days early. You would have lost every primary.
All he knows how to do is
Super Tuesday. You got very lucky.
Here's the deal. I got very lucky. I'm going to get very lucky tonight as well. And tonight I'm going to make sure, because here's the deal. Here's the deal. The fact is that everything he's saying so far is simply a lie. I'm not here to call out his lies. Everybody knows he's a liar.
But you
I just want to make sure.
Joe, you're the liar.
I want to make sure.
Graduated last in your class, not first in your class.
I want to make
Mr.
sure.
President, can you let him finish, sir?
No, he doesn't know how to do that. He has,
You'd be surprised.
You pick
You'd be surprised.
the wrong guy, the wrong night at the wrong time.
Listen, you agreed with
Here's the
Bernie
deal.
Sanders to the
The
manifesto.
whole idea.
Let him.
There is no manifesto. Number
Please
one.
let him speak, Mr.
Number two.
You just lost the left.
Number two.
You just lost the left. You agreed with Bernie Sanders on a plan.
Folks,
absolutely
folks,
agreed
do you have
to.
any
And under that
idea
plan,
what
you have
this clown's
socialized,
doing?
They call it
Mr.
Do you
Medicare
have any do?
socialized medicine.
Mr.
Well,
President.
I'll tell you what. He is not for any help for people needing health care because he in fact already has cost 10 million people their health care that they had from their employers because of his recession. Number one. Number two, there are 20 million people getting health care through Obamacare now that he wants to take it away. He won't ever look you in the eye and say that's what he wants to do. Take it away.
No, I want to give them better health care at a much lower price because
by the way, he
Obamacare
doesn't
is
know
no
how.
good.
He doesn't know how
I've
to do
already
that.
fixed it.
He has never
I've
offered
already
a plan.
fixed it to an extent.
He has never done a
as you
single
might
thing.
know, but probably don't.
Gentlemen, you realize if you're both speaking at the same time,
and it's too expensive.
Let the president go ahead, sir.
Obamacare is no good. We made it better, and I had a choice to make very early on. We took away the individual mandate. We guarantee pre-existing conditions, but took away the individual mandate. Listen, this is the way it is. And that destroyed that. They shouldn't even call it Obamacare. Then I had a choice to make. Do I let my people run it really well or badly? If I run it badly, they'll probably blame him, but they'll blame me. But more importantly, I want to help people. Okay. I said, you got to run it so well.
That's what
and I just had a meeting with them. They said, the problem is no matter how well you run Obamacare, it's a disaster. It's too expensive. Premiums are too high, and it doesn't work. So we do want to get rid of it. Chris, we want to get rid of it.
I understand it, sir, but I have to give you roughly equal time.
Good.
Please let the vice president talk.
Good.
He has no plan for health care.
Of course we do.
He sends out wishful thinking. He has executive orders that have no power. He hasn't lowered drug costs for anybody. He's been promising a health care plan since he got elected. He has none, like almost everything else he talks about. He does not have a plan. He doesn't have a plan. And the fact is, this man doesn't know what he's talking about.
All right. I have one final question for you,
Sure.
Mr. Vice President. If Senate Republicans, we were talking originally about the Supreme Court here, if Senate Republicans go ahead and confirm Justice Barrett, there has been talk about ending the filibuster or even packing the court, adding to the 9 justices there. You call this a distraction by the president, but in fact, it wasn't brought up by the president. It was brought up by some of your Democratic colleagues in the Congress. So my question to you is, you have refused in the past to talk about it. Are you willing to tell the American people tonight whether or not you will support either ending the filibuster or packing the court?
Whatever position I take in that, that'll become the issue. The issue is the American people should speak. You should go out and vote. You're in voting now. Vote and let your senators know how strongly you feel. Vote now.
Are you gonna pack the
Make
court?
sure you, in fact, let people know
He doesn't want
you're a
to answer the
senator.
question.
I'm not going to answer the question
Why
because
wouldn't you answer that
because
question?
the question is
Supreme Court justice, radical left.
Will you
Who
shut
is
up,
on,
man?
Listen, who is on your list, Joe?
This
Who's
is
on your
so
list?
Gentlemen, I think
this
we've
is
ended
so
this.
He's going to pack the
unprecedented.
court.
We have
I'm not going to give a list.
We have ended this segment. We're going to move on to the second segment.
That was really a productive segment, wasn't it? Keep yapping, man.
The people understand, Joe.
They sure do.
47 years, you've done nothing. They understand.
All right. The second subject is COVID-19, which is an awfully serious subject. So let's try to be serious about it. We have had more than 7 million cases of coronavirus in the United States, and more than 200,000 people have died. Even after we produce a vaccine, experts say that it could be months or even years before we come back to anything approaching normal. My question for both of you is, based on what you have said and done so far and what you have said you would do starting in 2021, why should the American people trust you more than your opponent to deal with this public health crisis going forward? In this case, the question goes to you first, sir. 2 minutes uninterrupted.
Good luck. 200,000 dead. As you said, over 7 million infected in the United States. We, in fact, have 4% of the world's population, 20% of the deaths. 40,000 people a day are contracting COVID. In addition to that, about between 750 and 1,000 people a day are dying. When he was presented with that number, he said, it is what it is. Well, it is what it is because you are who you are. That's why it is. The president has no plan. He hasn't laid out anything. He knew all the way back in February how serious this crisis was. He knew it was a deadly disease. What did he do? He's on tape as acknowledging he knew it. He said he didn't tell us or give people a warning of it because he didn't want to panic the American people. You don't panic. He panicked. In addition to that, what did he do? He went in and we were insisting that the people we had on the ground in China should be able to go to Wuhan and determine for themselves how dangerous this was. He did not even ask Xi to do that. He told us what a great job Xi was doing. He said we owe him a debt of gratitude for being so transparent with us. And what did he do then? He then did nothing. He waited and waited and waited. He still doesn't have a plan. I laid out back in March exactly what we should be doing. And I laid out again in July what we should be doing. We should be providing all the protective gear possible. We should be providing the money the House has passed in order to be able to go out and get people the help they need to keep their businesses open schools. It costs a lot of money. You should get out of your bunker and get out of the sand trap and get in your golf course and go in the Oval Office and bring together the Democrats and Republicans and fund what needs to be done now to save lives.
So if we would have listened to you.
You have 2 minutes, sir.
If we would have listened to you, the country would have been left wide open. Millions of people would have died, not 200,000. And one person is too much. It's China's fault. It should have never happened. They stopped it from going in, but it was China's fault. And by the way, when you talk about numbers, you don't know how many people died in China. You don't know how many people died in Russia. You don't know how many people died in India. They don't exactly give you a straight count, just so you understand. But if you look at what we've done, I closed it and you said he's xenophobic. He's a racist and he's xenophobic because you didn't think I should have closed our country. Wait a minute.
It says 2 minutes.
You didn't think we should have closed our country because you thought it was terrible. You wouldn't have closed it for another 2 months. By my doing it early, in fact, Dr. Fauci said, President Trump saved thousands of lives. Many of your Democrat governors said, President Trump did a phenomenal job. We worked with the governor. Oh, really? Go take a look. The governors said I did a phenomenal job. Most of them said that. In fact,
they don't want you to know about it.
Hey, did you know you might get a big cash pay?
People that would not be necessarily on my side said that. President Trump did a phenomenal job. We did. We got the gowns. We got the masks. We made the ventilators. You wouldn't have made ventilators. And now we're weeks away from a vaccine. We're doing therapeutics already. Fewer people are dying when they get sick. Far fewer people are dying. We've done a great job. The only thing I haven't done a good job, and that's because of the fake news. No matter what you say to them, they give you bad press on it. It's just fake news. They give you good press. They give me bad press because that's the way it is, unfortunately. But let me just tell you something. I don't care. I've gotten used to it. But I'll tell you, Joe, you could never have done the job that we did. You don't have it in your blood. You could have never done that job.
I know how to do the job. I know how to get the job
Well, you
done.
didn't do very well in swine flu. H1N1, you were a disaster. Your own chief of staff said you were a disaster.
14,000 people died, not 200,000. There was
A
no
very-
economic recession.
Sir, you made a
There was-
point.
far
No,
there
less
was no
lethal
recession.
disease,
you made a
by the way.
point. Let him answer.
And there was no one, we didn't shut down the economy. This is his economy he's shut down. The reason it's shut down is because, look, you folks at home, how many of you got up this morning and had an empty chair at the kitchen table because someone died of COVID? How many of you were in a situation where you lost your mom or dad and you couldn't even speak to them? You had a nurse holding a phone up so you could, in fact, say goodbye.
You would have lost far
How
more
many
people.
people?
Far
That is-
more people.
And
you would have been.
And by the way,
months late.
your own
You were
his
months behind me,
his
Joe.
own CDC director says we could lose as many as another 200,000 people between now and the end of the year. And he held up. He said, if we just wear a mask, we can save half those numbers. Just a mask. And by the way, in terms of the whole notion of a vaccine, we're for a vaccine, but I don't trust him at all, nor do you. I know you don't. What we trust is a scientist.
You don't
we
trust
Dr.
Johnson
Fauci.
& Johnson, Pfizer?
And
Okay,
by the way,
gentlemen,
then-
let me move on to questions about the future, because you both have touched on two of the questions I'm going to ask. Focusing on the future first, President Trump, you have repeatedly either contradicted or been at odds with some of your government's own top scientists. The week before last, the head of the Centers for Disease Control, Dr. Redfield, said it would be summer before the vaccine would become generally available to the public. You said that he was confused and mistaken. Those were your two words.
Yeah.
But Dr. Slaoui, the head of your Operation Warp Speed, has said exactly the same thing. Are they both wrong?
Well, I've spoken to the companies and we can have it a lot sooner. It's a very political thing because people like this would rather make it political than save lives.
God.
It is a very political thing. I've spoken to Pfizer. I've spoken to all of the people that you have to speak to. We have great Moderna, Johnson & Johnson, and others. They can go faster than that by a lot. Become very political because the left, or I don't know if I call them left, I don't know what I call
the
them.
head of your Operation Warp Speed, Dr. Slaoui?
I disagree with him. Yeah, no, I disagree with both of them. And he didn't say that. He said it could be there, but it could also be much sooner. I had him in my office 2 days ago.
He talked about the summer, sir, before it's generally available. Just like
He said
Dr.
it's a
Redfield.
possibility that we'll have the answer before November 1st. It could also
I'm
be
talking about
after
when it's
that.
generally available. not when
Well,
it will
we're
be.
going to deliver it right away. We have the military all set up logistically. They're all set up. We have our military that delivers soldiers, and they can do 200,000 a day. They're going to be
This
delivering.
is the same man
It's
who
all
told
set
you
up.
by Easter this would be gone away. By the warm weather, it'd be gone. Miraculous, like a miracle. And by the way, maybe you could inject some bleach in your arm, and that would take care of it. This is the
That
same
was
man.
said sarcastically.
That was
you
him.
know that.
I
that
don't-
was said sarcastically.
And so here's the deal. This man is talking about a vaccine. Every serious company is talking about maybe having a vaccine done by the end of the year. But the distribution of that vaccine will not occur until sometime beginning or the middle of next year to get it out, if we get the vaccine. And pray God we will. Pray God we will.
Mr. Vice President, I want to pick up
You'll have
on
the
that.
vaccine
I
sooner
want to
than
pick
that.
up on this question, though. You say the public can trust the scientists, but they can't trust President Trump. In fact, you said that again tonight. Your running mate, Senator Harris, goes further, saying the public health experts, quote, will be muzzled, will be suppressed. Given the fact that polls already show that people are concerned about the vaccine and are reluctant to take it, are you and your running mate, Senator Harris, contributing to that fear?
No more than the question you just asked him. You pointed out. He puts pressure and disagrees with his own scientists.
But you're saying
Everybody
you can't, or
knows.
Senator
And-
Harris is saying you can't trust the scientists.
No. You can trust the scientists. She didn't say that. You can't trust.
She said the public health
Did say
experts,
that.
quote, will be muzzled, will be suppressed.
Well, that's what he's going to try to do. But there's millions of scientists, there's thousands of scientists out there, like here at this great hospital, that don't work for him. Their job doesn't depend on him. That's not, they're the people. And by
I
the way,
spoke to the
and
scientists that are in charge.
by the way,
they will have
and
the vaccine very
does-
soon.
Let him
do you believe for a moment what he's telling you in light of all the lies he's told you about the whole issue relating to COVID? He still hasn't even acknowledged that he knew this was happening, knew how dangerous it was going to be back in February, and he didn't even tell you. He's on record as saying it. He panicked or he just looked at the stock market, one of the two, because guess what? A lot of people died. And a lot more are going to die unless he gets a lot smarter, a lot quicker.
So-
Mr. President?
Did you use the word smart? So you said you went to Delaware State, but you forgot the name of your college. You didn't go to Delaware State. You graduated either the lowest or almost the lowest in your class. Don't ever use the word smart with me. Don't ever use that word.
Oh, give me a break.
Because you know what? There's nothing smart about you, Joe. 47 years you've done nothing.
Well, let's have this debate.
And if
We'll
you
see
would have
who's-
had, let me just tell you something, Joe.
No,
If you would have had the charge of what I was put through, I had to close the greatest economy in the history of our country. And by the way, now it's being built again.
See,
and
We're
it's
going to
going
get
up
to the
fast.
economy in the next segment, sir.
Okay.
It's going up fast. I look
Okay.
forward to talking.
When it comes to how the virus has been handled so far, the two of you have taken very different approaches, and this is going to affect how the virus.
Protect your dream home
Looking good.
under our roof. American Family Insurance.
Is handled going forward by whichever of you ends up becoming the next president. I want to quickly go through several of those. Reopenings. Vice President Biden, you have been much more reluctant than President Trump about reopening the economy and schools. Why, sir?
Because he doesn't have a plan. If I were running, I know what the plan is. You've got to provide these businesses the ability to have the money to be able to reopen with the PPE as well as with the sanitation they need. You have to
Tell
provide
that
them
to Nancy
plastic.
Pelosi.
Well, he's just shush for a minute.
Tell it to
The-
Nancy
the-
Pelosi.
And
Schumer.
by the
Ryan.
way, they have a plan. He won't even meet with them. The Republicans won't meet with him in the
Okay.
Senate.
Let-
And he sits on his golf course. And I mean,
Nah.
literally,
Okay.
think about it.
You probably
All right,
play
think
more than
about
I
it.
do, Joe.
What about this question of reopenings and the fact?
Well, he wants to shut down this country,
Oh.
and I want to keep it open. And we did a great
he just
thing by
admitted
shutting
he
it
shut
down.
it down.
Wait a minute,
Let
Joe.
him
Let me
finish,
shut
sir.
you down for a second, Joe, just for 1 second. He wants to shut down the country. We just went through it. We had to because we didn't know anything about the disease. Now we found that elderly people with heart problems and diabetes and different problems are very, very vulnerable. We learned a lot. Young children aren't. Even younger people aren't. We've learned a lot. But he wants to shut it down. More people will be hurt by continuing. If you look at Pennsylvania, if you look at certain states that have been shut down, they have Democrat governors all. One of the reasons they're shut down is because they want to keep it shut down until after the election
Oh,
on
yeah.
November
I want to
3rd.
move on to another
because
subject.
it's a
I want to move
political
on to
thing.
another
I
subject.
gotta
But
respond.
those,
I
but
wanna
those
move-
states,
gentlemen, I
those
wanna move
states
on to
are
another
not
subject.
doing well that are shut down
Which is
right
gotta
now.
respond to that.
Wants to
President
shut down
Trump,
the
you
whole
have
country.
begun to increasingly question the effectiveness of masks as a disease preventer. And in fact, recently you have cited the issue of waiters touching their masks and touching plates. Are you questioning
No, I think
the
masks
efficacy
are
of
okay.
of
You have to
masks?
understand, if you look, I mean, I have a mask right here. I put a mask on, when I think I need it. Tonight, as an example, everybody's had a test and you've had social distancing and all of the things that you have to, but I
Just
wear
like your
masks
rallies.
when needed. When needed, I wear masks.
Okay, let me ask.
I don't wear masks like him. Every time you see him, he's got a mask. He could be speaking 200 feet away from it. He shows up with the biggest mask I've ever seen. I will say
Vice President Biden, go ahead, sir.
Look, the way to open businesses is give them the wherewithal to be able to open. We provided money. The Congress,
But I was asking you, sir, about masks.
well, masks make a big difference. His own head of the CDC said if we just wore masks between now, everybody wore masks in social distance between now and January, we'd probably save up to 100,000 lives. It matters.
And they've also
It
said the
matters.
opposite. They've
And
also said
no serious person said the opposite.
They've
No
also said, well, look
serious.
at
I wanna
Dr.
ask you-
Fauci. Dr. Fauci said the
He
opposite.
did not
I
say
want to
the
ask you, we got
He
a
said
little
very
bit more than a
strongly,
minute left in this
masks
segment.
are not good. Then he changed his mind. He said masks are good.
I
I'm
wanna
okay
ask-
with masks.
I
I'm
want to
not
ask you
fighting
both about
masks.
one last subject because your different approaches has even affected the way that you have campaigned. President Trump, you're holding large rallies with crowds packed together, thousands of people.
Outside.
Outside, yes, sir, agreed. Vice President Biden, you are holding much smaller events with
Because nobody will show up.
people with
What's true? Nobody shows up to his rallies.
All right. In any case, why you holding the big rallies? Why you not? You go first, sir.
Because people want to hear what I have to say. I mean,
But are you
I've
not
done a
worried
great
about it
job
spreading
as a
disease?
president, and I'll have 35,000 people show up at airports. We use airports.
Are you
and
not
hangars,
worried
and
about
we
the
have a
disease
lot of
issues,
people.
sir?
Well, so far, we have had no problem whatsoever. It's outside. That's a big difference, according to the experts. And we do them outside. We have tremendous crowds, as you see. I mean, and literally on 24 hours notice. And Joe does the circles and has 3 people someplace.
Okay. By the way, did you see one of the last big rallies he had? And a reporter came up to him to ask him a question. He said, no, stand back. Put on your mask. Put on a mask. Have you been tested? I'm way far away from those other people. That's what he said. I'm going to be okay. He's not worried about you. He's not worried about the people out there breathing in one another.
We've had no negative effect.
No negative effect.
We've had no negative effect. And we've had 35, 40,000 people at these rallies.
Just quickly finish up because I want to move on to our next.
Yes, I would. He's been totally irresponsible the way in which he has handled the social distancing and people wearing masks, basically encouraged them not to.
All right.
He's a fool on this.
If you could get the crowds, you would have done the same thing. But you can't. Nobody cares.
Gentlemen, can we move on to the
cares.
Gentlemen, can we move on to the economy?
Yes.
The economy is, I think it's fair to say, recovering faster than expected from the shutdown.
Much faster.
In the second quarter, the unemployment rate fell to 8.4% last month. The Federal Reserve says the hit to growth, which is going to be there, is not going to be nearly as big as they had expected. President Trump, you say we are in a V-shaped recovery. Vice President Biden, you say it's more of a K-shape. What difference does that mean to the American people in terms of the economy? President Trump, in this segment, you go first.
So we built the greatest economy in history. We closed it down because of the China plague. When the plague came in, we closed it down, which was very hard. Psychologically to do. He didn't think we should close it down, and he was wrong. And again, 2 million people would be dead now instead of still 204,000 people is too much. One person is too much. Should have never happened from China. But what happened is we closed it down, and now we're reopening, and we're doing record business. We had 10.4 million people in a 4-month period that we've put back into the workforce. That's a record the likes of which nobody's ever seen before. And he wants to close down he will shut it down again. He will destroy this country. You know, a lot of people between drugs and alcohol and depression, when you start shutting it down, you take a look at what's happening at some of your Democrat-run states where they have these tough shutdowns. And I'm telling you, it's because they don't want to open it. One of them came out last week. You saw that. Oh, we're going to open up on November 9th. Why November 9th? Because it's after the election. They think they're hurting us by keeping them closed. They're hurting people. People know what to do. They can social distance. They can wash their hands. They can wear masks. They can do whatever they want. But they got to open these states up. When you look at North Carolina, and these governors are under siege, Pennsylvania, Michigan, and a couple of others, you got to open these states up. It's not fair. You're talking about almost it's like being in prison. And you look at what's going on with divorce, look at what's going on with alcoholism and drugs. It's a very, very sad thing. And he'll close down the whole country. This guy will close down the whole country and destroy our country. Our country is coming back incredibly well, setting records as it does it. We don't need somebody to come in and say, let's shut it down.
All right. Your 2 minutes, sir. We're now moved to you. As I said, posing the question, the president says it's a V-shaped recovery. You say it's a K-shaped recovery. What's the difference?
The difference is millionaires and billionaires like him in the middle of the COVID crisis have done very well. Billionaires have made another $300 billion because of his profligate tax proposal, and he only focused on the market. But you folks at home, you folks living in Scranton and Claymont and all the small towns and working class towns in America, how well are you doing? This guy paid a total of $750 in taxes.
Sir, wait, no, sir, it's his yeah, I understand. You've agreed to the 2 minutes, so please let him have it.
Do I get my time back? The fact is that he has, in fact, worked on this in a way that he's going to be the first president of the United States to leave office having fewer jobs in his administration than when he became president. Fewer jobs than when he became president. First one in American history. Secondly, the people who have lost their jobs are those people who have been on the front lines, those people who have been saving our lives, those people who have been out there dying, people who've been putting themselves in the way to make sure that we could all try to make it. And the idea that he is insisting that we go forward and open when you have almost half the states in America with a significant increase in COVID deaths and COVID cases in the United States of America. And he wants to open it up more. Why does he want to open it up? Why doesn't he take care of the American? You can't fix the economy until you fix the COVID crisis. And he has no intention of doing anything about making it better for you all at home in terms of your health and your safety. Schools, why aren't schools open? Because it costs a lot of money to open them safely. You know, they were going to give, his administration was going to give the teachers and school students masks. And then they decided, no, couldn't do that because it's not a national emergency. Not a national emergency. They've done nothing to help small businesses. Nothing. They're closing. 1 in 6 is now gone. He ought to get on the job and take care of the needs of the American people so we can open safely.
All right. Your time is up, sir.
Well,
we are going to get to...
I have to respond to that.
Well, you both had 2 minutes, sir.
Excuse me, he made a statement.
So did you.
People want their schools. No, people want their schools open. They don't want to be shut down. They don't want their state shut down. They want their restaurants. I look at New York. It's so sad what's happening in New York. It's almost like a ghost town. And I'm not sure it can ever recover what they've done in New York. People want their places open. They want to get back to their lives. They'll be careful, but they want their schools open. I'm the one that brought back football. By the way, I brought back Big Ten football. It was me, and I'm very happy to do it. And
all right,
people of Ohio are very proud of me. And you know how I found out? When he took
gentlemen, we're going to get to your economic plans going forward in a moment. But first, Mr. President, as you well know, there's a new report that in 2016, the year you were elected president, and 2017, your first year as president, that you paid $750 a year in federal income tax each of those years. I know that you pay a lot of other taxes, but I'm asking you the specific question. Is it true that you paid $750 in federal income taxes each of those 2 years?
I paid millions of dollars in taxes, millions of dollars. Of income tax. And let me just tell you, there was a story in one of the papers. I paid $38 million 1 year. I paid $27 million.
Show us your tax returns.
I went, you'll see it as soon as it's finished. You'll see it. You know, if you want to go to the Board of Elections. There's a 118-page or so report that says everything I have, every bank I have, I'm totally under leveraged because the assets are extremely good. And we have I built a great
I'm asking
company.
you a specific question, which is.
Let me tell you.
I understand all of that. I understand all of that. No, Mr. President, I'm asking you a question. Will you tell us how much you paid in federal income taxes in 2016 and 2017?
Millions of dollars.
You paid millions of dollars?
Millions of dollars.
So
yes.
not 750.
Millions of dollars. And you'll get to see it. And you'll get to see it. But let me just tell you, Chris, let me just tell you something that it was the tax laws. I don't want to pay tax. Before I came here, I was a private developer. I was a private business people. Like every other private person, unless they're stupid, they go through the laws, and that's what it is. He passed a tax bill that gave us all these privileges for depreciation and for tax credits. We build the building and we get tax credits like the hotel on Pennsylvania Avenue. You get a massive, which by the way, was given to me by the Obama administration, if you can believe that. Now the man got fired right after that happened. But
Vice President Biden, you want to respond?
Yeah, I do want to respond. Look, the tax code that made him, put him in a position that he pays less tax than a school teacher makes on the money a school teacher makes is because of he says he's smart because he can take advantage of the tax code. And he does take advantage of the tax code. That's why I'm going to eliminate the Trump tax cuts. And I'm going to eliminate those tax cuts and make sure that we invest in the people who in fact need the help. People out there need help.
But why didn't you do it over the last 25 years?
Because you weren't president. Because you weren't president screwing things up.
You were a senator.
You're the worst president America has ever had.
Hey,
Come
Joe,
on.
let me just tell you, Joe, I've done more in 47 months. I've done more than you've done in 47 years, Joe. We've done things that you never even thought of doing, including fixing the broken military that you gave me, including taking care of your vets.
Mr. President, we're talking about the economy. I'd like to ask you about your plans going forward because, Mr. Vice President, your economic plan if you were to be
He has
elected
not.
president, focuses a lot on big government, big taxes, big spending. I want to focus first on the taxes. You propose more than $4 trillion over a decade in new taxes on individuals making more than $400,000 a year and on corporations. President Trump says that that kind of an increase in taxes is going to hurt the economy as it's just coming out of a recession.
Well, just take a look at what is the analysis done by Wall Street firms. Points out that my economic plan would create 7 million more jobs than his in 4 years, number one. And number two, it would create an additional $1 trillion in economic growth because it would be about buying American. That we're going to make this federal government spend $600 billion a year on everything from ships to steel to buildings and the like. And under my proposal, we're going to make sure that every penny of that has to be made by a company.
But respectfully, sir, I'm talking about taxes, not spending.
By the way, I'm going to eliminate a significant number of the tax. I'm going to make the corporate tax 28%. It shouldn't be 21%. You have 91 companies, in the Fortune 500 who don't pay a single penny in tax, making billions of dollars.
Why didn't you do it before when you were vice president with Obama?
Because you, in fact, passed that. That was your tax proposal.
I got it done. And you know what happened?
Yeah, you got it done.
Our economy boomed like it's never boomed.
The economy is busted. Let me finish.
Mr. President, let me pick up on that. You would continue your free market approach, lower taxes, more deregulation, correct?
Not lower taxes for American people.
Let me,
Excuse me.
But in Obama's, you talk about the economy booming. It turns out that in Obama's final 3 years as president, more jobs were created, 1.5 million more jobs than in the first 3 years of your presidency.
They had the slowest recovery economic recovery since 1929. It was the slowest recovery. Also, they took over something that was down here. All you had to do is turn on the lights and you pick up a lot. But they had the slowest economic recovery since 1929. Let me tell you about the stock market. When the stock market goes up, that means jobs. It also means 401ks. If you got in, if you ever became president with your ideas, you want to terminate my taxes, I'll tell you what, you'll lose half of the companies that have poured in here will leave, and plenty of companies that are already here, they'll leave for other places. They will leave, and you will have a depression, the likes of which you've never seen.
Look, we inherited.
This is the ED. It's not for the faint of heart.
Welcome back.
Who else is going to get this place to the 4th of July?
The worst recession short of a depression in American history. I was asked to bring it back. We were able to have an economic recovery that created the jobs you're talking about. We handed him a booming economy. He blew it.
It wasn't booming.
He blew it.
It wasn't booming. It was the weakest recovery since 1929.
Is it fair to say he blew it when fact, there was record low unemployment before COVID?
Yeah, but because what he did, even before COVID, manufacturing went in the hole. Excuse
me, Chris. Wait.
Number two.
Chris.
Number three.
They said it would take. No, you're on number two.
No.
Chris. They said it would take a miracle to bring back manufacturing. I brought back 700,000 jobs. They brought back nothing. They gave up on manufacturing. Part of my standard fare.
I'm the guy that
he totally gave up on manufacturing.
All right, let him.
We brought back. I was asked to bring back Chrysler and General Motors. We brought them back right here in the state of Ohio and Michigan. He blew it. They're gone. He blew it. And in fact, they're going.
Ohio had the best year it's ever had last year. Michigan had the best year they've ever had.
That is not
Many
true.
car companies came in from Germany, from Japan, went to Michigan, went to Ohio.
They're not having.
And they didn't come in with you.
Mr. Vice President, go ahead.
And so you take a look at what he's actually done. He's done very little. His trade deals are the same way. He talks about these great trade deals. You know, he talks about the art of the deal. China's perfected the art of the steal. We have a higher deficit with China now than we did before. We have the highest trade deficit with Mexico.
Your lunch. All right, 18%. China ate your lunch, Joe. And no wonder your son goes in and he takes out billions of dollars, to manage. He makes millions of dollars. And also, while we're at it, why is it, just out of curiosity, The mayor of Moscow's wife gave your son $3.5 million. What did he do to deserve it? What did he do with Burisma to deserve $183,000?
None of that is true. Let him answer.
None of that is true.
Oh, really? He didn't get
No,
$3.5 million?
Mr. President,
It's totally,
Mr. President, please.
totally discredited. Totally discredited. And by the way,
well, wait, he
let's
didn't get $3.5 million, Joe?
Mr. Vice,
He got
Mr.
$3.5
President,
million.
That is not true.
Oh, really?
Mr.
Oh.
President,
But,
it's an open discussion, please.
Now,
It's a fact.
Well,
It
you
is
have
not a
raised an
fact.
issue. Let the
been
Vice
totally
President answer.
discredited.
Did
There was a
Burisma pay him
report
$183,000 a month with no experience in energy?
Mr.
Look,
President,
job?
my son did nothing wrong at Burisma.
I think he did.
and
Mr.
the only
President,
guy that
let
did
him
something-
answer.
He doesn't want to let me answer because he knows I have the truth. His position has been totally, thoroughly discredited.
By who?
And you
The media?
By everybody. Well, by the media, by our
because they refuse to
allies, by
talk
the
about it
World
because they're
Bank,
embarrassed.
by everyone has discredited. Matter of fact, even
Mr.
the people
President,
who
please stop.
testified under oath.
So let me
Under
ask you
oath.
this,
And-
Joe.
under
No,
oath.
go ahead, Mr. I'm listening to
Even the
you.
people under.
He got $3.5
he
million from
testified-
Moscow.
He testified under oath in his administration, said, I did my job and I did it very well.
Oh,
I
really?
did it
I'd like to know
honorably.
who they are.
Well, I'll give you the list
I'll
of the
fire
people who
them.
testified.
No, go ahead, sir.
Sure, you've already fired most of them because they did a
Some
good
because
job.
Some people don't
Well,
do a good
here's
job. With you,
Go
they
ahead.
said-
You get
here's
the,
the
wait
deal.
a minute. You get the final word, Mr.
Well, it's hard to get any word in with this clown. Excuse me. This.
Hey,
this
let me just
person.
say, Joe.
No. I'm
No.
Mr. President.
$3.5
Mr.
million,
President.
Joe.
That is simply.
Why did he
not true.
deserve $3.5 million
It
from
did-
Moscow?
Look, here's the deal. We want to talk about families and ethics. I don't want to do that. I mean, his family we could talk about all night. His family's
My
already.
family,
let him go.
my family
already
lost
wrote-
a fortune by coming down and helping
Go
us
ahead.
with
Go ahead,
government.
sir.
And that's such a.
they're right
That's
here.
it, Mr.
That's such
President.
a
Every
great.
single one of them lost.
This
a
is not
fortune
about
by
my
coming and
family or
helping
his
us
family.
with
It's
government.
about your family,
They
the
didn't put
American people.
$3.5 million
He doesn't.
on
That's not true. It doesn't want to talk about what you need. You, the American people. It's about you. That's what we're talking about.
you
here.
should
All right,
Not
that's the end
about
of the,
here.
that's the end of the
Shouldn't have
segment.
taken the money.
We're moving on.
He didn't take them.
Well,
Vice
it's a very-
President,
but Chris,
no,
can I be honest? It's a very important
Try to be
question.
honest.
No,
He stood up.
No,
He stood up.
the answer to
and
the
he
question is
threatened
no.
Ukraine.
No, sir.
With $1 billion,
Sir,
if you don't
That
get rid of
is
the Russians.
absolutely
You know what, you're-
not
Well, you're
true.
on tape
You're-
doing it.
you're gonna
on
have-
tape.
True.
Gentlemen,
Is-
I hate to raise
Chris,
my voice,
he's
but
on
it seems
tape.
to be, why should I be different than the two of you? So here's the
That's a
deal.
good point.
We have 6 segments. We have ended that segment. We're going to go to the next segment. In that segment, you each are going to have 2 uninterrupted moments. In those 2 uninterrupted minutes, Mr. President, you can say anything you want. I'm going to ask a question about race, but if you want to answer about something else, go ahead. But I think that the country would be better served if we allowed both people to speak with fewer interruptions. I'm appealing to you, sir, to do that.
Well, and him too.
Well, frankly, you've been doing more interrupting
Well, that's
than
all
he
right,
has.
but he does plenty.
Well, less than, sir, less
there's
than,
plenty.
no, less than you have. Let's please continue on.
Protect your dreams under our roof.
Isn't this the dream, Grandpa?
American Family Insurance.
I got game, she got game, we got game. Everybody say, half-price game.
The issue of race. Vice President Biden, you say that President Trump's response to the violence in Charlottesville 3 years ago, when he talked about very fine people on both sides, was what directly led you to launch this run for president.
Oh, yeah, sure.
President Trump, you have often said that you believe you have done more for Black Americans than any president, with the possible exception of Abraham Lincoln. My question for the two of you is, why should voters trust you rather than your opponent to deal with the race issues facing this country over the next 4 years? Vice President Biden, you go first.
It's about equity and equality. It's about decency. It's about the Constitution. And we have never walked away from trying to require equity for everyone, equality for the whole of America. But we've never accomplished it. But we've never walked away from it like he has done. It is true. The reason I got in the race is when those people, close your eyes, remember what those people look like coming out of the fields carrying torches, their veins bulging, just spewing anti-Semitic bile, and accompanied by the Ku Klux Klan. A young woman got killed. And they asked the president what he thought. He said there were very fine people on both sides. No president has ever said anything like that.
It is whose
Now,
2 minutes, sir.
second point I'd make to you is that when Floyd was killed, when Mr. Floyd was killed, there was a peaceful protest in front of the White House. What did he do? He came out of his bunker, had the military use tear gas on him so he could walk across to a church and hold up a Bible. And then what happened after that? The bishop of that very church said that it was a disgrace. The general who was with him said all he ever wants to do is divide people, not unite people at all. This is a president who has used everything as a dog whistle to try to generate racist hatred, racist division. This is a man who, in fact, you talk about helping African Americans. 1 in 1,000 African Americans has been killed because of the coronavirus. And if he doesn't do something quickly, by the end of the year, 1 in 500 will have been killed. 1 in 500 African Americans. This man is the savior of African Americans. This man cares at all. This man's done virtually nothing. Look, the fact is that you have to look at what he talks about. You have to look at what he did. And what he did has been disastrous for the African-American community.
So,
President Trump, you have 2 minutes. Why should Americans trust you over your opponent to deal with racism?
he did a crime bill, 1994, where you call them super predators, African Americans, the super predators, and they've never forgotten it. They've never forgotten it, Joe.
No, sir, it's his 2 minutes.
So you did that, and they call you a super predator, and I'm letting people out of jail now that you have treated the African American population community, you have treated the black community about as bad as anybody in this country. You did the 1990, and that's why, if you look at the polls, I'm doing better than any Republican has done in a long time, because they saw what you did. You call them super predators, and you've called them worse than that, because you look back at your testimony over the years, you've called them a lot worse than that. As far as the church is concerned, and as far as the generals are concerned, we just got the support of 250 military leaders and generals, total support. Law enforcement, almost every law enforcement group in the United States. I have Florida, I have Texas, I have Ohio, I have Portland. The sheriff just came out today and he said, I support President Trump. I don't think you have any law enforcement. You can't even say the word law enforcement, because if you say those words, you're going to lose all of your radical left supporters. And why aren't you saying those words, Joe? Why don't you say the words law enforcement? Because you know what? If they called us in Portland, we would put out that fire in a half an hour, but they won't do it because they're run by radical left Democrats. If you look at Chicago, if you look at any place you want to look, Seattle, they heard we were coming in the following day and they put up their hands and we got back Seattle. Minneapolis, we got it back, Joe, because we believe in law and order, but you don't. The top 10 cities and just about the top 40 cities are run by Democrats and in many cases radical left. And they've got you wrapped around their finger, Joe, to a point where you don't want to say anything about law and order. And I'll tell you what, the people of this country want and demand law and order, and you're afraid to even say it.
All right. I want to return to the question of race. Vice President Biden, after the grand jury in the Breonna Taylor case decided not to charge any of the police with homicide, you said it raises the question, quote, whether justice could be equally applied in America. Do you believe that there is a separate but unequal system of justice for blacks in this country?
Yes, there is. There's systemic injustice in this country, in education and work and in law enforcement and the way in which it's enforced. But look, the vast majority of police officers are good, decent, honorable men and women. They risk their lives every day to take care of us. But there are some bad apples. And when they occur, when they find them, they have to be sorted out. They have to be held accountable. They have to be held accountable. And what I'm going to do as President of the United States is call together an entire group of people at the White House, well, everything from the civil rights groups to the police officers, the police chiefs, and we're going to work this out. We're going to work this out so we change the way in which we have more transparency in when these things happen. These cops aren't happy to see what happened to George Floyd. These cops aren't happy to see what happened to Breonna Taylor. Most don't like it. But we have to have a system where people are held accountable. And by the way, violence in response is never appropriate. Never appropriate. Peaceful protest is. Violence is never appropriate.
All right.
What is peaceful protest? When they run through the middle of a town and burn down your stores and kill people all over the place, and you say peaceful protest? No, it's not, but you say it is.
President Trump, I'd like to continue with the issue of race. I promise we're going to get to the issue of law and order in a moment. This month, your administration directed federal agencies to end racial sensitivity training that addresses white privilege or critical race theory. Why did you decide to do that, to end racial sensitivity training? And do you believe that there is systemic racism in this country, sir?
I ended it because it's racist. I ended it because a lot of people were complaining that they were asked to do things that were absolutely insane, that it was a radical revolution that was taking place in our military, in our schools, all over the place, and you know it, and so does everybody else. And he would know.
What is radical about racial sensitivity training, sir?
If you were a certain person, you had no status in life. It was sort of a reversal. And if you look at the people, we were paying people hundreds of thousands of dollars to teach very bad ideas and frankly, very sick ideas. And really, they were teaching people to hate our country. And I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to allow that to happen. We have to go back to the core values of this country. They were teaching people that our country is a horrible place. It's a racist place. And they were teaching people to hate our country. And I'm not going to allow that to happen.
Vice President Biden?
Nobody's doing that. He's the racist.
You just don't know.
Here's the deal. I know a lot more about this.
Let him finish.
The fact is that there is racial insensitivity. People have to be made aware of what other people feel like, what insults them, what is demeaning to them. It's important that people know they don't want to. Many people don't want to hurt other people's feelings, but it makes a big difference. It makes a gigantic difference in the way a child is able to grow up and have a sense of self-esteem. It's a little bit like how this guy and his friends look down on so many people. They look down their nose on people like Irish Catholics like me and grew up in Scranton. They look down on people who don't have money. They look down on people who are of a different faith. They look down on people who are a different color. In fact, we're all Americans. The only way we're going to bring this country together is bring everybody together. There's nothing we cannot do if we do it together. We can take this on and we can defeat racism in America.
President. President Trump, sir.
During the Obama-Biden administration, there was tremendous division. There was hatred. You look at Ferguson, you go to many places. Look at Oakland. Look what happened in Oakland. Look what happened in Baltimore. Look what happened. Frankly, it was more violent than what I'm even seeing now.
Oh, my
but
Lord.
The reason is that
ridiculous.
The Democrats that run these cities don't want to talk like you about law and order.
Violent
and you
crime,
still haven't mentioned. Are you in favor of law and order?
I'm in favor of law. You follow.
Are you in favor of law and order? Go
yes,
ahead.
I'm in favor.
You asked a question. Let him finish.
Law and order. Law and order.
Let him.
Law and order with justice, where people get treated fairly. And the fact of the matter is, violent crime went down 15% in our administration.
All right.
It's gone up on his watch.
Went down much more than ours.
All right, we're not. Mr. President, you're going to. Mr. President,
every record in the book.
Mr. President, you're going to be very happy because we're now going to talk about law and order.
Places we had trouble were Democratic-run cities.
That's exactly my question. There has been a dramatic increase in homicides in America this summer, particularly, and you often blame that on Democratic mayors and Democratic governors, but in fact, there have been equivalent spikes in Republican-led cities like Tulsa and Fort Worth. So the question is this really a party issue?
I think it's a party issue. You can bring in a couple of examples, but if you look at Chicago, what's going on in Chicago, where 53 people were shot and 8 died shot. If you look at New York, where it's going up like nobody's ever seen anything, the numbers are going up 100, 150, 200%. Crime. It is crazy what's going on. And he doesn't want to say law and order because he can't, because he'll lose his radical left supporters. And once he does that, it's over with. But if he ever got to run this country and they ran it the way he would want to run it, our suburbs would be gone. By the way,
Suburbs.
our suburbs would be gone, and you would see problems like you've
He
never
wouldn't
seen.
know a suburb unless he took a wrong turn.
Oh, I know suburbs.
He would not.
So much
I was
better.
raised.
Go ahead. Wait a minute.
I was
So much
raised
better
in
than
the suburbs. This is not 1950. All these dog whistles and racism don't work anymore. Suburbs are by and large integrated. There's many people today driving their kids to soccer practice and/or to black and white and Hispanic in the same car as there have been any time in the past. What really is a threat to the suburbs and their safety is his failure to deal with COVID. They're dying in the suburbs. His failure to deal with the environment. They're being flooded. They're being burned out because his refusal to do anything. That's why the suburbs are in trouble.
I do want to talk about this issue of law and order, though. And in the joint recommendation that came from the Biden-Bernie Sanders task force, you talked about, quote, reimagining policing.
Yeah.
First of all, what does reimagining policing mean? And do you support?
It means.
Let me, if I might finish the question. What does reimagining policing mean? And do you support the Black Lives Matter call for community control of policing?
Look, what I support is the police having the opportunity to deal with the problems they face. And I'm totally opposed to defunding the police officers. As a matter of fact, local police, the only one defunding it, his budget calls for a $400 million cut in local law enforcement assistance. They need more assistance. They need, when they show up for a 9/11 call, to have someone with them as a psychologist or psychiatrist to keep them from having to use force and be able to talk people down. We have to have community policing like we had before, where the officers get to know the people in the communities. That's when crime went down. It didn't go up, it went down. And so we have to be engaged.
That's not what they're talking about, Chris. That's not what they're talking about. He's talking about defunding the police.
That is not true.
He doesn't have any law support. He has no law enforcement
That's not
support.
true.
Almost
That's
nothing.
Look.
Oh, really? Who do you have? Name one group that supports you. Name one group that came out and supported you. Go ahead. Think. We have time.
We don't have time to do anything.
Think
All
about
right.
it.
All right,
Name one law enforcement group that came out and
I
supported
think, gentlemen,
you.
I think I'm going to take back the
There aren't.
moderator's
I don't
role,
think there are any.
and I want to get to another subject, which is the issue of protests in many cities that have turned violent. In Portland, Oregon, especially, we had more than 100 straight days of protests, which I think you would agree. You talk about peaceful protests. Many of those turned into riots. Mr. Vice President, you say that people who commit crimes should be held accountable. The question I have, though, is as the Democratic nominee, and earlier tonight you said that you are the Democratic Party right now, have you ever called the Democratic mayor of Portland or the Democratic governor of Oregon and said, hey, you got to stop this, bring in the National Guard, do whatever it takes, but you stop the days and months of violence in Portland?
I don't hold public office now. I am a former vice president. I've made it clear in my public statements that the violence should be prosecuted. It should be prosecuted. And anyone who commits it
But
should
you've
be
never
prosecuted.
called for the people, the leader, excuse me, sir. You have never called for the leaders in Portland and in Oregon to call and bring in the National Guard and knock off 100 days of riots.
They can, in fact, take care of it if he just stay out of the way. Look here.
Oh, really? Really?
Here's the thing.
I sent in the U.S. Marshals to get the killer of the young man in the middle of the street. They shot him. And for 3 days,
President Trump,
Portland wouldn't do anything. I had to send in the U.S. Marshals. They took care of business.
Go ahead, sir.
And by the way, his own former spokesperson said, riots and chaos and violence help his cause. That's what this is all about.
I don't know who said that.
I do.
Who?
I think Kellyanne Conway.
I don't think she said that.
She said that. And so here's the here's the point.
Go ahead.
The point is that's what he keeps trying to rile everything up. He doesn't want to calm things down. Instead of going in and talking to people and saying, let's get everybody together, figure out how to deal with this. What's he do? He just pours gasoline in the fire constantly and every single solitary time.
And to end this, button up this segment, I'm going to give you a minute to answer, sir. You have repeatedly criticized.
I have to answer his statement.
You have repeatedly.
Wait,
you have
no,
you've been talking back
made
and forth.
a statement.
I'm asking you.
I would love to end it.
Sir.
I would love to end it.
If you want to switch seats,
we could very quickly.
We could do that, but
I'd send in the National Guard. It would be over. There'd be no problem.
Okay,
but they don't want to accept the National Guard.
You have repeatedly criticized the vice president for not specifically calling out Antifa and other left-wing
That's right.
extremist groups. But are you willing tonight to condemn white supremacists and militia groups and to say that they need to stand down and not add to the violence in a number of these cities, as we saw in Kenosha and as we've seen in Portland?
Sure,
Are you
I'm willing
prepared
to
to
do that,
specifically
but
do it?
Well, go ahead, sir.
I would say almost everything I see is from the left wing, not from the right wing.
So what are you saying?
I'm willing to do anything. I want to see peace.
Then do it, sir.
Say it. Do it. Say it.
Do you want to call him? What do you want to call him? Give me a name. Give me a
White
name. Go
supremacists
ahead.
and
Who would
right
you like me to condemn?
white supremacists and right
Proud
militia.
Boys, stand back and stand by. But I'll tell you what. Somebody's got to do something about Antifa and the left, because this is not a right-wing problem. This is a left-wing.
FBI director
This
said
is a left-wing problem.
white supremacists. Antifa's an idea, not an organization.
Oh, you gotta be
not
kidding.
militia. That's what his
It's an idea.
FBI, FBI director
Gentlemen,
said.
Well, then you know what?
We're done, sir. We're moving on to the next. We're
When
moving.
a bat hits you over the head, that's not an idea.
Everybody in
Antifa
your
is
administration tells you the truth has a bad idea.
Can I tell you what?
You have no ideas.
Antifa is a dangerous,
All right,
radical
gentlemen,
group.
we're now moving on to the Trump and
you ought to be
Biden
careful with
records.
them. They'll overthrow you.
When
in
a
2
president,
seconds.
I'm going to ask a question. When the president seeks a second term, it is generally a referendum on his record. But Vice President Biden, you like to quote one of your dad's sayings, which is, don't compare me to the almighty, compare me to the alternative. And in this case, sir, you are the alternative. Looking at both of your records, I'm going to ask each of you, why should voters elect you president over your opponent? In this segment, President Trump, you go first, 2 minutes.
Because there has never been an administration or president who has done more than I've done in a period of 3.5 years. And that's despite the impeachment hoax. And you saw what happened today with Hillary Clinton, where it was a whole big con job. But despite going through all of these things, where I had to fight both flanks and behind me and above, there has never been an administration that's done what I've done. The greatest, before COVID came in, the greatest economy in history, lowest unemployment numbers. Everything was good. Everything was going. And by the way, there was unity going to happen. People were calling me for the first time in years. They were calling and they were saying, it's time maybe. And then what happened? We got hit, but now we're building it back up again. A rebuilding of the military, including Space Force and all of the other things. A fixing of the VA, which was a mess under him. 308,000 people died because they didn't have proper health care. It was a mess. And we now got a 91% approval rating at the VA, our vets. We take care of our vets. But we've rebuilt our military. The job that we've done, and I'll tell you something, some people say maybe the most important. By the end of the first term, I'll have approximately 300 federal judges and Court of Appeals judges, 300, and hopefully 3 great Supreme Court justices. That is a record, the likes of which very few people, and you know one of the reasons I'll have so many judges? Because President Obama and him left me 128 judges to fill. When you leave office, you don't leave any judges. That's like, you just don't do that. They left 128 openings, and if I were a member of his party, because they have a little different philosophy, I'd say if you left us 128 openings, you can't be a good president. You can't be a good vice president. But I want to thank you because it gives us almost, it'll probably be above that number by the end of this term. 300 judges. It's a record.
Looking at both of your records, why should voters elect you president as opposed to President Trump? You have 2 minutes uninterrupted.
Under this president, we become weaker, sicker, poorer, more divided, and more violent. When I was vice president, we inherited a recession. I was asked to fix it. I did. We left him a booming economy, and he caused the recession. With regard to being weaker, the fact is that I've gone head to head with Putin and made it clear to him we're not going to take any of his stuff. He's Putin's puppy. He still refuses to even say anything to Putin about the bounty on the heads of American soldiers.
Your son got $3.5 million.
And by the way, my son...
Wait a minute. Mr. President, your campaign agreed to both sides would get 2-minute answers uninterrupted. Well, your side agreed to it, and Why don't you observe what your campaign agreed to as a ground rule, okay, sir?
He never keeps his word. Can you add back
No, I'm not asking. That was a rhetorical question.
Can you
Go
add
ahead,
back
sir.
30 seconds?
Yeah, yes,
Okay.
you may have.
All right.
Go ahead.
So, thirdly, we're poor. The billionaires have gotten much more wealthy by a tune of over $300 to $400 billion more just since COVID. You in the home, you got less. You're in more trouble than you were before. In terms of being more violent, when we were in office, there were 15% less violence in America than there is today. He's president of the United States. It's on his watch. And with regard to more divided, the nation can't stay divided. We can't be this way. And speaking of my son, the way you talk about the military, the way you talk about them being losers and being and just being suckers. My son was in Iraq. He spent a year there. He got the Bronze Star. He got the Conspicuous Service Medal. He was not a loser. He was.
All right, you got to stop buying generic Viagra if y'all over 40. You can get 9 pills of 100 milligram generic.
Was a patriot, and the people left behind there were heroes.
Really?
And I resent.
Are you talking about Hunter? Are you talking about
I'm talking about my son, Bo Biden. You're talking about.
I don't know Bo. I know Hunter.
Yeah,
Hunter got thrown out of the military. He was thrown out, dishonorably discharged.
That's not true. It wasn't dishonorably.
Cocaine use. And he didn't have a job until you became vice president. And once you became vice president, he made a fortune in Ukraine, in China, in Moscow,
that is simply
and various
not
other places.
True.
He
my
made
son,
a fortune.
My son.
And he didn't have a job.
My son, like a lot of people we know at home, had a drug problem. He's overtaken it. He's fixed it. He's worked on it, and I'm proud of him.
But why was he given tens of millions?
All right,
of
but he
dollars?
wasn't given tens of millions of dollars. That is totally discredited.
We've already been
totally discredited.
We've already been through this. I think the American people would rather hear about more substantial subjects. Well, you know, as the moderator, sir, I'm going to make a judgment call here.
Gets $3.5 million from the mayor of Moscow.
Let's talk about
not
true.
Gentlemen,
that report is totally discredited. Mitt Romney on that committee said it wasn't worth taxpayers' money, that report. It was written for political reasons.
You know, I'd like to talk about climate change.
So would I.
Okay. The forest fires in the West are raging now. They have burned millions of acres. They have displaced hundreds of thousands of people. When state officials there blame the fires on climate change, Mr. President, you said, I don't think the science knows. Over your 4 years, you have pulled the U.S. out of the Paris Climate Accord. You have rolled back a number of Obama environmental records. What do you believe about the science of climate change, and what will you do in the next 4 years to confront it?
I want crystal clean water and air. I want beautiful, clean air. We have now the lowest carbon. If you look at our numbers right now, we are doing phenomenally. But I haven't destroyed our businesses. Our businesses aren't put out of commission. If you look at the Paris Accord, it was a disaster from our standpoint. And people are actually very happy about what's going on because our businesses are doing well. As far as the fires are concerned, you need forest management in addition to everything else. The forest floors are loaded up with trees, dead trees that are years old, and they're like tinder, and leaves and everything else. You drop a cigarette in there, the whole forest burns down. You've got to have forest management.
What do you
You've got to have cuts.
What do you believe about the science of climate change, sir?
I believe that we have to do everything we can to have immaculate air, immaculate water, and do whatever else we can that's good. You know, we're planting 1 billion trees, the Billion Tree Project, and it's very exciting.
You believe
for a lot of people.
that human pollution, greenhouse gas emissions contributes to the global warming of this
I think
planet?
a lot of things do, but I think to an extent, yes. But I also think we have to do better management of our forests. Every year, I get the call, California's burning. If that was cleaned, if you had forest management, good forest management, you wouldn't be getting those calls. You know, in Europe, they live their forest cities. They're called forest cities. They maintain their forests. They manage their forests. I was with the head of a major country. It's a forest city. He said, sir, we have trees that are far more, they ignite much easier than California. There shouldn't be that problem. I spoke with the governor about it. I'm getting along very well with the governor. But I said, you know, at some point, you can't every year have hundreds of thousands of acres of land just burned to the ground. That's burning down because of a lack of management.
Sir, if you believe in the science of climate change, why have you rolled back the Obama Clean Power Plan, which limited carbon emissions in power plants? Why have you relaxed?
Because it was driving energy prices through the sky.
Why have you relaxed fuel economy standards that are going to create more pollution from cars
Well,
and
not
trucks?
really, because what's happening is the car is much less expensive and it's a much safer car. And you're talking about a tiny difference. And then what would happen, because of the cost of the car, you would have at least double and triple the number of cars purchased. We have the old slugs out there that are 10, 12 years old. If you did that, the car would be safer. It would be much cheaper by $3,500.
In the case of California, they've simply ignored
No, but you would take a lot of cars
rollback.
off the market because people would be able to afford a car. Now, and by the way, we're going to see how that turns out. But a lot of people agree with me, many people. The car has gotten so expensive because they have computers all over the place for an extra little bit of gasoline. And and I'm okay with electric cars too. I think I'm all for electric cars. I've given big incentives for electric cars. But what they've done in California is just crazy.
Vice President Biden, I'd like you to respond to the president's climate change record, but I also want to ask you about a concern. You proposed $2 trillion in green jobs. You talk about new limits, not abolishing, but new limits on fracking, ending the use of fossil fuels to generate electricity by 2035, and zero net emission of greenhouse gases by 2050. The president says a lot of these things would tank the economy and cost millions of jobs.
He's absolutely wrong, number one. Number two, if in fact, during our administration, the Recovery Act, I was in charge, able to bring down the cost of renewable energy to cheaper than or as cheap as coal and gas and oil. Nobody's going to build another coal-fired plant in America. No one's going to build another oil-fired plant in America. They're going to move to renewable energy, number one. Number two, we're going to make sure that we are able to take the federal fleet and turn it into a fleet that's run on their electric vehicles. Making sure that we can do that, we're going to put 500,000 charging stations and all of the highways that we're going to be building in the future. We're going to build an economy that, in fact, is going to provide for the ability us to take 4 million buildings and make sure that they, in fact, are weatherized in a way that, in fact, they'll emit significantly less gas and oil because the heat will not be going out. There's so many things that we can do now to create thousands and thousands of jobs. We can get to net zero in terms of energy production by 2035. Not only not costing people jobs, creating millions of good paying jobs, not $15 an hour, but prevailing wage, by having a new infrastructure that in fact is green. And the first thing I will do, I will rejoin the Paris Accord. I will join the Paris Accord because with us out of it, look what's happening. It's all falling apart. And talk about someone who has no relationship with foreign policy. Brazil, the rainforests of Brazil are being torn down, are being ripped down. More carbon is absorbed in that rainforest than every bit of carbon that's emitted in the United States. Instead of doing something about that, I would be gathering up and making sure we had the countries of the world coming up with $20 billion, say, here's $20 billion. Stop tearing down the forest. And if you don't, then you're going to have significant economic consequences.
What about the argument that President Trump basically says that you have to balance environmental interests and economic interests, and he's drawn his line?
Well, he hadn't drawn a line. He still, for example, he wants to make sure that methane's not a problem. You can now emit more methane without it being a problem. Methane. This is a guy who says that you don't have to have mileage standards for automobiles that exist now. This is a guy who says that, well, the fact that it's all true. And here's the deal.
He's talking about the Green New Deal, and it's not $2 billion or $20 billion, as you said. It's $100 trillion.
I'm talking about
where they want to rip down buildings and rebuild the building.
No,
it's the dumbest, most ridiculous, where airplanes are out of business, where two-car systems are out, where they want to take out the cows too. That's not true either, right? This is a 100 trillion. That's more money than our country could make in
That is
100
simply
years, if we're
not
going
the case.
All right, let me
destroy our
because I
country.
actually wait a minute, sir. I actually have studied your plan, and it includes upgrading 4 million buildings, weatherizing 2 million homes over 4 years, building 1.5 million energy efficient homes. So the question becomes: the president is saying, I think some people who support the president would say that sounds like it's going to cost a lot of money and hurt the economy.
What it's going to do is going to create thousands and millions of jobs, good paying jobs.
But let him finish, sir.
He doesn't know how to do that.
$100 billion.
The fact is, it's going to create millions of good paying jobs, and these tax incentives for people to weatherize, which he wants to get rid of. It's going to make the economy much safer. Look how much we're paying now to deal with the hurricanes. By the way, he has an answer for hurricanes. He said maybe we should drop a nuclear weapon on them. They may.
I never said that.
That's
at all.
he did say.
You made it up.
And here's the deal.
You make up.
We are going to be in a position where we can create hard, good jobs by making sure the environment is clean and we all are in better shape. We spend billions of dollars now, on floods, hurricanes, rising seas. We're in real trouble. Look what's happened just in the Midwest with these storms that come through and wipe out entire sections and counties in Iowa. That didn't happen before. They're because of global warming. We make up 15% of the world's problem. But the rest of the world, we've got to get them to come along. That's why we have to get back into the Paris Accord.
All right, gentlemen.
Wait a minute, Chris. So why didn't he do it for 47 years? You were vice president. Why didn't you get the world? China sends up real dirt into the air. Russia does. India does. They all do. We're supposed to be good. And by the way, he made a couple of statements. The Green New Deal is $100 trillion.
That is not my plan.
That's
the Green New
you want to
Deal
rebuild every
is
building.
not my plan.
You want to rebuild every.
If he knew anything about,
he made a statement about the military. He said I said something about the military. He and his friends made it up, and then they went with it. I never said it.
Okay,
that is
what
not
he
true.
did. Is
You're
he
done in
said
this segment.
he called the military stupid bastards.
I
he said it on tape. He said stupid bastards. He said it.
Stop.
I would never say that.
Play it.
Go ahead, Mr. Vice President. Answered his final question.
The final question is, I can't remember which of all his rantings.
I'm having a little trouble myself, but and about the economy and about this question of what it's going to cost.
The economy.
I mean, the Green New Deal and the idea of what your environmental changes will do.
The Green New Deal will pay for itself as we move forward. We're not going to build plants that, in fact, are great polluting plants.
So do you
We're going to
support
build
the Green New Deal?
Pardon me?
You support?
No, I don't support the Green New Deal.
You don't? Oh, well, that's a big statement.
I support
the radical left.
I support the Biden plan that I put forward.
Okay.
The Biden plan, which is different than what he calls the radical Green New Deal.
All right, gentlemen, final segment, election integrity. As we meet tonight, millions of Americans are receiving mail-in ballots or going to vote early. How confident should we be that this will be a fair election? And what are you prepared to do over the next 5+ weeks? Because it'll not only be to Election Day, but also counting some ballots, mail-in ballots after Election Day. What are you prepared to do to reassure the American people that the next president will be the legitimate winner of this election? In this final segment, Mr. Vice President, you go first.
Prepared to let people vote. They should go to iwillvote.com. Decide how they're going to vote, when they're going to vote, and what means by which they're going to vote. His own Homeland Security Director, and as well as the FBI Director, says there is no evidence at all that mail-in ballots are a source of being manipulated and cheating. They said that. The fact is that there are going to be millions of people because of COVID that are going to be voting by mail-in ballots, like he does, by the way. He sits behind the Resolute desk and sends his ballot to Florida, number one. Number two, we're going to make sure that those people who want to vote in person are able to vote because enough poll watchers are there to make sure they can socially distance. The polls are open on time, and the polls stay open until the votes are counted. And this is all about trying to dissuade people from voting because he's trying to scare people into thinking that it's not going to be legitimate. Show up and vote. You will determine the outcome of this election. Vote. Vote, vote. If you're able to vote early in your state, vote early. If you're able to vote in person, vote whatever way is the best way for you, because he cannot stop you from being able to determine the outcome of this election. And in terms of whether or not when the votes are counted and they're all counted, that will be accepted. If I win, that will be accepted. If I lose, that'll be accepted. But by the way, if in fact he says he's not sure what he's going to accept, well, let me tell you something. It doesn't matter, because if we get the votes, it's going to be all over. He's going to go. He can't stay in power. It won't happen. It won't happen. So vote. Just make sure you understand you have it in your control to determine what this country is going to look like the next 4 years. Is it going to change? You get 4 more years of these lies.
Mr. President, 2 minutes.
So when I listened to Joe talking about a transition, there's been no transition from when I won. I won that election. And if you look at crooked Hillary Clinton, if you look at all of the different people, there was no transition, because they came after me trying to do a coup. They came after me spying on my campaign. They started from the day I won, and even before I won, from the day I came down the escalator with our First Lady. They were a disaster. They were a disgrace to our country. And we've caught them. We've caught them all. We've got it all on tape. We've caught them all. And by the way, you gave the idea for the Logan Act against General Flynn. You better take a look at that, because we caught you in a sense. And President Obama was sitting in the office. He knew about it too. So don't tell me about a free transition. As far as the ballots are concerned, it's a disaster. A solicited ballot, okay, solicited is okay. You're soliciting, you're asking, they send it back, you send it back. I did that. If you have an unsolicited, they're sending millions of ballots all over the country. There's fraud. They found them in creeks. They found some with the name Trump, just happened to have the name Trump just the other day in a waste paper basket. They're being sent all over the place. They sent 2 in a Democrat area. They sent out 1,000 ballots. Everybody got 2 ballots. This is going to be a fraud like you've never seen. The other thing, it's nice on November 3rd, you're watching and you see who won the election. And I think we're going to do well, because people are really happy with the job we've done. But you know what? We won't know. We might not know for months, because these ballots are going to be all over. Take a look at what happened in Manhattan. Take a look at what happened in New Jersey. Take a look at what happened in Virginia and other places. They're not losing 2%, 1%, which, by the way, is too much. An election could be won or lost with that. They're losing 30 and 40%. It's a fraud, and it's a shame. And can you imagine where they say you have to have your ballot in by November 10th? November 10th. That means that's 7 days after the election, in theory, should have been announced.
Okay.
We have major states with that.
Sir,
all run by Democrats.
2 minutes is 2 minutes.
All run by Democrats. It's
President Trump,
it's a rigged election.
you're going to be able to continue. You have been charging for months that mail-in balloting is going to be a disaster. You say it's rigged, that it's going to lead to fraud. But in 2018, in the last midterm election, 31 million people voted mail-in voting. That was a quarter, more than a quarter of all the voters that year cast their ballots by mail. Now that millions of mail-in ballots have gone out, what are you going to do about it? And are you counting on the Supreme Court, including a Justice Barrett, to settle any dispute?
Yeah, I think I'm counting on them to look at the ballots, definitely. I hope we don't need them in terms of the election itself. But for the ballots, I think so, because what's happening is incredible. I read today, where at least 1% of the ballots for 2016 were invalidated. They take them. We don't like them. We don't like them.
But what are you going to do about it? There are millions of ballots going out right now.
What you do is you go and vote. You do a solicited ballot, and that's okay, or you go and vote.
I'm asking you about the fact that millions of people...
You go and vote. You go and vote.
Like they used to in the old... Millions of people...
You either do, Chris, a solicited ballot where you're sending it in, they're sending it back, and you're sending... They have mailmen with lots of it. Did you see what's going on? Take a look at West Virginia, mailmen selling the ballots. They're being sold. They're being dumped in rivers. This is a horrible thing for our country. This is not going to end well. This is not going to end well.
5 states have had mail-in ballots for the last decade or more. 5, including 2 Republican states. And you don't have to solicit the ballot. It's sent to you. It's sent to your home. What they're saying is that it has to be a postmark by the time by election day. If it doesn't get in till the 7th, 8th, 9th, it still should be counted. He's just afraid of counting the votes because he knows
You're
the
wrong.
outcome.
You're wrong.
I want to continue with you on
I
this,
love
Vice President Biden. Because
Chris, he's so wrong when he makes a statement like that.
Excuse me, Vice President Biden, the biggest problem, in fact, over the years with mail-in voting has not been fraud historically. It has been that sizable numbers, sometimes hundreds of thousands of ballots are thrown out because they have not been properly filled out, or there is some other irregularity, or they missed the deadline. So the question I have is, are you concerned that the Supreme Court with a Justice Barrett will settle any dispute?
I'm concerned that any court would settle this because here's the deal. When you get a ballot and you fill it out, you're supposed to have an affidavit. If you didn't know, you have someone say that this is me. You should be able to, if in fact you can verify that's you before the ballot is thrown out, that's sufficient to be able to count the ballot because someone made a mistake and not dotting the correct I. Who they voted for, testify, say who they voted for, say it's you. That is totally legitimate.
All right.
Excuse me, Chris, when you have 80 million ballots,
I have a final
Senate
question.
and swamping the system, you know it can't be done. You know it can't. And already there's been
so now
fraud.
Mail service delivers
wait a minute, gentlemen. And the final question is, in 8 states, we can keep talking. In 8 states, election workers are prohibited currently by law, 8 states, from even beginning to process ballots, even take them out of the envelopes and flatten them until Election Day. That means that it's likely, because there's going to be a huge increase in mail-in balloting, that we are not going to know on election night who the winner is, that it could be days, it could be weeks,
could be months,
until we find out who the new president is. So first for you, sir, finally for the vice president, I hope neither of you will interrupt the other. Will you urge your supporters to stay calm during this extended period, not to engage in any civil unrest? And will you pledge tonight that you will not declare victory until the election has been independently certified? President Trump, you go first.
I'm urging my supporters to go into the polls and watch very carefully, because that's what has to happen. I am urging them to do it. As you know, today there was a big problem. In Philadelphia, they went in to watch. They're called poll watchers, a very safe, very nice thing. They were thrown out. They weren't allowed to watch. You know why? Because bad things happen in Philadelphia, bad things. And I am urging my people. I hope it's going to be a fair election. If it's a fair election, I am 100% on board. But if I see tens of thousands of ballots being manipulated, I can't go along with that. And I'll tell you what,
does that mean,
from a common sense,
does that mean you're going to tell your people to take to the street?
It means you have a fraudulent election. You're sending out 80 million ballots. They're not equipped to. These people aren't equipped to handle it. Number one. Number two, they cheat. They cheat. Hey, they found ballots in a waste paper basket 3 days ago, and they all had the name military ballots. They were military. They all had the name Trump on them.
Vice President
you think
Biden,
that's good?
Vice President Biden, final question for you. Will you urge your supporters to stay calm while the vote is counted? And will you pledge not to declare victory until the election is independently certified?
Yes. And here's the deal. They count the ballots, as you pointed out. Some of these ballots in some states can't even be opened until Election Day. And if there's thousands of ballots, it's going to take time to do it. And by the way, our military, they've been voting by ballots since the end of the Civil War, in effect. And that's what's going to happen. Why is it for them somehow not fraudulent? It's the same process. It's honest. No one has established at all that there is fraud related to mail-in ballots, that somehow it's a fraudulent process.
It's already been established. Take a look at Carolyn Maloney's race.
You had an opportunity to respond.
Look at Carolyn Maloney.
Go ahead.
They have no idea what happened.
Vice President Biden, go ahead.
He has no idea what he's talking about. Here's the deal. The fact is, I will accept it, and he will too. You know why? Because once the winner is declared, after all the ballots are counted, all the votes are counted, that'll be the end of it. That'll be the end of it. And if it's me, in fact, fine. If it's not me, I'll support the outcome. And I'll be a president, not just for the Democrats. I'll be a president for Democrats and Republicans. And this guy,
I want to see an honest ballot count.
Gentlemen, you say that's the end of it? This is the end of this debate?
Honest ballot count.
We're going to leave it there. To be continued as in more debates as we go on. President Trump, Vice President Biden, it's been an interesting hour and a half. I want to thank you both.
Sorry, guys, I hit mute on accident. Now I'm gonna get into the news now, and we'll get it popping. Sorry about that. I hit pause. My bad. Let's get the news going and get things. Get me out of here. Hit the like, share, subscribe. Good morning, everybody.
6 o'clock on the West Coast. We start tonight with a Fox News alert just breaking moments ago. Apparently another ICE-involved shooting in Minneapolis. We're working on getting more details. We will get you a full report in this hour. Also tonight, breaking news from Iran, Greenland, again Minnesota, and the White House. Now, at this hour, the Jerusalem Post, the UK Guardian, they are reporting that U.S. military action against Iran may be imminent. We're monitoring that throughout this hour. Senator Ted Cruz, Attorney General Pam Bondi, and Trump's newly confirmed drug czar, friend of this program, Sarah Carter, will all join us. This will be Sarah's first interview since being confirmed on television. Also, former Democratic Senator Kristen Sinema will be here with a message for the legacy media mob. Now, this brings us to an important observation to begin this night. As we begin this show, there is a massive amount of misinformation in this country. I call it an information crisis in the country. The other legacy news networks, every liberal cable news channel, almost every newspaper in the country, website, they are flooding America, the zone, with an alternate reality. You know, take inflation, for example. Let's take a trip down memory lane. 2023 under Joe Biden. Look at how fake news CNN reported it this way. Quote, U.S. inflation is still high, but it's falling. Last month's consumer price index measured 6%, down from January 6.4%. All right, sounds very positive. Now look at how they reported the significantly lower inflation rate under Donald Trump. Less than half. Quote, U.S. inflation remained at 2.7%, underscoring persistent cost of living challenges. Oh, that's not biased, is it? The framing here is beyond corrupt. It is abusively biased, and this is not an isolated incident. Look at the New York Times. They threw cold water on President Trump's 2.7% inflation rate, reporting that, quote, inflation ended on a subdued note with surging grocery prices. But after nearly 20% inflation under Joe Biden, the Times ran with the following headline, quote, cooling price growth has Democrats tasting victory over inflation. You got to be kidding. And meanwhile, the media mob's reporting on immigration is even worse, even more dishonest. Now, most Democrats, they don't even know that every president since 9/11 has conducted ICE raids all around the country, including their beloved President Obama. And now while Obama beefed up his deportation numbers by counting those turned away at the border, he technically still deported millions of illegal aliens, no protesting from the radical left. And according to Pew Research, most of those deported, they were non-criminals. But here's how fake news CNN covered Barack Obama and his ICE raids back in 2016. Pay close attention to the difference.
Just before the sun rises in the Windy City, immigration and customs enforcement agents fan out across Chicago to arrest criminals in the U.S. illegally.
Tech 1, Tech 2, Tech 3.
CNN was granted exclusive access to witness some of those raids.
They want to come out extra early, like right now, because they want to catch these people before they go to work. That's why it starts so early in the morning.
Ready to check? All right, let's roll, guys.
Now compare that to the current coverage of ICE raids under President Donald J. Trump. Take a look.
They are going in and ripping, as you said, people that have grown up here, also hardworking people.
This is about a secret police force that Donald Trump and the Republicans have unleashed on American streets and cities.
The way in which ICE is operating today is inhumane and illegal.
Democrats should not, cannot vote for more money for this unaccountable Department of Homeland Security that is terrorizing people.
The actions of ICE, they are unconstitutional, unlawful. They are cruel. They are rogue. They are racist.
Now, keep in mind, almost none of the raids would even be necessary if not for two things. One, Joe Biden and Kamala Harris and Alejandro Mayorkas, they opened the borders. They let 12+ million unvetted people into this country, including known terrorists, murderers, rapists, gang members, cartel members. And number two, most blue states shield these violent criminals from deportation with sanctuary status and, of course, taxpayer dollars. And now the media mob is painting a false narrative about ICE officials who are simply doing their job, enforcing federal law. The media was praising Obama for it. But, of course, Donald Trump does it. Secret police, Gestapo. This is lying and deception. It's pure and simple. And it's why the country, to be very honest, I'm proud to work here in my 30th year, needs Fox News more than ever. Now, think about this. Until recently, most other it by this regime as the Muellers back themselves into a corner is very real. According to multiple reports, Iranian state TV broadcasted an image of the 2024 Butler assassination attempt against Donald Trump with the words, "This time it will not miss the target." But tonight, these threats ring hollow. U.S. personnel have evacuated from our military base in nearby Qatar. And meanwhile, the Pentagon is moving a carrier strike group into the region less than 2 days after President Trump promised that help is on the way. And there are widespread rumors that at least one high-ranking Iranian official has fled the country. This as the airspace now over Iran is now closed officially. But as always with President Trump, no option is off the table. And tonight, he indicated that Iran's bloodthirsty regime stopped killing protesters, at least for now. Why? Because they're deathly afraid of Donald Trump. Take a look.
We were told that the killing in Iran is stopping, and it's stopped. It's stopping. And there's no plan for executions or executions. So I've been told that on good authority. We'll find out about it. I'm sure if it happens, we'll all be very upset, including you will be very upset. But that's just gotten to me, some information that the killing has stopped, that the executions have stopped. They're not going to have an execution, which a lot of people were talking about for the last couple of days. Today was going to be the day of execution.
Now, is this a head fake? Only time will tell. So what comes next and when? Well, I guess your guess is as good as mine.
Let's welcome tonight's guest.
For an extra $10, he'll make it look like an accident. Former CIA operative and host of the President's Daily Brief podcast, Mike Baker. The only time his audience gives him a hand is to boost him up on stage. Writer and comedian Joe DeVito. She went from Soundgarden to arteries that harden. Host of Kennedy Saves the World podcast, Kennedy.
All right, everybody hit the like, share, subscribe. Hope you're having a good morning. Let's continue. I got this, and then what's going on in Iran, and then I'm done.
Minnesota as a whole, but he also claimed in the wide-ranging interview on Fox and Friends this morning that the investigation is unfairly targeting illegal migrants.
More could have been done, more can be done. And I think it makes it really clear that this is not about clamping down on fraud. The people that have been investigating the fraud just walked out of the U.S. Attorney's Office. The people that have been investigating and prosecuting this fraud in the Trump administration at the U.S. Attorney's Office said, you know what? What is happening isn't right. It's not fair.
Not fair. Joe Tayrab served nearly 4 years in the U.S. Attorney's Office in Minneapolis and says the fraud was shockingly easy to pull off. He joins us now. Thank you for being here. So how do you react to the mayor in that new interview today?
Well, honestly, Sandra, his words are extremely hollow. They mean nothing to me because Democrats like Mayor Frey, but also Governor Tim Walz and Attorney General Keith Ellison did absolutely nothing for years. It was an open secret here in Minnesota that there were tons of folks in the Somali community who were committing all this fraud. There were whistleblowers for years. And so people like Mayor Frey didn't do anything about it. And people like him should have to answer for it.
So he also said this defending past fraud probes. Listen to this.
There have been investigations into this fraud now for years. People have been prosecuted. People have been convicted. And that's the way it should be. You go to jail as an individual. Entire communities, entire populations are not held accountable for the actions of the individuals that actually did it.
All right. So how does that sit with you?
It doesn't fit at all. I mean, honestly, he didn't have anything to do with the investigations, nor did Governor Tim Walz or Keith Ellison. Fraud was rampant in Minnesota. And just letting you know, these fraudsters, it was shockingly easy, as I've said before, to commit this fraud. These organizations were supposed to provide food to kids who needed it and get reimbursed from the government. And they were saying week after week, month after month, that they were feeding thousands of children that they weren't feeding at all. They were just made up, getting checks for hundreds of thousands of dollars week after week. And so the amount of money that went out the door, millions and millions of dollars, and the former acting U.S. attorney said the amount of fraud coming out of just Minnesota is in the billions. Totally unacceptable, and people like Mayor Frey did nothing about it.
Well, this is Minnesota Attorney General Keith Ellison. This is, dates back to 2011, a meeting where he seemingly sided
is by inserting ourselves into the political arena, putting our votes where it needs to be, but most importantly, putting our dollars in the right place and supporting candidates that will fight to protect our interests.
That's right.
You can only protect our interests when we have your back, and you don't have to worry about who's behind you.
Wow. Paul Morrow reacts to his claims that he didn't take anything from convicted fraudsters. Listen here.
He took thousands in campaign donations, which came in the week subsequent to that meeting, a meeting in which he sided against his own constituents. He's the attorney for the people of Minnesota. They came in complaining that their money spigot was being shut off. He said, I'm going to clean it up. They, of course, invoked racism. That immediately got him on their side. We're Muslim migrants, and that's why they're targeting us.
Meanwhile, the American public's left wondering what the heck is going on there. Joe?
What's going on there is an absolute malpractice and an abdication of his duties by Keith Ellison. You heard in that meeting that fraudsters were trying to curry favor with him, and they did actually provide money to him. So he's being very, very using a lot of legalese, I would say, with him not getting any money from convicted fraudsters. He did get money from fraudsters, and he conveniently tried to give a bunch of it back. But make no mistake, Keith Ellison had an interest in not prosecuting these folks and didn't do anything to coordinate with the federal government. I was an assistant U.S. attorney for multiple years, worked for a short time on this case. And I happen to know that Keith Ellison did absolutely nothing to help us, and he has to answer for that.
Got it. Joe, appreciate you joining us here on America Reports today. Thank you very much, sir.
The city of Minneapolis has been in focus as protests break out after the deadly ICE-involved shooting last week. We've all seen this video of the moment it all played out. Let's watch.
That's fine, dude. I'm not mad at you. Show your face. I'm not mad at you. That's okay. We don't change our plates every morning, just so you know. It'll be the same plate when you come talk to us later. That's fine. U.S. citizen, former. You want to come at us? You want to come at us? I say go get yourself some lunch, big boy. Go ahead.
Out of the car. Get out of the car. Get out of the car.
Oh.
Let's bring in now Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Frey. Mr. Mayor, thank you for being here. In the immediate aftermath of that shooting, this was your response. Watch.
They are already trying to spin this as an action of self-defense. Having seen the video of myself, I want to tell everybody directly, that is bull. And I have a message for ICE. To ICE, get out of Minneapolis.
In hindsight, Mr. Mayor, was that the appropriate response?
I stand by exactly what I said, and to be clear, what I was responding to was an immediate conclusion that had been drawn by the federal government where they said, one, the ICE agent was acting in self-defense, and then shortly thereafter saying that the victim was a domestic terrorist. We need to make sure that the American people can earn and gain that trust. And yes, I think there's deep concerns with having exclusively the FBI and not our Bureau of Criminal Apprehension at the state level conducting the investigation itself. This is an entity that has police officers and law enforcement and attorneys, people that have deep experience in investigating cases involving an officer-involved shooting. And by the way, they've come to conclusions and investigated cases that have resulted in charges and a lack thereof. And so, you know, our pitch is, look, none of us should hide from the facts here. And if we're not hiding from them, then let's make sure it's a full and fair investigation.
And would you agree that no one should be jumping at conclusions until we have that investigation, and then we'll find out what facts can come to light?
Well, I'm grateful that I'm not the one investigating this, nor is the city of Minneapolis. And when you have the secretary working at the federal government saying immediately that this was an action of self-defense, when you have the federal government booting the state government from the process entirely, yeah, there's concerns associated with that. I mean, look, we've all seen the video. I don't need to pass judgments here on it. But what I do know, and this is the bottom line, is look, I may have disagreements with some people that are part of your audience, but I hope that people can trust that I love my city. We are experiencing an extraordinary comeback. Crime is down in virtually every category, in virtually every neighborhood. Small businesses were opening, and this whole chaos that's taking place, yeah, it's setting us back. And so my ask is simple. Let us have that beautiful rebound. Let's keep the safety improvements going. Let's keep these small businesses opening. And right now, it's getting hard because, yeah, you've got people that are afraid to go into work. Schools have shut down. I mean, we've only had 2 shootings as of recent in the city this year, and one of them was the ICE situation that you just pointed out.
Would you agree, Mr. Mayor? You ask ICE to get the F out of your city. Here's the little secret. ICE, I'm sure, would like to not have to be doing the surge operations, but because of 4 years under the President Biden administration, you had an unprecedented number of illegal migrants coming across the border. Many of them turned out to be criminal illegal aliens, and now they are going after those individuals. We can show you just a litany of, scores of illegal criminal aliens that have been apprehended in the past few days that have included everyone from murders to sex assault of minors. These individuals were roaming free in your city because your policies do not cooperate with detainers. And so ICE is then going to get these people off the street. You would agree that the streets are safer without these individuals on your streets.
Look, in Minneapolis and in Minnesota, we are anti-murder, we are anti-crime, we are for improving the safety wherever we can. And by the way, we have worked with administrations, both present and past, to drive down crime. If this were about that, we'd have many important areas where there would be areas where we could work together. If the issue is murder or crime, the answer is we do work with the federal government. In fact, we're presently doing that. We're presently doing this.
Texas,
so the truth is it's not about murder or crime. It's not.
You mentioned Texas and Florida. You just had a surge in Louisiana, and you didn't see any of the commotion that you are seeing now in your city because all of those states fully cooperate with ICE detainers. Just look at some of the videos, Mayor Fry, that we have seen of these protesters, many of whom you have praised. You've called them heroes for being out there exercising their First Amendment rights, but they've gone farther. They're blocking the ICE operations. They're impeding. Take a look at some of the videos. You've seen these.
I'm happy to look at videos. I've seen it happening live.
Watch this.
So, do you want?
Shame on you! Shame!
And so that's just a sampling of it. You're seeing it in real time. You are aware that 18 U.S. Code 111 makes it a federal crime to impede, interfere, or even assault officers. And we see the protesters crossing a line of protesting, throwing rocks, hitting cars, and interfering in the federal government's view of their operation of carrying out federal immigration law enforcement.
We have had perhaps tens of thousands of people peacefully protesting in the streets. And at the same time, yeah, they are going to stand up for their neighbors. And what we are seeing time and time again is unconstitutional conduct by ICE. ICE is not new. Our separation ordinance in the city is not new. ICE has been around for decades, so has our separation ordinance. What is new? What is new is the way that the Trump administration is presently conducting themselves. Now, again,
so you have
if this were about murder, or we do have a lawsuit. Let's talk about that.
So legal analysts, not just on Fox News, on CNN and other networks, are saying that this holds no water. There's no basis for it. You're telling me here on Fox News that you support law enforcement removing murderers and rapists. So what's with the lawsuit?
Well, because what is happening right now through ICE is not about getting rid of murderers. What we see right now is discrimination taking place only on the basis of race. Are you Latino or are you Somali? And then it is indiscriminate thereafter. In other words, they are pulling people off the streets. They have pulled U.S. citizens off the streets. And you don't need to take my word for it. At this point, this has been very well documented. And also, you don't need to take my word for it. Listen to Trump. Trump himself is saying that this is about retribution. He's saying that there is a reckoning and a retribution that is coming. And so, again, if this were about murder or rape or crime or fraud, then look, we have worked together, not just with the Biden administration, with the past Trump administration, with the Bush administration. Right. We have worked with a number of different administrations to successfully drive down crime.
President Trump, Mr. Mayor,
about that. And so
secured the border, which is what he ran on. Do you give him credit for securing that border? Now he is going through the interior with ICE operations to remove the criminal illegal aliens that came in that open border of the previous administration. I think at the end of the day, let me get you on record if I can, Mr. Mayor. Do you support abolishing ICE?
I do not support abolishing ICE. However, I absolutely oppose the way that this administration is conducting themselves with us. Look, there are a number of entities presently, agencies
but
at the
isn't
federal
that what your
government,
lawsuit is about?
That
Stopping
are
ICE
conducting
right
themselves. No, you should read the lawsuit. The lawsuit says that, hey, ICE doing ICE stuff is not what we're talking about right now. Again, we've had ICE in our city before. We've had ICE in our state before. It is the fact that, look, right now, there's about 3,000 federal ICE agents in our city between ICE and Border Control. You know how many police officers that we have? 600. The kind of duress that our city is experiencing because of this is magnified. Again, crime has been down. This is not helping. Chaos has been dramatically increased by the way that these ICE operations are taking place. And we are looking for ways to keep this city safe. I hope that people, especially viewing, can understand that we want to keep this city safe. This is not accomplishing it by any standard.
I appreciate your viewpoint. I want to get a question in and respect your time on fraud. But lastly, just one last one. You mentioned President Trump. So he is threatening to pull funding from sanctuary jurisdictions that have policies such as Minneapolis. Your reaction?
The VA didn't ignore my service. I just didn't have the right evidence. I gave 20 years and they gave me 30%. I thought.
We have a separation ordinance in the city. And you know what that ordinance says? It says that I want our limited numbers of police officers focusing on keeping people safe, arresting perpetrators of violent crimes, stopping car thefts from taking place. That's what I want them focusing on. You know what I don't want them focusing on? Hunting down a dad that just dropped his kids off at daycare, is about to go work a 12-hour shift, who happens to be from Ecuador. That guy makes our city a better place. So again, if we're talking about arresting violent criminals, Minneapolis does not oppose that, but that's not what is taking place in the streets of our city. People who are American citizens.
I appreciate the
I want to say this
compassion.
again. American citizens are being taken off our streets right now, and I hope any American citizen out there can understand how concerning that is.
I appreciate
freedom.
your
We should
compassion,
be about
but
freedom
Mr.
in
Mayor,
this
do
country.
you-
We should be about liberty. And when you are an American citizen that is being picked up by a federal agent of any administration, we should all be saying, you know what? Let's take a beat. Let's think this through. Maybe this isn't right.
There's two sides to this story. You mentioned an Ecuadorian migrant. Are you familiar with Victoria Eileen Harwell? An Ecuadorian illegal immigrant in August of 2024, driving drunk, crashed head on into Victoria Harwell, killing her. Her 14-year-old daughter survived, and her sister. ICE released her local Hennepin County released her not once but twice and didn't cooperate. Since you're in favor of removing them, cooperate with ICE. Whether you have this sanctuary policy that the DHS says it is, you call it a separation ordinance. Why not just cooperate and make it safer for everyone involved, the community, the officers, and even the migrants?
My position here is pretty straightforward, and that's this. If you commit a crime, if you commit fraud, if you commit a carjacking or a murder, you should be investigated, charged, prosecuted, held accountable, and yes, arrested and put in jail. That is my position if you commit a crime and you are a problem on the streets of the city of Minneapolis that has made us less safe. What I am saying is that a lot of the people that ICE is picking up right now in our city are not a problem for Minneapolis. They've opened businesses. They've been here for longer than I've been here. They contribute so beautiful and greatly to our city. They have families here. They're our neighbors. And yeah, we love them. We love them and we care about them. And I hope that people throughout the country can understand that, you know, we got to be thinking about other people as if it were ourselves. You know, what would we do in these situations? How would we handle ourselves? And, you know, we care deeply about our immigrant population. We care deeply about everybody in our city. And what we're seeing right now is the kind of chaos that is being caused by this massive influx of ICE agents isn't helpful.
Let me just turn quickly, and we so appreciate your time, to the issue of fraud. You recently said fraud is real. There's convictions have been done, and you say that Governor Walz has taken measures, but you also said that, you know, more could have been done. Those were your comments on the Sunday show where you had an interview on Sunday. And my question to you is that sufficient to the Minnesota taxpayers for whom billions was stolen to just say more could have been done? Would you like to address the taxpayers and weigh in a little bit more on where this fraud investigation goes?
I would like to address it. More could have been done, more can be done. And I think it makes it really clear that this is not about clamping down on fraud, these ICE arrests we're seeing in our city, when the people that have been investigating the fraud just walked out of the U.S. Attorney's Office. The people that have been investigating and prosecuting this fraud in the Trump administration at the U.S. Attorney's Office said, you know what? What is happening isn't right. It's not fair. It's not, I mean, what is happening is not okay, and they all walked out. And so, again, this ain't about clamping down on fraud when the investigators themselves just left.
So Governor Walz has decided he's not going to run for re-election. Does Attorney General Keith Ellison bear some responsibility for why this fraud was so widespread and was able to go on for so long without being noticed?
Look, there have been investigations into this fraud now for years. People have been prosecuted, people have been convicted, and that's the way it should be. When you commit a crime in this country, you are held accountable and you go to jail as an individual. You go to jail as an individual. Entire communities, entire populations are not held accountable for the actions of the individuals that actually did it. And so that's where my position is. And again, if we care about the investigation of these crimes, and I do you find it concerning that all of the people that were actually investigating and prosecuting this crime just walked out? Do you find that concerning?
We just cover it and we see where the facts lead us, and we will report on it. And that is why we so greatly appreciate your time and having you come in and weigh in on these things. I'm sure that's the case there, Griff. Thank you. Thank you for joining us. Jacob Fry, Mayor of Minneapolis. We appreciate it. Thank you.
When my streaming bill hit $180 a month for channels I don't even watch, I didn't get mad.
Thank you for having me.
I'm Steve Doocy.
I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And I'm Ainsley Earhart. And click here to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube page to catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis.
So meanwhile, on the Hill, there's a new push now from Senate Republicans about fraud against fraud. A new bill would allow deportation for fraudsters regardless of citizenship. Lawmakers say the Fraud Accountability Act would have nationwide reach, and Bill Maloogian is digging into this. What would it do? What would it say? Bill, good morning to you.
Yeah, Bill, good morning to you as well. Ever since this Minnesota fraud scandal started taking over the headlines, we've heard a lot of Republicans out there pitching this idea of denaturalizing and deporting anybody convicted in these fraud schemes. And now there's some brand new legislation designed to do just that. So Republican Tennessee Senator Marsha Blackburn has introduced this new bill. It's called the Fraud Accountability Act. What it would do is change U.S. law to allow any naturalized Americans convicted of any type of felony fraud to have their U.S. citizenship stripped away and also be deported. Now, the bill has 6 other Senate GOP co-sponsors, including Senators Cotton, Cornyn, Haggerty, Budd, Graham, and Kramer. And Senator Blackburn explained to me why she put forward this bill.
Providing this avenue so that these individuals who would come here and defraud the taxpayer are going to be removed from the country and do it in a more efficient and expedited way.
Do you expect any Senate Democrats to support this?
I would be honored to have them support it, and I think they should support it. When you look at, why would anybody be pro-fraud?
But if the bill passes the Senate, it would then head over to the House. And that is where we caught up with several Democrats who, unsurprisingly, are not fans of the idea of stripping citizenship away from anyone.
I think it's unconstitutional and illegal. I wish we would just move past this stuff about trying to strip citizenship away from people.
I think so long as the Republican Party and the Trump administration is using ICE to attack American citizens and shoot mothers in the face, I'm not willing to have a conversation with them about any other bad faith attempts to terrorize U.S. citizens.
Who the hell knows? These guys wanted to denaturalize the new mayor of New York City, so I don't put any credibility in what they're saying about denaturalization.
And Senator Blackburn's bill would apply to any type of felony fraud conviction, whether it's against a private person, a corporation, or the government. The bill is also retroactive, covering any felony fraud convictions going all the way back to September of 1996. Bill?
All right, thanks, Bill. Watching it for us, Bill Malugin, live on the Hill. Thank you, Bill.
Yep.
Told you we were going to be watching Minneapolis, and we have some new information. Department of Homeland Security sources telling Fox News the ICE agent who was hit by Renee Nicole Good's car suffered internal bleeding in his torso. That is the same Immigration and Customs Enforcement agent who was seriously wounded last June when he was dragged by a car during attempted arrest. Yeah, a car rammed him and then dragged him. And by the way, there was street camera footage of some of that. The CBS local station, WCCO, covered that story last June extensively. We'll keep you posted on the situation as we get new information. Meanwhile, there's this. Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Frey, you know him, he cusses a lot, joined Fox and Friends this morning and said he stands by his original comment saying that ICE should get out of his city.
In hindsight, Mr. Mayor, was that the appropriate response?
I stand by exactly what I said. And to be clear, what I was responding to was an immediate conclusion that had been drawn by the federal government, where they said, one, the ICE agent was acting in self-defense, and then shortly thereafter saying that the victim was a domestic terrorist. Gain that trust.
Do you think he studied before he said all that? Anyway, a CNN segment from 2016 is now viral. It's called A Day with ICE in the Sanctuary City of Chicago. CNN was not criticizing the agency. Instead, it arrested
the target's brother.
In the process of talking to him in the vehicle, he then said, "Oh, no, I'm actually so-and-so. Who you're looking for is over here, this other address." He led us to that address, and we were able to actually arrest the individual. His purpose is to focus on criminals and community safety by taking these recidivist criminals out of our communities.
Well, as a journalist, I saw you really leaning in there. What are you? What's going
It's
through your mind?
curious. Yeah, I mean, like the game's changed, right? The language changed, the positions have changed. I think we've learned a lot about Minneapolis over the past 5 years, going back to George Floyd. And one thing that I learned about its police department, based on its population, I wonder if they're understaffed or
100%.
like less than full civil support. Minneapolis has a population of 428,000. They have 600 sworn officers. Oakland, California has relatively the same amount population-wise. They have 700. Wichita, Kansas, 650. Tulsa, Oklahoma, 800. New Orleans, fewer people, 1,000 cops. Miami, Florida, about the same, 2,000 cops. Now, you could argue that New Orleans and Miami have a lot more civic events that come to their city. Maybe they need that, but that was just something I was very curious to learn earlier today. I think the other thing that we need to wise up to is what ICE Watch is all about. And I don't think we've got a firm grasp on that just yet for Minneapolis. And the reason we need to understand it is because ICE is coming to New York, and they're going to be in the 5 boroughs. They're going to be in Nassau County. They're going to be in Suffolk County. And a lot of what we're watching in Minnesota is coming to the city. We need to understand what's happening. And if you think the protests on the streets of Minneapolis are something else, wait till you see what happens here in Gotham City. On Sunday afternoon, fairly mild day for the winter, on Fifth Avenue, you had thousands, maybe tens of thousands of people in a very peaceful civil protest walking down Fifth Avenue. That's just a small sliver of what's to come in New York very soon. And I would dare predict that it's only weeks away.
All right, we don't have time for me to go through this. I did it on the Faulkner Focus, but Emily, the manual. The instruction manual for the protesters. How to ram a car, how to keep a low center of gravity and push up toward the face of somebody with explosive power who's an ICE agent to knock that officer off a suspect. Those details and how to do this. The New York Post reviewed an Instagram post last June by Minnesota ICE Watch. Those are the things. And look at how long that list is.
It reminds me of, not that I've seen one personally, but a guerrilla tactical playbook. It's about how to assault, how to engage in felonious behavior. But interestingly, in all of that training, I didn't see a primer on American law. which is what got an individual into trouble a couple days ago. My prayers are with that ICE agent. I hope he's recovering from his internal injuries. The fact that he got back, by the way, into service after being injured the first time speaks to the tenor and the commitment and the dedication of these brave men and women that are in uniform every day, despite having for them to undergo training of daily assaults in addition to executions of warrants and targeted searches and arrests of recidivists, homicidal maniacs and sodomists and child rapists and worse. When ICE comes to this city, to this borough, I will thank them and pave the way for them. I am so grateful that they have my best interests at heart. And it is shameful that CNN and other mainstream medias not only have forgotten what happened in 2016 when they dared to semi-objectively cover them, but also what we saw their knee-jerk reaction was in the wake of what happened after that person was shot. Right. The headlines that flooded my inbox were jumping to legal and cultural conclusions that are patently unacceptable and, most importantly, totally wrong. And it also came out of the mouth of that mayor who doubled down on our network today. I'm grateful he came on our network, but it goes to show that he underscored his comments. He's not walking back from jumping to conclusions and leading the radical rhetorical effort. That is why people think they can get in their cars and get away with doing horrific things and thinking it's no big deal on their way to get milk from the store. It is, and he's the problem.
Well, look, it's monetized and organized.
Yes.
Complete with instructions.
The Progressive Caucus vowing to vote against any government funding bill that has money for ICE. And some of their colleagues say that's a terrible idea.
Our caucus members will oppose all funding for immigration enforcement in any appropriation bills until meaningful reforms are enacted to end militarized policing practices.
I certainly do not support defunding ICE. We cannot do that. We don't want to shut down the government. We do not want to defund ICE.
All right, let's bring in Democratic strategist Julian Epstein and Tiffany Smiley, former Republican U.S. Senate candidate and Endeavor PAC founder. Welcome to you. Julian, I'll start with you first. So where are Democrats on this? Are they calling to defund ICE?
Well, they're split, Sandra, and good afternoon. I think defund the police didn't work out so good the first time. It's not going to work out much better the second time. This is political suicide if Democrats go down this road. It's not only bad politics. We've known in polling since 1968 that this sort of anarchy and violence on street protests and anti-police rhetoric has been bad politics for any party that participates in it. But what is happening, in my opinion, in Minnesota with the protests is in many cases illegal. You have every right to protest immigration law and immigration enforcement. You don't have a right to attack law enforcement. You don't have a right to obstruct law enforcement. And I think Democrats have lost the plot here. Rather than discouraging that kind of behavior, they are actively encouraging that kind of behavior. It's toxic to our polity. It's toxic to our system. It's completely anti-democratic. And again, I think the Democratic Party has lost the plot here. It's fine to protest immigration law and immigration enforcement. It is not fine to commit violence against law enforcement, which is what many of these protesters are doing.
It does seem, Tiffany, that there's a brewing war over this, seeing these calls to defund ICE yet again. Although Mayor Fry was on Fox earlier today, and he says he does not back abolishing ICE. He says this.
I do not support abolishing ICE. However, I absolutely oppose the way that this administration is conducting themselves with us. Right now, there's about 3,000 federal ICE agents in our city between ICE and Border Control. You know how many police officers that we have? 600. Right. The kind of duress that our city is experiencing because of this is magnified.
It's not clear to me based on that what he is calling for. Tiffany?
Yeah, and perhaps they're in your city for a reason. It is immigration custom enforcement. So clearly there are some bad actors, some criminals in that area that need to be dealt with, and that's exactly what ICE is doing. Julian, perhaps you should phone into your party, because as Axios was reporting, some are even calling on Hakeem Jeffries to get ready to brawl. Whatever that means going into the future. It's disappointing, but it's sadly not surprising to see Democrats want to do everything possible to make ICE's job harder. They want to restrict funding or cut funding. They want to put more restrictions on ICE. They're even pushing for another partisan political impeachment against Secretary Noem. So the Democrat Congress of today is the most extreme anti-American Congress, I believe, in our nation's history. And they have a lot of soul searching to do. When you look at the facts of what happened in Minnesota, the video footage clearly shows that this woman was impeding ICE agents throughout the day, and then she chose to use her vehicle as a weapon. The Democrats are trying to normalize this. They're trying to say that this is okay. Meanwhile, vehicular assaults on ICE agents are going up year after year. This last year, there were 66 to the previous year where there were only 2.
Okay.
The Democrats are saying this is normal, stand up and fight. And it's a tragedy on both sides.
Right. Let me get Julian back in here because, it does seem that Democrats, when put on the spot, if they're not choosing a side, they're non-committal. Here's Chuck Schumer on ICE funding. Listen.
Do you think that Congress should withhold funding for DHS until there are reforms in place for ICE?
As I said, that's one of the major issues that the appropriators are confronting right now before the bill comes up.
I mean, to Julian, to your defense, I know Tiffany was calling on you to say more. I mean, you said yourself you believe it's political suicide for Democrats to move forward with these calls to defund or abolish ICE. I'll give you a final thought here.
Yeah, so Democrats are staring at their shoes. The leaders are staring at their shoes. They stared at their shoes on the welfare fraud that was going on in Minnesota. They're staring at their shoes in terms of telling the police to enforce public order. They're staring at their shoes in terms of telling their followers not to engage in violent conduct. This is exactly when you need a strong Democratic Party to step up and say, hey, First Amendment protest is right. Violent activity is wrong. We are going to enforce public order. And there's an arrogance, there's an authoritarianism that is occurring here on the political left. The public voted for closed borders. The public voted for deportations. And the arrogance of local officials and local protesters saying we are going to overturn the public will and impose our ideology because we have this universalist notion, this universalist ideology. The idea that we're going to impose that in the public, even when the public voted against it, is authoritarianism and arrogance and narcissism.
All right, I appreciate the conversation. Thanks to both of you for joining us. All right,
thanks, Sandra.
Okay, John?
Sandra, President Trump set to speak at the White House any moment now. We will take you there coming up next.
This is a medieval simulation strategy game. As a lord, you start by...
Thank you.
And Josh Holmes joins us now. Josh, I saw you on the panel last night. There's lots of news to get to. You know Minnesota very well, so this has been going on for a couple of weeks now. That doesn't count the fraud. The fraud is what we were talking about before. Now this has erupted. Do you see anyone going maybe to try to turn down the temperature, de-escalate here?
Yeah, I mean, it would be nice. Oh, hey, just a fellow Minnesotan talking about my home state again, Dana. I must confess there are easier times to do that. Vikings missed the playoffs, and Jacob Fry and the governor have turned what was a terrific city into just an absolute lawless chaos. You got to remember why everybody's here. The fraud started all of this. They presided over $8 billion of fraud, refused to enforce the law, wanted to keep the money train going. And then on top of that, they have a sanctuary city where they refuse to enforce immigration laws. And you've seen the lists that have come out of ICE. I think that last interview highlighted a couple of them. And by doing so, they've created chaos in the streets.
Okay, let me roll 2 sound bites here that I think can get to the root of this. First of all, number 2, guys, this is the police chief in Minneapolis. I did not know that Minneapolis had so few cops. You know, their population is 4,280. They got about 600 sworn officers today. Here's the police chief on that.
I have been concerned for several weeks about the escalating situation that's been unfolding on our streets. Hours before this woman was killed, I was telling people very publicly that I was worried a tragedy was going to happen. I'm concerned that the rhetoric keeps escalating, that the tensions keep rising, that we are headed towards yet another tragedy and a potential trigger to what happened here yet again in 2020.
Josh, I'll go ahead. You go ahead and answer that. Then we'll get to the soundbite from the president here.
Yeah, well, look, I've got a lot of sympathy for the police chief. He's doing the best he can. He's trying to balance a boss and the mayor who is doing everything he can do to ramp things up. A governor who said that they're at war. The state of Minnesota is at war with the federal government, and he's just trying to do his job. Remember, this is a police force that had an incredible amount of reduction and potential reduction proposed by a city council that it wants this kind of lawlessness after the George Floyd riots. So he's got his hands tied in a lot of ways. It's good that federal agents are there. I think I've talked to a couple of cops personally in Minneapolis, and they're thankful, frankly, that they have federal agents there that are doing the job.
So then broadening it out, as President Trump did last night, he talked about federal payments to sanctuary cities across the country. Watch.
We're not making any payment.
Yeah, I mean, the president doesn't have any choice here, Dana. They have entirely tied the hands of the federal government. Why would you send more money? They have given every indication that they're going to use that money for the same things that they've been using it, that wasted $8 billion in the first place. Recall after the Nick Shirley report, where they went to all of these Leering centers, as they were spelled, and checked to see if there were kids and found that there were none of them. There was a whole defense from the state of Minnesota about, no, he just didn't, he came in off hours, or no, this one was shut down, and the story changed 1,000 times. They have every intent on continuing business as usual, and it would be absolutely chaotic and counterproductive for a president to do anything but cut the funding.
Well, and one thing that money talks. Okay, so we'll see
Always.
if that makes a difference. Thank you so much, Josh.
Thank you,
Great to see you
Josh.
this morning.
Secretary.
Republicans defeat a war powers resolution that would have required President Trump to come to Congress before taking additional military action against Venezuela. The final vote was 51-50, Vice President Vance casting the tiebreaker.
On this vote, the yeas are 50, the nays are 50, the Senate being equally divided. The Vice President votes affirmative, and the point of order is sustained.
Joining us now is Republican Senator Tim Sheehy of Montana. He's a member of the Senate Armed Services Committee. He was there last night. I want you to listen to Chuck Schumer. You probably heard this live, but we'll play this for the folks and have you react.
What has happened tonight is a roadmap to another endless war because this Senate, under Republican leadership, failed to assert its legitimate and needed authority. Make no mistake about it. This vote makes things more dangerous, not less. It emboldens Donald Trump to push further down this reckless path.
If you were to diagram that sentence, there's like things wrong in almost every part of it. What do you take exception to?
I'll take exception to the fact that, he should talk to all the families of the tens of thousands of Americans who've been killed by fentanyl, cocaine, gang violence that has been fueled directly and intentionally by the government of Venezuela for the past 20 years in this country, not to mention the global terror networks that their illicit oil trade has supported. So the Democrats wanted Maduro gone, just like the Republicans did, until, of course, Donald Trump actually took care of business. Then they decided to come out and condemn it. So listen, we all believe in the constitutional balance of powers here. There's no question that Congress has a role in declaring war, but in directly taking out an active threat that's killing Americans every single day, that's well within the president's authority, has been since the Barbary Wars in 1805 onwards. This was a legitimate legal action, and it was in the best interest of our country. And this is just Chuck Schumer playing politics.
I love a reference to the Barbary Pirates. I first learned about all of those from Condi Rice way back in the day. Wanted to ask you also about this. Apparently, Marco Rubio, the Secretary of State, gave his former colleague, Josh Hawley, the senator from Missouri, assurance that there would be congressional consultation before anything in the future. Is that how you understood that?
Yeah, and the reality is, for all the bellyaching that Congress wasn't informed of exactly what we're going to do, when we're going to do it, they have every right to have concern for the fact that they call over to this building. This place, is about as secure as a screen door on a battleship. You call over here, say you're about to do something in Venezuela. They've shown they'll call ICE ahead of time and warn them of raids. We've seen previously that they'll start leaking things cryptically or directly on social media. So they can't afford to put our troops in danger. They can't afford to give heads up to our adversaries. So congressional notification and congressional approval are different things. The reality is this action didn't require either, and it was in the best interest of America.
Senator, I want to also move to another part of the world, if you don't mind, Iran. And the Iranian foreign minister was on with Brett last night. That was really something to watch. Here's a little bit of that.
Why would the supreme leader himself take to X and taunt the president of the United States?
Well, we were in the middle of a war started against us, and the rhetorics are quite normal in any war. We have many kind of threats by President Trump, by other American officials, by Europeans who are talking about Iranian, things in Iran.
And Senator Adam Smith of Washington on another network had this to say about military intervention.
I don't think we should get involved militarily. I think engaging regime change, dragging ourselves into a war in the Middle East, another war in the Middle East, is incredibly dangerous, an expense that the U.S. shouldn't engage in, and an enormous risk with, as I said, uncertain outcomes.
We're about 2 weeks into these protests in Iran. What do you see happening? Do you have any advice for the administration?
Well, whether we like it or not, Iran's been at war with us for 47 years every day, and they back up those chants with actions by actually killing Americans and fueling global terror networks. They're the largest state sponsor of terror in the world. So to
what
act
did you
as
think
if
of the threat towards President Trump?
that's nothing new. They've been threatening to kill our leaders again for years. So the fact that the people of Iran have been placating them for far too long. You're like a hobo on LSD with a knife in the street, and everyone stands back not wanting to touch them. The reality is they're trying to kill us every day. It's about time we knock this guy out, and I hope the people of Iran get the full support they need.
I feel like I saw that guy yesterday on 8th Avenue here in New York City. Senator, thank you. Appreciate it.
All right, look, I don't know who needs to hear this, but my man just tried that new 100 milligram generic Viagra for only.
You are saying that all of this is because you're not in control of your country and foreign elements are killing people inside your country?
No, I'm telling you that it was a fighting between our security forces and terrorist elements who had a plan to create a big number of killings in order to provoke President Trump to enter into this conflict and start a new war against Iran. And that was exactly an Israeli plot.
Meanwhile, Iran is threatening to assassinate our president, showing a picture of him being shot in 2024. And he says this time we won't miss. Former Deputy National Security Advisor K.T. McFarland joins us now. So you saw the foreign minister last night. You saw that they now reopened their airspace and they didn't hang the 26-year-old. But I also heard from Mike Allen earlier that he believes the protests have dissipated somewhat. What do you think, KT?
You know, we don't really know, right? Because the regime has shut down the internet. We're not sure what we're getting out. Starlink, thanks to Elon Musk, has gone in. But when President Trump said yesterday that the...
Not to do.
Okay, so there were two mistakes made, and President Trump's learned from them. In the Bush administration, they toppled the regime, disbanded the army in Afghanistan and Iraq, and what happened? An occupation, 20-year forever war. We don't want to do that again. On the other hand, President Obama encouraged the Arab Spring, toppling of the dictators all across the region, and then he walked away. He just sort of assumed democracy and freedom and stability would ensue immediately. President Trump's learned those lessons. That's why I think that the thing he's doing in Venezuela, that should be the prototype of how he's going to handle all of these things. He's gotten rid of the bad guy, and then he's also working with the country, with the leaders in place to do what he wants them to do. And he's using the economic lever. In the case of Venezuela, the oil.
Well, you can't do the same thing because I don't think they're going to go grab the Ayatollah. He'll be a handful to keep in captivity or in Brooklyn prison. Let's talk about Greenland. Yesterday, there was a meeting between the Danes and the U.S., high-ranking officials. Nobody, they agreed to agree on nothing, it seems. Here's the Danish foreign minister, Rasmussen, and President Trump yesterday.
It's clear that the president has this wish of conquering over Greenland. We made it very, very clear that this is not in the interest of the kingdom.
If we don't go in, Russia's going to go in and China's going to go in. And there's not a thing that Denmark can do about it, but we can do everything about it.
But the Germans are sending troops, so are France and maybe the UK. Really?
Look, at the end of the day, we're going to get control of Greenland. Why? Because, as President Trump says, the Chinese want it. And there's a sense of urgency because the Chinese are working very quickly and very fast to try to develop Greenland, to try to develop Greenland's natural resources, to have a presence on the ground in Greenland. If you want to know what the real issue is, take a globe and turn it on its side so that the Arctic is your main focus. And you see that Greenland is essential to controlling all of the Atlantic, the maritime trade route that might happen from the Atlantic to the Arctic, to the Europe and to Asia. It's essential that it's in our hands and it's not in China's hands.
KT, I hear you, but maybe there's a deal to be done here where they handle the social things. We get the rare earth, expand our military base, and have a spirit of cooperation between them. This way, we don't have to pay for all the infrastructure of Greenland. And being that Denmark are such great allies, don't you think this has so much potential for a deal?
Yeah, I do. And we're already halfway there. I mean, we've been trying to buy Greenland since Abraham Lincoln. We already have military bases there. It's a matter of money and who's going to develop Greenland. And as long as it's not the Chinese, as long as it's us working with our NATO allies, you know, Donald Trump is a deal guy. He'll figure out the right deal. He'll probably figure out how to have companies invest in Greenland so that the United States doesn't have to pay for it. But I think money changes hands at the end of the day, and the United States takes a leadership role permanently in Greenland.
This is an exciting time for foreign affairs experts like you, KT. Thanks so much for joining us this morning.
Come to the map over here, and this is where we are with Iran, Iraq to the west, Afghanistan to the east. Keep an eye on Saudi Arabia and the Persian Gulf here. I'll come back to that in a moment. This is where we believe a lot of the protests are still active. We've denoted this in green with a high level of confidence where the protests continue this week. Tehran is one of them. West of Isfahan is another. And down here in the southern area with the Persian Gulf is another area as well. Now, for the U.S. to strike, we have two strike groups at sea right now. One is off the northern coast of Venezuela and South America. The other, the USS Abraham Lincoln, is over here in the South China Sea. It would take about a week to steam toward Iran and be off the coast there. That does not mean, however, that the United States military is not in the area, locked and loaded and prepared and ready to take action if that order is given. And the reason you look at that is look at all the air bases. Look what the military has established here throughout the Middle East, whether it's up in Syria, whether it's Turkey, whether it's Iraq, whether it's all over the eastern side of Saudi Arabia, down here into Oman. So there's firepower in the area if it were to come to that. Is it going to? We don't know. And that's the simple answer right now. We thought there was a window. Maybe that window's closed. General Philip Breedlove's the former NATO Supreme Commander with us now. And sir, thank you for your time today. Here's my question. I've been thinking about it all day. Did the U.S. miss the window, or was there a clearly defined window that would affect permanent regime change in Iran?
Well, first of all, Bill, Dana, thanks for having me on. I don't think that we have missed the window, and I guess I wouldn't use the strident language that you did, that there was a clear window. We can affect what's going on in Iran, but there are limitations to what we can do. I'm really happy today to hear that the UN is finally taking this up. I've said several times that this is a world problem, what's going on with the people of Iran. It's not just a U.S. problem.
Last night on Special Report, Bret Baier was talking to the foreign minister. To that point, watch here what the threatening President Trump with.
My message is, do not repeat the same mistake that you did in June. You know, if you try a failed experience, you will get the same result. You know, in June, you destroyed the facilities, the machines, but the technology cannot be bombed, and the determination also cannot be bombed.
Only the Iranians think that that mission wasn't successful, and the world thanked President Trump for taking that action, sir.
The foreign minister, of course, is putting up a brave face. The people that understand the most about the success of that mission was the military of Iran and of the regime, because they were dealt a severe blow. And in fact, we could have the coalition, the Israelis, the United States and others could have continued to eliminate the military capability of Iran, but came to a decision that it was time to stop. And frankly, that's where they sit today. The spigot could be turned on again if Iran breaks the promises that it's made to the world, and apparently the promises our president has heard about. They have stopped this horrific action.
Well, one thing we know about the president, he likes to keep people guessing, and right now we are guessing ourselves. Senator Tom Cotton, here we go from Wednesday with Laura. Watch here last night.
President Trump has made it clear he's not going to tolerate this kind of wanton violence against the people who are simply yearning for freedom. The only way Iran will stop being this source of instability, disorder, chaos, and violence is for the Iranian people to take their future in their hands. Again, yearning for freedom for 47 years.
And what comes to mind here, and the experts we've talked to, unless the IRGC changes course and starts cooperating with protesters, there's still going to be a force in the streets throughout the entire country. As I say that, the U.S. Treasury Department website just issued new Iran-related sanctions directed toward that government. The effect of
well,
that
this is
could be
good. This is good. I must say that, you know, we have lots of elements of national power, diplomatic power, informational power, military power, and economic power. And we are sometimes only using the military power. We need a broad spectrum of governmental pressure, all of nation pressure on Iran. And so it's good to hear that other parts of our government are becoming involved.
What do you think, though, about the reports that Qatar has been urging President Trump not to act?
Oh, it doesn't surprise. No one wants more violence in the Middle East. There's plenty already there. What we want to do is come to a resolution that meets the needs of the people in Iran. Right now, what we have is a regime, a repressive, ugly regime that is working to meet their needs, not the needs of the people in Iran. They're making their voices heard.
General, thank you for your time. We'll see what the effect the sanctions are. We'll dive deeper into that as breaking news right now, just crossing. Thank you, sir, for coming on today.
Thank you.
Iran, meanwhile, reopening its airspace after the U.S. already evacuating some of its personnel from the Qatar airbase as tensions escalate. Meanwhile, President Trump says he's been informed that plans for executions of protesters in Iran have stopped. Michael Allen served in the National Security Council under President George W. Bush joins us now. So, Michael, your thoughts about where we're at. Do you feel as though the protests are being tamped down? Because last time I checked, they were in every single province in Iran.
Yeah, thanks so much. Yeah, related. Threaten additional strikes on Iran, or are we just going to absolutely?
You have the Gulf states, many allies of ours in that region saying, Mr. President, don't get militarily involved.
Yeah, I think the best thing that we can do at this point, especially since we have American credibility on the line, is figure out a way for airstrikes to try and help the protesters. And that very likely means hitting the instruments of regime repression. So think of the people, if you remember the last protests, that were on the back of motorcycles with baseball bats trying to beat protesters. Think of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, the zealots who protect the regime, the intelligence services. If we could strike and degrade some of these people, I think you may take their ability to crack down on their own people down a few notches, but you would also give a boost to the protesters who would feel like the United States is behind us. It's never going to get better than this moment right now, and so let's redouble our efforts.
Wow. Here's the Iranian foreign minister yesterday in a very intense interview with Bret Baier. Listen.
There is no any hanging today or tomorrow or whatever. That's
Friday.
You know, I can tell you, I'm confident about that. There is no plan for hanging at all. This is another piece of misinformation campaign that they have started to provoke President Trump and to drag him into this this question, and which could have disastrous consequences.
So it looks like there's some give there. They heard the president when he said, you better not hang people. So they're not for now. It was a 26-year-old that they were focusing on. But Starlink for free has been put up there for people with the courage to go sign on to that dish, number one. And number two, it looks like the Kurds have penetrated some of the border areas with Iran, which has got Turkey upset. Your thoughts on both these developments?
Well, I do think that things are the ethnic groups in Iran, which will eventually help see the destruction of the regime, are now thinking to themselves, this is the moment to begin to rise up. This is the moment we ought to organize better. So I do think that's why the Kurds are trying to seize some of that territory up there. But you're right. There are other things the United States could do short of military action. And I think it's to try and knock out the regime's digital blackout so that these protesters might coordinate with each other. We need Starlink to be able to do that. They can jam it. But I think if we have enough terminals there, and maybe this is something the CIA and Mossad are already doing, and if they aren't, they ought to be, is trying to increase the means for coordination among the protesters, and in turn for them to be able to send out to the outside world the footage of massacres.
Michael, thanks so much. We have so much to talk about.
We could hear firsthand. She was born in Iran and fled with her family during the Islamic Revolution in 1979. Nazim Moinian is a fellow at the Middle East Institute and joins us now. Nazim, it's good to have you on the program. It would appear that for the moment, the word on Iran, as far as President Trump goes, is restraint. This is what he said in the Oval Office yesterday. Listen here.
We've been told that the killing in Iran is stopping, and including you will be very upset, but that's just gotten to me some information that the killing has stopped, that the executions have stopped.
Obviously, the killing stopping would be a very good thing. Is that stopping the protesting?
Well, thank you, John. The killing hasn't stopped. I think what the president is referring to is the hanging of Puller 2018, the killing of Qasem Soleimani in 2020, and the bombing of Fordow, Natanz, and other facilities in Iran in 2025. All have weakened the regime to the point that it's used.
Making is that there seemed to be a moment that was building where if you push the regime in just the right way with just the right force, it may topple over. It would appear that President Trump is not choosing that path at this moment. What do you think about that?
He's not choosing that path at this moment, but this is a president that I don't know. I don't know what's going on in the president's head. No one can claim that. This is a president that likes the element of surprise. But I also know that his legacy matters. He's a friend of the Iranian people, and he wants to stand on the right side of history.
All right, well, we'll see which way the president goes, and you're right about that. The only person who knows what the president's going to do is the president. Nazir, good to have you with us today.
Do not pay your car insurance bill. I repeat, do not pay your bill yet. So I found this website.
Want to create your own custom 3D models? 3D design animation might turn wildest ideas.
Hey, quick heads up. Paleo Valley is running their biggest sale for the holidays. You can get 30 meals.
If you've never heard of grounding or earthing, this might sound crazy at first, but it's changing how people sleep.
Do not pay your next car insurance bill. Repeat, do not pay your bill yet.
So I found this website and
Hey, click here to subscribe to Fox News YouTube page and catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis. You will not get it anywhere else.
All right. I'm gonna say what's up to y'all before I get up out of here. What was I gonna say? Hey, whoever stuck around and saw any of the beginning of the show, if you see in the description, it says reaction to old. We watched Hillary Clinton's first debate with Trump. We watched the second debate, and then we watched him with Biden. And it was crazy watching the progression of it all. First off, the age progression was nuts. Second, watching the beliefs. Trump came off like, all right, his first time around against Hillary was so much better of a debater than Biden was. It wasn't even close. Trump was just running circles around Biden as far as like out talking him. Hillary could talk. It was a very good debate. I suggest going back and watching them. The first two were really good. were actually really good, and they did not. They definitely aged quick, but the content didn't. Trump talked about. He literally brought up the scandals and what's going on with the politicians. Everything that's going on in Minnesota, he brought up. He brought up ICE. He brought up Iran. He brought up dude, everything. I mean, literally every topic we're talking about today, he brought up. He brought up Hillary and Bill Clinton going over with Jeffrey. I mean, dude, he brought up a lot, everything in the three debates. He was way more he definitely ripped China, but he brought up way more than I thought he would. Let's just put it that way. I like discredited him. I forgot. Like, look, if you go watch the 2021, I can't really talk about it too much, but it was during the 2020. And I literally gave Trump a lot of crap for what he did during 2020. And if you go back and watch what we just watched, he really wasn't as bad as I made him out to be in my head. Like, I really made it in my head feel like he was trying to jam things down people's throats and like had an agenda that was just extra heavy. And to be honest, I didn't see that agenda like I thought I did, So it was kind of nuts to see all of the to see the progression of it all and to see what they had to say. And Hillary Clinton, she would have been a horrible president, but she's one damn good debater. Yeah, Trump's not going to jail, and it's kind of ironic too because Hillary's back in the news again. It was quite wild, the type of stuff. She just sat there and had this cackly little laugh about her that was just like embarrassing. I could not stand it. Her little cackle was so annoying. I mean, like, you know what I'm talking about, you guys, that smile and laugh where she just wiggles way back and forth and back and forth. It's like, yo, no way, dude. Dude, she just wiggled like, yeah, bro. The Clintons are freaking nuts, bro. He ripped Bill Clinton. I mean, it was such a good, it was like, wow, that's why people that like Trump was because of those reasons back then. I'm sorry, but those were the reasons. He had no problems telling the truth at all. And all this stuff he talked about getting the oil. He brought up like where Bush failed with Afghanistan and Iraq was that he didn't take the oil. Trump didn't. He literally told us in the debate, like, yo, if we're going to invade a country and do what we did in Afghanistan and Iraq, you better take the oil. That's exactly what he said. I'm not saying that it's okay or not okay or whatever. I'm not giving my opinion. I'm just talking about the point that he actually projected all of this stuff. We heard it all. Like, he really talked about how Hillary was giving them Iran a bunch of weapons and there was a bunch of Islamic stuff going on and all this, like, literally, like, it was, who watched it with me, dude? I backed the president from day one. Hey, man, look, I was there from day one, right? He talked about WikiLeaks. He talked about Pizzagate, Debbie Wasserman Schultz, Anthony Weiner, all the stuff that all you people that are crying about the list and all that, he brought up so much stuff that y'all don't even know what he was saying. And if you're asking what I'm talking about, you got to go back and watch the beginning of the video. You got to go watch the beginning of the video because you didn't get to see the debates. If you didn't see the debates from 2016, then I don't know what to tell you. You got to go back and watch the beginning of the video. And that's all I can tell you. Are you okay? I don't know if they're okay or not. But yeah, man, it was wild seeing that. There's no way that Hillary should be president. There's no way that she should have ever won. And anybody that questions anybody for voting for Trump in 2016, you've got to be out of your mind. Out of your mind to think that anybody was going to vote anything less. And the fact that Trump lost the election is a joke within itself, because there is no way Trump lost to Biden. If you watch that election, or if you watch that debate, it clearly shows how slow Biden is. I mean, Hillary would have been better than Biden. Like, straight up. That's how bad Biden was. Shiloh would have Stephen organism if Hillary got into. Dude, if Hillary got in, because she kept projecting all that Russia stuff on Trump, right? Oh, he's got this and this and this going on. And it was really her deals she had going on. Russia really thought she was going to win. It's hilarious. It's hilarious how when you're watching it from like 10 years ago and you're watching it now, you know what actually happened in history. You're like, wow. I really suggest going back. People were like, why did you show those videos? It's stupid, right? Like, why would you show an old debate? Because there's a lot going on in the world stage, first off. Second, I'm fatigued out from all of the ICE stuff and all of the ice and all of the just everything, man. I wanted like a switch up. I needed something different. All we've heard is the same stuff. Like, we need some new stuff. I watched the tonight's protest after my show earlier. Before this one, I was watching it because I was like, oh, maybe because I like one of my favorite, like, he does YouTube. One of my guys, he was covering it, right? So I was like, he gave me a source that I could cover it with and not get copyrighted or whatever. And like, I just was watching it for a while, and it was like, first off, I didn't like what I showed. It was like minimal. I don't want to give people ideas. I don't want to promote it. And honestly, it was a headache, and it was a no-show. It was a no burger. You know, I'm tired of it all, Jay. I'm tired of it all. I can't watch none of it. It's bothering me, dude. All of it. Both sides, the whole thing. You know, all of us people in here that are based people. You know, base people that just want the truth. We see it, and we're fighting for the truth. And we're not going to stop. I'm not going to stop. I'm not going to go hit the streets and be one of those people. I'm not going to blow whistles and scream in people's faces and think I'm going to get something done. I mean, I've been talking to millions of people, hoping that we could all come together and come to some sort of like middle. And this is just not happening, bro. You know, I personally don't, you know, I can't, and I also can't stand watching, you know, I see a lot of people saying propaganda. Well, look, dude, they say it's on Fox. When we're watching the mayors talking, when we're watching all these people talking their press conferences, it doesn't matter what news source you choose. It's the same conference. When you're watching these clips and you're watching these people talk, it's the same people. It doesn't matter. I don't know why people don't understand that. It's the same thing. It doesn't matter. No, it is true. It is. If I show you the president speaking for an hour and a half, it does not matter what source I'm showing it to you from. It does not matter. If I'm showing you clips from a protest, it doesn't matter where they're coming from. It's the same clip. No, the narrative fits your narrative. See, my job is not to feed a narrative because I don't have a narrative. You might have a narrative, but I don't have a narrative. Okay? That's what you got to understand. My job, my goal is to show you what's going on. You take that information and you do what you do with it. It's not my job to do your research. I can only plant the seed. If you think just watching these videos is doing research and is actually getting all the truth, you're absolutely nuts. If you don't think you got to look into what's going on behind the scenes and who's doing what, dude, I don't know what to tell you. I just can't tell you guys, and YouTube just not friendly. I'm definitely working on a way to be able to talk to you guys like on a different either the platform or a way to not be censored, because I got a lot more to say. Yeah, everybody has a narrative. Exactly, dude. Exactly. Everybody's got a narrative. Everybody. It doesn't matter what source you choose. And BBC is just as bad, dude. BBC's horrible. So is Australia. So is what is it? Sky Australia, whatever. So is France 20. There's a ton of Al Jazeera. There's tons of different stuff you could go to, and there's CNN, MSNBC, ABC, NBC. They're all horrible. All of them. Literally. They are. So, like, honestly, again, the way all I want to say is, bro, I put it out there for y'all to just see it, and y'all make your own decision. And I think the truth, you're not going to get it on that, Carol. You got to go find the truth. You know? Like, this isn't the truth. This is just like the outer layer of it all. The truth is so deep. The truth is deep. You got to dig. It's not something that it's something you do on your own, man. You dig. You go down rabbit holes. You find the truth on your own. You take a story and you go, man, what's really going on here? And you go down the rabbit hole. If you feel strong enough about the topic. You know, I hope you're not talking to me. I hope to God you're not talking to me, Jaden. I'll pretend that was not to me and you were talking to somebody in the chat. For real. I'll pretend that's who you're talking to. I will. Are you talking to me, Jaden? I'm asking you literally, are you talking to me, dude? Because you sound ignorant right now. Literally. I literally don't know who you think you are, dude. I literally don't think you know who you are, bro. That's what it means to find. No, listen, to find truth. To find truth. Dude, you are okay, Snowflake. Going to timeout. That is not how you find truth, buddy. Yeah, if you like lollipops and fancy pants, if you like marshmallows, Jaden, then that's how you get your truth. Come on, Snowflake. I only put you in timeout, bro, but you that's not how you find truth, bro. What you just said is deceiving. Nobody can give you truth but yourself, bro. That's it. Nobody can give you truth but yourself, dude. You're crazy. It terrifies them. They don't know what it's like to go down a rabbit hole. They don't want to know what's going on in the sky. They don't want to know what's going on in the, on the farms. They don't want to know who's actually running things and what's really coming in the future. You go down that line, you go down that, Oh yeah, I don't want to read their comment, bro. It's my channel. Literally, if you start talking about liberal arts to me and saying that's finding the truth, I'm going to go ahead and put you in a timeout and let you think about the stupid stuff you're saying to me. And if you don't like it, you dip out too, homie. For real. I don't know who you're defending. Is that your boyfriend? Defend your boyfriend, bro. Don't worry about me. For real. Wah, buddy, wah. I know I don't know nothing. I have zero idea. I know absolutely nothing at all. Nothing. That's why I just watched a debate from 10 years ago and knew it all, like literally every single thing. I am a historian. Like, you're stupid. Y'all literally dumb. Y'all like really are slow people. Oh, no. Hillary was definitely a criminal. You look at her, you could just look at her and see a criminal. You could just see the criminal seething out of her eyes and mouth as she wiggled back and forth like the damn Joker. Straight up. And then you resort to homophobia to hide. You have no coherent homophobia to hide. Who are you talking to? Brandon? Bye. Bye, Brandon. I don't even know who you are, but I don't like you. So I don't even know what you're talking about. And you too. You know what, Jaden? Bye-bye. Have a good one. I'll see you on the flip side, homie. I'll see you on the flip side, G. Who else wants to go? Anybody? Say something stupid. I'll let you go. I don't like snowflakes. I'm good. It's 9 in the morning. You don't got nothing better to do? Trump didn't do shit to Hillary. He should have. He didn't. All he did was light her up in a debate. That's all he did. You're right. He didn't. That's one of my complaints with him. Is he never did what he said he was going to do with her. That's for sure. If you don't think Trump is a criminal, might as well block me too. Well, I'm not saying he's not a criminal, but I'm also not saying that what you think he's a criminal for. So if you want to go there, I'll block you. Goodbye. Don't tempt me. Deuces. It's easier just to block you than try to even debate with you because I don't care. No, I'm not kicking you out, John Bear. You're good, bro. You ain't bothering me. You know? Yeah, I'm not talking about that right now. You? I'm not talking about that right now. I don't know what you're talking about. Where could I hop on the live? What do you mean, where can you hop on the live? Like, you gonna get on my live? Get out of here, bruh. Come on, man. I don't even know you, dude. Why would I bring you on my live? I don't even know who you are, dude. It's too long, bro. It's the end of my show, man. Someday, bro. You ain't debating me, bro. Especially right now. And I don't even know you, bro. I don't know your etiquette. I don't know nothing about you, bro. I'm literally looking at 500,000 views right now. You think you that dude? You think you're gonna get up and debate me? Get out of here, bro. You got a long ways to go. You better get to know me first, bro. You ain't gonna debate me. Come on now. Get out of here. Have a good morning. Enjoy your day. But you ain't debating me, bro. No way. Exactly. Schooled her, bro. Ran around her like a... All she could do was giggle and freaking wave her head around like a drunk. That's all she could do, bro. That's it. Lit her up. Lit her up. Just like he did with Biden too, bro. He lit up Biden. Badly. Badly. What do you need to know about them to debate them? I don't understand. Bro, I am not like, look, dude, if I want to bring people on my show and debate them, I actually have people with credibility to come on the show and debate them. I'm not just going to have average Joe off the damn chat and debate them on a Friday morning. Are you kidding me? This isn't TikTok. Go to TikTok if you want to debate somebody on a Friday morning. Go for it. Trust me. If I want to debate somebody, I'll have somebody come on. And then I'm going to know who they are. And everybody else will too. And then it's not going to be you. And if you want it to be you, hit me up on Instagram. I'll talk to you and see what you're about. But you're not going to debate me, bro. Not today. I'm sorry. Isn't that part of open discussion? Nah, bro. I'm not. This isn't debate time. I don't know what to keep trying to tell you, bro. This isn't debate time. Are you like weird? What type of man's trying to sit here and debate another man at 9 in the morning when he's trying to go to bed, bro? I don't care about what your opinions are. I told you, hit me up on Instagram and we could debate, bro, but I'm not doing it. I don't know you, bro. Why would I risk what I just put on the show I just did to talk to you, bro? I don't even know you, bro. I'm just a normal dude who wants to hear you out. Cool, then hear me out. I'm talking. Sheesh. Go watch. I got like 420 videos, bro. Hours and hours and hours for years. Come on, bro. Oh, you're not there yet, son. Why are you going to sleep at 9? Because I'm still up for my show, bro. It's 8 hours into my show. What you mean? What you mean, dude? I literally have already done 8 hours. Why would I want to debate somebody after talking for 8 hours? I'm just chopping it up with the chat before I go to bed. This isn't what I'm discussing today. I'm talking to the chat. I was talking about the debates that I just watched earlier today. What is there to debate right now, bro? That's what I'm talking about. Bro, this dude, unreal, bro. And get some sleep already. You sound like you need it. Yeah, I'm getting tired, dude. I am getting tired, but it's all, it is what it is. I am getting tired. I was tired as hell watching that last, watching the last one. You can debate about jobs too. Yeah, what do you think I'm doing right now, bro? I think what you should do, if you really want to learn something, just type in YouTube and look up my name and do the math yourself. Okay? It's that simple. Guarantee you'd understand. If not, you're just stupid. I don't know what to tell you. You're begging for hits, loser? What do you mean I'm begging for what? I didn't beg nothing for anything, stupid. The stupid are easy to lead. Bruh, I don't know what to say. I don't know who you're talking to, but this dude's begging to come on a show. Get your own show, bro. If I want you on, I'll have you on. I don't understand why I can't sit here and BS with my people before I get off. I don't get it. Who you think you are? Views and credentials don't mean shit. All right, bro, you're dumb. I'm gonna give you I'm gonna go ahead and give you a 24 hours. Nah, I'll give you 30 minutes because there's no way I'll be on that long. I'll see you tomorrow, bro. Hit me up on Instagram. You ain't talking no more, bro. You lost your platform. Gone. You too. You know what? I don't know what you do, but you lost yours too. Later. You need to look up the definition of agoraphobic because you don't know what you're talking about. I don't know who you're talking to, so you too can go. Bye-bye. How does that sound? Just for asking that stupid ass question, so could you. Hey, Reed, tell me when to stop, bro, because I'm ready to let everybody go, bro. You don't get why people engage your public YouTube? You don't get why people engage? Oh, I understand completely. I talk to people all the time. What you mean? I understand why, but I'm over here BSing with my boy Reed, trying to find out what he just ate. I'm not over here trying to listen to some dude try to debate me. I'm over here talking about what I just saw. It's a reaction. I'm giving you my reaction, not debate. If I wanted to debate, I would put debate in the title. I would put open panel debate. Come debate me. And I do that. I do that all the time. And you can pop in and debate me. You know what I'm saying? But that's not what it says, does it? It doesn't. It does not say that at all in the title. I think it doesn't at all. Not even close. No, they want clout, bro. They want that clout. It's okay, bro. They want that clout, Reed. That's what they want. It's okay, bro. I'm not even like, it is what it is. I'm ready to debate you, brother, but it seems you're a bit afraid. All right, bro. I just told you. Goodbye. I'll talk to you tomorrow, bro. I don't know why you're still talking. If you make another account, then I'm just going to start blocking you, dude. You'll never get on. That's exactly why you didn't get on. I could already tell how thirsty you are, bro. You're weird. You thirsty. Like weirdo. I ate last night's dinner, some steak and potatoes with smack. You dog, you. You know I want some steak and potatoes too. That's wrong. That's wrong, Reed. I've been talking about wanting some damn steak and potatoes all night. Yeah. Absolutely. Aren't following my rules. No, I just said I don't want to debate them. Period. I'm not mad at all, bro. I'm clearly, if I'm mad, I'll let you know I'm mad. I'll just get off, bro. If I was mad, I would just get off. Why would I be mad? I'm chilling, bro. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know who you think you are, but you ain't got me upset. You're not doing nothing you didn't get me mad at all. I'm a grown-ass man. You can't get me mad. Not over this. Not right now. I'm too tired to give a damn what you got to say, bro. At all. Your feelings mean nothing to me, bro. At all. At all. I'm over here trying to chop it up. Turbo's in the house like, yo, what up? Trying to talk to my dudes. That's why I sitting here chopping it up at the end. Is to chop it up, not sit here and argue with snowflakes. I've lost a lot of friends and family over presidential Donald Trump. Yeah, man. I didn't lose any. I just, what's it called? Separated myself. That's all. It sucks. But like once they get to a certain point, they're like broken, you know? They're like broken. So it's just like they're just, you know, you hear what they say, you hear their trigger words. That's what they are. I don't know. I just choose not to surround myself with that type of stuff. Like legit. If I want, like, if I'm gonna be around that type of like evil, weird stuff, if I'm gonna do that, like even the debate, this dude who wants to debate, I gotta be prepared for that, bro. I just been chilling all night long. Nah, bro, I'm not in the mood to sit there and debate you over what your opinions are because it's opinion. Nobody's gonna win. There's no moderator. Nah, bro. You're silly. Why? So you could get on and say something stupid and get my video banned? Nah, bro. I'm not stupid. I've been doing this way too long, bro. Really? That makes no sense. Okay. Type that in Joe Rogan's chat. Say, hey, Rogan, let me in. Let me talk to you, bro. Or do that to other YouTubers. How many YouTubers let people on? I definitely do open panels. I definitely invite people on. I definitely have guests. But they're definitely vetted. Definitely vetted. And Reed will tell you, I have plenty of people on. I've had at least, 20, 30 people on in the last 6 months. Easy. Bro, Keeks would go crazy right now. Oh, yeah, bro. If Keeks was in here, she'd be tripping right now for sure, bro. Yeah. I've had look, bro, the people that been rocking with me, for the last year, 2 years. I've been had them all on my show, bro. Everybody. Most of Hillary lived on her email. Yeah. Oh, you're talking to Pocket. I'm just over here giving y'all attention, man. And really, it's just the people like Reed who sits around, doesn't really like politics, but he still rocks with me. And I appreciate that. So I'll stick around and rock with him because I would rather do something else anyways. But there's just so much going on that it's going to continue to be like this for a while. And it's like, yo, I'm still going to talk and chop it up because Reed remembers when it was politics and then straight comedy. Then it was who cares? Like Reed's been through it. He's seen us go through progressions. He's seen me go through a lot of progressions. Nah, don't give a fuck about any political shit. Exactly. And I know that, brother. And I'm not love you for that shit. I understand that. I understand. Some people come in here for support and they're hilarious and they like to troll and have fun. And that's kind of, another part of this whole thing is like watching y'all. Like, we all have fun. I be laughing, man. You crack me up. In the debate, I don't know what this dude's trying to talk about. And he don't know me. He don't know my opinions. So, like, bro, that just doesn't work like that. You don't schedule a fight without not an official fight. No. If he would have came on right at the beginning of the show and asked me, I would have easily brought him on. Easily. I would have vetted him. I said, meet me backstage. I would have chopped it up with them backstage and easily had him on because it would have been right at the beginning. But nah, 8 hours in, you're not ruining 8 hours worth of work. Nope. Donald Trump acknowledged in an interview with writers yesterday that his party will almost certainly lose big time in the midterms. He said if they do, he said that they could. He didn't say almost definitely will. He said that he could be definitely in trouble or something of the sort if they lose. That's what he said. I don't see them losing. Do you see what's going on right now? How in the world could you possibly think that the Democrats would lose or win an election right now with the way they're running things? You gotta be kidding me, right? Oh yeah, he's right next to me, Reed, bro. The boy Marley more respectful than anyone in the comments. Thank you, Bubba. Yeah, he's sitting right next to me, man. He's sitting right next to me. Who do you have on your show? Just bring facts. You can't debate or truths. Who do I go back and look for yourself? Go back and look for yourself. I've had all types of different people. You don't know me at all. I've debated in City Hall. You don't know me at all. You're probably a little kid that can't do shit. What are you talking about? You literally don't know me. Rebecca, go make a sandwich. Go make a sandwich, woman. Debate me about that. Debate me why women aren't the same as they used to be. Ask me why. Us dudes want to know what happened to y'all women. Debate that, Rebecca. Debate why you can't make a good sandwich, but you want to get paid the same. Come on, debate that. Y'all want to go ahead and find a guy named Deltron Wright, right? That's what, dude, that was the first thing that came to mind, Reed. That was the first thing that came to my mind. I'm like, yeah, right. I've been down this rabbit hole. I've been down this. I don't need to hear that. Can women get pregnant? That's not even a debate, bro. I would never debate that. That's funny, dude. Raymond, that was the best freaking damn comment I've read in a minute. Thank you, bro. It's the best damn debate I've heard yet. I read that wrong. I thought it was, can dudes get pregnant? I'm like, oh, man, come on, man. I'm not debating that at 9 a.m. on a Friday morning. 9:12, or I can't even read it right now what it says. That's hilarious, though, dude. Force women to step up. Y'all can't do it. We can, and we're better at it. Who said that? Dude, women aren't better at nothing than men, but you're good at nurturing and having babies, for sure. Without women, we wouldn't have kids, so you're definitely needed, for sure. Definitely. Even when it comes to the sandwich, I still think I'll make a better sandwich anyways. So, force women to... So now she wants to get on some sort of feminism debate. No, not doing that at all. Reed, do you want to debate her on that topic? Proves your point. Yeah, good point. You proved it well, woman. You proved it well. You proved your point very well. You're actually making this quite funny, to be honest. Exactly, Raven. Raven. It's over her head. She doesn't understand it. It's okay. Nobody's mad at you, Dina, or whatever your name is. I can't read it. It's not disrespect. I just can't read it. Worthless? Oh, yeah. Go make a sandwich for your girlfriend later. Oh. I thought you were mad. I was like, dude, how are you gonna get mad? I'm just effing around over here, bro. This isn't like get mad hour. I almost put you in timeout. I'm not trying to be a jerk. I don't. My husband cooks too. Hell no. I ain't mad. Cool. I like to cook. I'm Italian. I cook. She's not mad at you, dude. Okay. Sorry. That's why I don't want to debate, because I'm tired and I don't know what right now. I've read so many. Listen, here's something else to you guys will laugh at it, and then I'll probably end it on that. Here's something you guys can all relate to. I don't care what side you're on. My name is Tim, right? So a lot of this ICE stuff involves Tim Waltz. Do you know how many FU Tims I've seen in things referring to the name Tim? And it F me up in the head because I don't know if they're talking to me or if they're talking about Tim damn Waltz, dude. I'm telling you, there's points in times where I'll look at the chat and it's going like this. Right now it's going real slow, but like people know, like when it's earlier in the show, it's go, oh, are you talking? Are they talking about me? How'd they refer? Because some will say, hey, Tim, and then another person will say, hey, Tim. Yeah, bro. I don't put ice. Yeah, I don't put ice in my soda either, bro. It's got to be Waltz. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, John Bear. But I felt, sometimes you get that in your head, like, damn, are they talking about me? You can't tell the difference between yourself and other people named Tim. If I'm reading a chat and people are talking about Tim and my name is Tim, yeah, it gets a little confusing. Wow, wow. I'm a mana be bene. I bada be bada. Yeah. Oh, yeah, united we stand, divided we fall. What's wrong with me? Wow, Tim's. I never would have thought. Not me, Reed. What? What? Not 8 hours straight. Not me. Bruh. I hit the firmament twice today. I hit the firmament twice this morning. Yeah, bro, I hit the firmament. Bounced off. Yeah, I'm trying to enjoy myself. Get off here and do a dab, you know? Chill. I can't do a dab before I come on here no more. I used to. If you go watch my old shows, I would sit there and do them all day with y'all, but I can't do it like that. I just get quiet. For sure. I'm getting ready to do that. I'm getting there. But yeah, usually if I do that, I just get real quiet. I'm not, yeah. A dab. Did it travel back to 2009? A dab. Did I travel back to 2009? What do you mean 2009? You have to laugh or you'll go. Exactly. If you don't laugh, you'll go insane, dude. You're absolutely right. Tim Daberson. Being high and seeing things and counterintuitive. I smoke weed, but to not see things from. So, okay, cool, brother. Don't hurt yourself thinking about it, man. I'm definitely not. Look, bro, I live in a wreck state and I've had my card for years, bro. That's all I need to say. Trump, baby, thank God we got a real man back in the White House. Hey, man, after what I saw today, I feel a lot better about my vote. I do. I didn't do one yet. All right, bro. You know what? I don't like you. Goodbye. Goodbye. Probably. I'll give him a second chance. 5 minutes. Something about him just rubbed me the wrong way. I agree because of the speak softly and carry a big stick. I don't know. Oh no. Seeing things from insomnia right now is because I've been live doing this show. That's why I am the way I am. There's no other end. You do things the way you do it, and I'm gonna do things the way I do it. That's cool. Ain't nobody judge. I don't really, it is what it is. Trump's faces in these damn comments are annoying, bro. Creepy. Yeah, that's creepy, bro. Super creepy. All right. All right, guys. I'm about to get out of here in a minute. It's funny because the there was so many people in here at one point that the studio is still trying to tally everything up. Like my studio is still going nuts because of earlier. It never really recovered from the beginning. I don't know how YouTube tallies that up because it takes them forever to get it when you get to a certain point. I just clicked. I really did see a comment attacking Charlie Kirk, and yeah, I did. Yeah. Somebody attacked him and I kicked him out. I don't even really mess with him like that. But you're not going to just come in here and the point was to be disrespectful. And if it wasn't towards me, it was towards the people that do like him, and that is in my chat. This isn't a hate thing, bro. Like, you're not going to come in here and disrespect. Look, dude, this is my channel. YouTube has me follow a guideline and do it a certain way, and my job is to run a show the way I feel like running it, and to do it in a way without, by going by their guidelines. So one, I got to follow their guideline, and two, I do what I want to do. It's really that simple. And two, I do what I want to do. Like, bro. I don't know. You ate green beans? You hate them. Yeah. You're a paid loser pushing Trump. Oh, they want me to hit the add button. Okay, I will. You're a paid loser pushing Trump. So you wish you could do it, right? And I'm not even pushing them. See, you don't know me. I'm not pushing them. You just like them. Ha ha ha. You don't hurt my feelings. I've been doing this too long, bro. You really don't hurt my feelings. It's hilarious. Make more accounts. It's the same people making more accounts. No, I'm having fun with this, bro. And how are you going to hate on Kirk when he's going to both sides? I literally just have nothing to say about it. I just erase it because there's no point in talking about him. Just like I don't let people talk about the chick who just got pew-pewed in Minnesota. I erase when people come in to talk about her. I erase their comments too. I'm not going to let you talk ill will about somebody who's not here. It's distasteful. Now, there's some exceptions to every rule, of course. But, nah. Of course I'm going to not let somebody come in here and disrespect the chat, bro. I don't know I don't know what to say to that. Is there something wrong with that? Ray, you seem upset. Who's Ray? And how are you going to hate on Kirk? I don't think he's upset. He's just making a point. And people take people making a point being upset. Nah, man, he's just making a point. It is what it is. It's cool. Shit, I'd have been from the chat. So. Hey, you might, bro. You might. Because, dude, there's a lot of times the chat moves so fast that I don't read people's names and stuff, bro. If I see certain words or that's what I look for. I don't even really get to read all the comments. I just look for specific words and certain things, So you might, some people might get caught in the crossfire. That's why I really, really suggest if you rock with me not to use stupid words and just to be respectful, because I will snipe you, because I really have I don't have no chill when it comes to that at all. Once I'm in the zone, it is what it is. You know, I can see certain, like I can tell who Reed, I can see Reed. Like, there's a handful of people I can tell with their avatar and how they type. I'm good at getting by them, or if I do accidentally get them, I'll fix it. But if I get you and then it's the next day, there's no going back, because my dungeon's deep. I can't get my own friends out, let alone, kind of hypercritical. I don't know. Hypercritical sounds like, I don't know, some liberal word for me. I don't know. I respectful, but called her out. She was to blame. I understand, and I give people chances, but the person that did the Charlie Kirk thing had done it more than once. I erased their first time. But they did it more than once. And the thing is I've never watched like a full video of him ever. Like, for real, I never have. So I don't know. I don't know. I just try to, I know that the people that rock with me probably respect him and like him. So, oh yeah, he's asleep. Look, he's asleep, dude. He's on the thing. He's just asleep, dude. Get ready to remind him when get ready to remind him. Get ready to remind his ass, bro. Like, yo, you just slept through all that.
No, I didn't, man. I'm trying.
I was just getting ready to leave, dude. People are trying to test me, and I shouldn't even be on here right now, should I? Where are you to tell me to cut it? People are trying to, dude, they be testy in the morning, bro. He woke up like, I'm trying to sleep. Sheesh. I would have been shut it off by now, dude. I don't know how you do it. Reed's Craigie said he's up. He's up. I can't understand what's so flippin' funny. Ryan just woke up and said something. Man. Dude, it's too late to get a Baconator now. It's like, dude, listen to me. It is 18 degrees outside right now. I have no more want a Baconator than the man on the moon, dude. No way. That's just foul. I am not walking or driving or getting anywhere close to going out in that cold right now. No way. When he leaves office, we will find out. Find out what? I don't know. We still got 3 years to go. That's all I'm going to say. Leaving office, we still got 3 years. There's Billy. What's up, buddy? I'm getting ready to get out of here. Been saying it. I don't know, John. Oops, sorry, Reed. See, there's a prime example of... Oh, I just deleted it. There's a prime example of somebody getting caught in the crossfire. There you go. Reed just got caught in the crossfire and he didn't even do nothing. You know? What else is good? Where's everybody from in here? Where you from, Turbo? Did you already tell me? John Bear, where you from, bro? Reed, where'd you say you're from, dude? UK? Nice. UK? You're from the UK and you're from the UK? Dang. That's what's up. I know that UK and Canada are like my UK, Canada, and Australia are my 3 most watched countries. UK was forever, and then Canada caught up. You are 5 hours behind me time zone wise. I get it. I get it. Netherlands? What's up, Netherlands? Much love. Much love. Fire Queen. Bay Area. Yeah. Man, I be chilling with all these Bay Area cats. How come I always vibe with the Bay Areas? I guess I need to go to the Bay, bro, because I got way too many homies in the Bay, bro. Way too many. Reed, do you remember Joshy? He was like one of my OG guests. He was one of, like, he has his own YouTube channel, and he's got more subs than I do, or maybe not no more. I don't know. But go check out his channel, man. But he's from the Bay. Yeah, you do remember him? Yeah, bro. He's from the Bay. You lived in the U.S.? That's nice. Just wondering what it's about, scrolling by your life. Just now, I'm just BSing at the end. I had watched the debates earlier. We were just going over it because, you know, it's good to like review what people be, you know, history. I learned a lot today from something I already knew. So if that interests you, go back and watch the beginning. I'm just BSing at the end. Bro, Tim, my whole goal is to move to Puerto Rico in a couple years. Hey, bro, that would be cool. Just watch out for the hurricanes, man. That's the only thing that ever scares me about Puerto Rico is if they go under, they go under. But other than that, I don't blame you. Beautiful there. Aha, yes. Rewatching it can be interesting. Seeing promises. Exactly. You nailed it. Promises, warnings, goals, things that exactly. And it was like, that's true. That wasn't, and it was actually really fun to watch. I was played out from all the mainstream news, everything going on with ICE and everything. I just needed a switch up. And honestly, I think that Trump's a funny guy, and I thought that those debates were pretty wild. So it was kind of like, you know, get a little bit of humor and a little bit of and a lot of information. The second one wasn't even as funny. The second one, man, he came in strong. He looked young, and he came in strong, dude. He did. Mine is to retire to the U.S. Hey, that'd be cool. He can be, dude. Yeah, dude, the natural disasters, man. No, I agree. That's what it was, you know. Absolutely. Just watched Escape from Alcatraz last night. It's crazy how That place is still standing. Yeah, that movie's good too. It's insane right now and escalating fast. Trump used to have a funny streak onto his meanness too. Yeah, the old school Trump is hilarious. So is him now. But back then, man, he was spitting facts, dude. And it was like the difference, the way I could describe it, like I already did, is that the Trump that we were watching in 2016 was a businessman. The Trump that we're watching now is a politician. It's clear two different people. They both have, but he's not really strayed far from his message, though. He's stuck pretty close to his message, though. I'll give him that. I gave him less credit than he deserves. That's for sure. Tours over Bob the Riot. Yes, we opened the place for real, but they said not stable for living. I wouldn't want to live in there. It'd be too. It would be really damn. What's it called? It would be really haunted. Man, yeah. See, that's why I'm not debating nobody. I couldn't even think of the word haunted right now. I'm tired, bro. Not tired. I'm just like, I'm at a point of like, okay, he didn't expect how toxic politicians were. Yeah, he didn't. And it was a lot for him at first. It was a lot for him. You could see the progression. You know, we did Hillary, then we did a Biden one, and we did 2016 and then 2020, and you could tell the businessman Trump and you could tell the politician Trump. It was, you know, but that's what he should be. He's our president. You know, he needs to learn politics, and that's what everybody said. He had no policy, no politicking to him. He was just a businessman, but I think he's come along, and I'm pretty sure he's very political because, you know, my whole life people have been asking if he was going to run for president. So it's not a shock that he ran. It was if and when he was going to run, you know. There's a boat that goes to Alcatraz. Yeah, I wouldn't want to swim in that. Do you think that dude got away? Those people got away? What do you want to lock him up for? Leo, why do you want to lock him up? What's your reason? Not that I really, you know, it matters to me, but I mean, you said it, so no reason. Just do it. It's a way it's turned to be good thing he lost 20. I agree. When we watch that, it's almost like it was meant for him to lose 2020 because we need him now. We needed him now because if he would have just been a lame duck during the scam, you know, during that scam time, he would have just been a lame president during that time. I agree. I agree. We kind of needed him right now. So everything happens for a reason in life. Everything happens for a reason in life. Not that, you know, the president thing is like some life-changing stuff. I mean more in your personal life, but it also does, because this does affect our personal life in the long run. How much are you earning being a trader? I don't know. Do the math. Just do the math. Do the math. Real question, you got no answer? No, I'm not going to tell nobody how much I make. How much do you make? What a stupid question. Because it's real easy to find out how much somebody makes on YouTube. If he's lost, America was lost. Yeah. He's closed the border, taken men out of women's sports, brought the Bible back to school, etc. Sounds good to me, man. No, it really doesn't, Fire Queen. Exactly. I think that's kind of a rude question. And if it does, if it matters to you, then do your research. Do it. He could cure cancer. Trump is a great man. Yeah, I do agree. He could cure cancer, and it wouldn't appease these people for sure. Look how many wins he has had in the courts. He's definitely won some stuff in the courts. And I like that he got a lot of people that I respect, like Lil Wayne out, Kodak Black, people that y'all probably don't care about. But the point is he understands people mess up and he gives people a second chance. I love that he fires people too. I'm quick to fire somebody. I love that. So what? If you don't like how somebody's rolling, then get them gone. I love that. You're not going to get P. Diddy out, though. He better not. Look, if he gets him out, if he pardon him, then I'm blaming Ryan. I'm going to say, look what your boy did, bro. Straight up. Bible shouldn't be in school. That's for each and everyone to decide for themselves. Separation of state and religion. Yeah, I'm with that. That was separate President Trump and politician. Diddy got jail term less than kids having. Yeah, can you believe that, dude? Just like that one guy who got 2.5 years for unaliving that chick. I mean, that still just blows my mind. It really does just blow my mind. Close the border, yes, but the consequences of this will be noticed decades now. Companies will go overseas. Well, we'll see. We'll see. The party that told us American can get pregnant. Dude, don't get with the men can get pregnant stuff, dude. Gosh. That's just like a humor bit. That's supposed to be like a comedic bit. That's not supposed to be like a real topic. That's supposed to be something you make fun of, you know? I mean, imagine if you were a kid and you were asked, like if I asked my nephew that, you know what he would say? I mean, it's clear. Like, come on, man. I would never confuse my 4-year-old nephew with that type of topic. No way. That is not fair. No kid should ever have to witness something like that. Have to be told that. That's crazy. All right, I'm not getting on this topic. No. Move off of that one. Start a company and hire them. I mean, don't you think you should be able to hire who you want? I think you should be able to hire who you want. And it's sad that people, get hired just because they have to get hired, but, it's not the good old days. It's not what it used to be. It is what it is. The liberals have somehow a very large mouth. That's the thing about Republicans. Like, again, I'm not a Republican, and they are very just they let stuff slide too much. If you're a woman, you're a woman. If you're a man, you're DEI hires. That's what Minnesota is. That's clearly what Minnesota is. That's what Columbus is. Thank you, Trump. I don't know what for, Rebecca, but I'll thank him. Let me live, Trump. Thank you, Trump. Thank you, Trump. Thank you, Trump. Kathy said, thank you, Trump. How are you doing, Kathy? Where are you from? Do you mind me asking? Make being a woman great again. Women are great, bro. But they just, I just feel like a lot of them lost their way. But there's still great women out there. I'm surrounded by great women. So I really be talking crap because I just like to troll. But in all reality, there's great women. I got great women in my life. Oh, man, you're stuck with Gavin. A lot of Cali people. Hit one in the chat if you're from Cali. I feel like there's a lot of Cali cats in here. It's funny because I always had like this weird thing about Cali and UK, and y'all be watching me the most. I have the new respect for y'all, bro. That's some of the funniest stuff ever. John, it is fun too. Oh my, Karen Bass. What did the Lion King guy used to say? That damn Karen, what was her name? I'm from Jacksonville, Florida, and we love Trump. Kathy, and you probably love Trump. Oh. I told you I'm tired, Rebecca. Don't get mad at me. You'll love me in the morning. I promise. I'm just lost in the sauce. I promise. It's coming from the UK that made it easy to support Trump. That's crazy that what makes you guys like, is it that bad in the UK? Like, is your leadership that bad or is Trump that dope? Like, I don't understand. Hey, I am Kathy. I am Tim, and I am from Cleveland, Ohio. Hi, Kathy. That's some people that watch the show from Jacksonville. One of my favorite people is actually. UK followed Democrats. Huh. Yeah, but I attract a special group of people. The group of people I attract are not your average people, for sure. Listen, man, I try to attract every type of person. I try to, but nowadays people want to, exactly, brother. I love you, bro. Nowadays people just see politics and not the person or the ideology behind them. They just see the politic and just want to go right at that. And it is what it is. I'm cool with it. We love Marco Rubio. We love Ron DeSantis. You guys got it. Yeah. Good for you. Good for you, man. That's a good one. We gotta get a open panel going soon. I will do an open panel soon. I will. Give me a little time and I will do an open panel. Try life Trump? What does that mean? What does try life Trump mean? Are you just typing the type? Trump, shut it down. Try life Trump. What are you saying? Okay, you're cool. I'm sorry, buddy. Like I said, I'm tired. I'm like, what? At this point, I'm so used to so many trolls. I'm not used to people just being normal. Call it off. Call what off, bro? I don't understand what you're saying, man. Sad for your small minds. Open your eyes and future human. Such a long damn comment. You think I'm reading all that right now? You're out of your mind. Sorry, Leo. And I'm going to go ahead and do that because I want to. Yeah, bro, this dude's typing me a love letter and stuff. Like, here's a good night love letter, Tim. Bro, come on, man. Out of here with that shit. What do you want your love letter, bro? Come on. Dang. Turbo. What's up with these cats, man? That's something crazy. Like, bro, why is there just some normal cats in here? Why is it always some weird stuff? Why can't it just be normal conversation? Like, Reed, I can't believe I'm saying this, but Reed, you normal to me now, bro. Ryan used to be lightweight scared of you, right? Now I think you're the normal one. That's insane. Reed's the normal one. What am I supposed to do? What am I supposed to do, sue me? Sue me, dude. I don't know what to say. But that being said, yeah, right? Ryan still gets mad about his lawnmower, too. I still don't get the joke, but he's never going to mow his lawn. That's for sure. It's going to make you do it. That's when it's time to sleep, Tim. Yeah. Reed, you understand. Allowed Muslim. All right. No, not reading that. Do you really think people come on here to chat with you? Rebecca, I don't think they do. I know they do. Do you think that you're special, Rebecca? Honest to God question. Do you think you're grilling me or something? Yes, Rebecca, I think they do. Absolutely. There's plenty of people in the chat right now that I talk to every day multiple times. So you do what? You think what? Nobody think I'm talking to myself right now? And you're just the only one listening? Is that what you're thinking? What are you talking about? Goodbye. I'll give you this. I'll give you that. Bye. So, Rebecca, I'm for real. Who are you? And what do you want? I know everybody better slow down. Rebecca's here. Oh my God, it really happened, bro. A group got sentenced last year for crimes. That's crazy, bro. Oh, you think you are? Well, good. Good for you. I'm glad you think. I'm proud of you. Rebecca, do you think people are here to listen to you talk? Here's my question, Rebecca. Do you think the chat gives a crap about what you feel? Let me ask the chat. Do you guys care about Rebecca? How about that one? Do you think people came in to this show to talk to you, Rebecca? That's what I want to know. The Becky with the good hair. The Becky with the good hair. Dude, that was a good one, homie. That was a good one. Yeah, they're destructive. I can't stand them, man. I'm with you. All of them. I know I am, bro. I'm crazy. I bet you got that good hair, though. That is some funniness. Hey, that was good, bro. Oh. Hey, she asked for it, man. Look, y'all do you. Y'all can do you. But Rebecca, I don't know, man. You got to fly. Go for it. Large. I don't know what that says. Large Simpson. Rebecca Leonard. Huh. That's crazy. Is it he or it? I have no idea. Just oh, troll. Let me check your history. So you've been timed out once. You've just commented a lot today. So this is your first time being in here. Let's see how old your account is. Hey, your 14-year-old account. Okay. Well, Rebecca's a real person. She's not a bot. She's got a 14-year-old account. Rebecca, nice to know you. Nice to meet you. I hope you're doing well. You never know. You never know, Rebecca. You'd be surprised the weird stuff you deal with here on YouTube, on the internet. Yeah. Hope you have a beautiful, lovely day. It was nice to meet you, and I really do hope the best health for you, especially in we're in the new year. Not especially, just 2026 is your year. I get called but 50 times a day. You get what? Called a butt? Hey, man. Thank you, Rebecca. No, we're cool, bro. We straight. Everybody leave her alone. It's all good. John Bear. Turbo. Love you guys. Reed. I don't know why I'm even still going, to be honest. I think I'm delirious at this point. Honestly. A Russian bot. Wouldn't mind. Yeah, I think we all do. I think we all do. You had a few different types of breast cancer. I'm sorry. Are you like in are you like is it what's it, remission? Sorry. I'm like I said, I need sleep. Are you in remission or are you still like fighting it? See, I woke up at I don't know what time. Yeah, it is. I feel bad now, Rebecca. Look, you made me feel bad. And I don't want to feel bad. I feel bad that I even was like I even was messing with you. I'm sorry, Rebecca. It is. It's like you can't, you don't pick and choose it. It picks and chooses you. It sucks. I know, right? Me too, bro. I'm like, believe it or not, I do have a heart, Reed. You know that. I'm glad you're okay. I'm glad your hair is growing back too. God bless. I've dude, I just yeah. Yeah. Yep. I understand. I've lost plenty to that. I just said a prayer for Becky again. Hey, you're a good person. I'll say one to myself. Yeah. I don't want to talk about it. Let's move to the next topic before I get out of here. I want to end on something funny. Rebecca, I'm sorry. Prayers to you. Absolutely. I just don't want to I don't want to make sometimes people just want to be, let them do their thing, you don't want to beat them down with that, bro. Good. My best friend had it some years back, and it was very scary, but he got through it. So, yeah, Reed, God bless you, brother. Reed's a good guy, man. Reed's a good guy. He is. Who we got here, Tom B? Trump, baby. Thank God we got a real man in the white. See, man, you can't get mad at people that are happy for their president. You can't get mad at that. You just can't. I get more annoyed at people that hate their country than, I just get annoyed. It's like, dude, what's better? That's all. What's better? Is everyone ready for some football? I am ready for some football. There's been no sports. I've been streaming like crazy. I can't wait. Actually, man, I'm ready for baseball season to start. I'm going to be honest. I'm ready for baseball season. Thanks, Tim. I try to be good, but hey, Reed, that's all we can do is try. That's all we can do is try. If we succeed, cool. If we don't, we don't. Play Corn Pop again? Man, I don't know if I could do it. Nah, I'll play it if I can find. All right. And then I'll end it on that. Is that what you're telling me? I'll do it. Are you being serious? Wait a minute. Trump's live. Trump's live right now as we speak. He literally is just sitting down to go live right now as we speak. I'll just play it. I can't believe that I'm about to do this. I should. Oh, there's only 73 people in here. You know what I'll do? I'm going to re-kick this stream because this one's about dead anyways. Literally. I'm going to re-kick this stream and Trump's going live right now. I'll play it. If y'all just meet me in like 5 minutes. He's live right now. Is that cool? Love y'all. I'm going to get up out of here. Peace. Much love. I'm out. Or should I just do it? I just don't want it to be that long. All right. Goodbye, guys.